Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
As Landoris returned to the podium, Boss Giovanni's expression darkened. He was visibly displeased. The battle was dragging on far longer than he had anticipated. In his mind, the Dragon Shrine should have overwhelmed the blockers with ease. Yet here they were, entangled in chaos. The so-called invincible Makomo god was being restrained by mere mortals, Jengar, Deoxys, and even a Dragonite. This wasn't how the script was supposed to unfold. TCH, enough of this. Let me show you what true power looks like, Giovanni growled. He had planned to stay behind the curtain, but now he had no choice but to step forward. Standing tall on the elevated platform, Giovanni spread his arms wide and gazed into the mystical writing mirror before him. Bloodshot eyes reflected in its surface. A moment later, a thick column of blood burst from the platform's center, arcing toward Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landoris. The trio of cloud gods roared as the blood energy infused them, drastically amplifying their powers. At the same time, Meloida let out a tormented cry. The more powerful the Makomo god became, the more it suffered. Unleash your true form, Giovanni shouted with fanatical excitement, eager for the gods to rain devastation upon the world. But unbeknownst to him, the gods no longer moved at his command. Master, should we follow his orders? Landoris asked telepathically. The gods, having regained their will, now sought only one command, Xia Fan's. Xia Fan narrowed his eyes at the man laughing atop the podium. Do as he says for now, he said coolly. It's not yet time to turn against him. Acknowledging this, the three gods flew back over the ocean. Blue auras shimmered around them as they pretended to respond to Giovanni's command. Then, Landoris let out a piercing cry. Lightning boomed thrice in response. A rift split the black clouds, and a brilliant beam of azure light descended, striking the sea. In mere seconds, the water froze solid for over 100 miles. Even Undella Town was consumed by the sudden freeze. Panic erupted as people and Pokémon fled. Giovanni stood triumphant. Behold, he declared, this is the power of Covet, the ancient force that bends nature to will. With it under my command, all of you have only one choice. Kneel before the Dragon Shrine. But Ash Ketchum wasn't having any of it. Like hell we will, he yelled defiantly. Pikachu, Electro Ball now. Pika Pika Pi. Pikachu cried, charging forward without hesitation. Its tail sparked violently, forming a crackling orb of energy. From a distance, Xia Fan's brows furrowed. Something was off. Pikachu's energy was rising rapidly, far beyond its usual limits. In fact, it was divine. Oh no, the protagonist aura just kicked in. The Electro Ball ballooned in size, growing from basketball size to a massive 2-meter orb of devastating energy. This was unlike anything Pikachu had achieved before. If it hit Giovanni, even with Pokémon shielding him, he might not survive. Giovanni and the Dragon Shrine members stared in shock. The earlier bravado vanished, replaced by sheer panic. Xia Fan instantly sent a telepathic message to the gods. What are you doing? Stop it. Block the damn thing. We can't let him become the hero. He didn't plan for Ash to save the day. If Ash stole the spotlight, then Xia Fan's long game would be ruined. Receiving the command, the three gods moved swiftly. Landoris took the lead, summoning 3 khaki-colored orbs, hidden power. The orbs collided mid-air with Pikachu's Electro Ball. Boom! The shockwave erupted like a bomb, forcing everyone to duck behind their Pokémon. One unfortunate trainer from the Dragon Shrine, along with his small Pokémon, was flung from the sky and landed hard on the frozen sea. His fate remained unknown. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for their heavier Pokémon shielding them. Xia Fan exhaled slowly. Close one. If I hadn't reacted, Giovanni might be dead, and Ash would have become the savior. Can't have that. He stared at Pikachu, now noticeably drained. Its energy had sharply declined, falling back to its normal levels. Good. Seems like the protagonist's cheat only works once, Xia Fan muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Ash stood there, fists clenched in frustration. For a moment, he had believed victory was within reach, that he could defeat Giovanni and turn the tide. But the gods had intervened, and his hopes were dashed. The war wasn't over yet. Are you okay, Pikachu? Ash knelt beside his partner, concern etched across his face. Pika! Pikachu turned back with a tired shake of the head, frustration plain in its eyes. It was disappointed in itself for not finishing the job. It's all right, don't blame yourself. Ash offered a reassuring smile. You gave it everything. That's what matters. Miss Takrin stepped forward, letting out a slow sigh. That Electro Ball was incredible. I never expected Pikachu to unleash such power. She glanced at Pikachu, her evaluation of it rising sharply. You've got a remarkable partner, Ash. That's no ordinary Pikachu. But the moment was shattered as Giovanni, now shielded once again by the three cloud gods, stepped forward with a smug expression. He looked at Pikachu, tired, panting, defiant, and a faint grin tugged at the corner of his lips. Funny, he thought. Back when he ran Team Rocket, his bumbling subordinates wasted so much time chasing this Pikachu. He'd always thought their obsession was absurd. Now, he understood. Pikachu was no joke. It was dangerous. But no matter how talented a Pikachu may be, Giovanni spread his arms triumphantly, it can never compare to my three cloud gods. These are world-destroying forces, and they answer to me. Landorus, Tornadus, and Thundurus floated above, radiating raw power. Ash clenched his fists. Nearby, Iris, Sillin, and the others grit their teeth in frustration. But then, a calm voice broke through the tension. Don't give up, said Xia Fan, stepping beside Ash. His voice was firm, eyes steady. This world still needs us. And no one, not even Giovanni, can say who wins until the final move is played. Ash met Xia Fan's eyes, and a spark of hope reignited within him. You're right, he said, standing tall. No matter how strong they are, even legends can fall. The others straightened up, rallying behind Ash's conviction. Giovanni only laughed. So idealistic. You still don't understand the power of nature's wrath. You will. He raised his arm. Landorus, Thundurus, Tornadus. Show them. Gengar Deoxys, go. Xia Fan ordered sharply, stepping forward. His two Pokémon darted ahead. The battlefield erupted once again. Gengar and Deoxys clashed with the Cloud Trio, but now they weren't alone. Ash and his companions had joined the fight, releasing their own Pokémon into the fray. Garchomp, Dragonite, Panzage, Golurk, Unpheasant, and even Pikachu still struggling to stand. But Giovanni was prepared. He ordered the rest of the Dragon Shrine to fall back and let the Cloud Trio finish the job. He wanted them to see, feel, just how unstoppable his gods had become. And they did. Within moments, the three cloud gods unleashed devastating waves of energy. In under a minute, most of the Pokémon were down, crushed under the sheer force of the onslaught. Only Gengar and Deoxys remained, holding the line with difficulty. Giovanni laughed like a man who had already won. Look around you. This is power. This is conquest. With them, the Dragon Shrine will rule Unova and the world beyond. Then he turned to Xia Fan with a twisted grin. You've impressed me. A Gengar that can hold its own against legends. A Deoxys under your control. Join me, Xia Fan. You could be more than a soldier. You could be my right hand. Xia Fan's eyes narrowed. Get lost, he spat. Without another word, he pulled out a few revival herbs and handed them to Ash and Iris. Use these. Get everyone back up. Giovanni didn't react with anger. He simply smiled, the smile of a man who believed victory was inevitable. You can heal them all you want. It won't matter. This is the difference between mortals and gods. You'll never close that gap. Sillin stepped forward, teeth clenched in frustration. Xia Fan, we can't win like this. Giovanni's right. The Cloud Trio are too powerful now. We need another plan. Something different. That was the moment Xia Fan had been waiting for. If no one had said it, he would have been forced to suggest it himself. Another method. He pretended to think, then turned to Sillin. Do you have one in mind? Sillin shook his head. Xia Fan turned to Ash and the others. They all looked at each other, equally blank. No one had an answer. We can't exactly sneak up and land a critical hit on Giovanni while he's surrounded, Ash muttered. Let me think. Xia Fan bit his lip dramatically, then clapped his hands. Got it. What is it? Asked Ash, Iris, and Sillin in unison. Xia Fan looked at them with complete seriousness. Throw Pokeballs. What? Ash blinked. Throw Pokeballs, Xia Fan repeated, nodding. Atlandoris. Thundurus. Tornadus. Catch them. Everyone stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Mr. Xia Fan, Iris said cautiously. Are you feeling all right? I'm serious, Xia Fan insisted. They're not in Pokeballs right now. They're being controlled. That means technically they're wild. So what's stopping us from catching them? Zhulan furrowed her brow. Even if that's true, they'd resist. They're too powerful. The Pokeballs would never hold. Maybe, Xia Fan shrugged. But it's our best shot right now. If even one of them gets caught, the balance shifts. Ash scratched his head. Wouldn't it be easier to just ambush Giovanni, knock him out, and end it? Xia Fan smiled faintly. Trust me, this is cleaner and more poetic. Yelled up a Pokeball. Let's go fishing for gods. I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to come up with this method. Although Sanyun God can still be considered a wild contest condition, the probability of catching it with a Pokeball is almost zero. As long as he disagrees, Sanyun God will not agree to be taken in. Even if a miracle really happens and Sanyun God is really taken in and has not been able to break free in the first time, he does not need to panic at all, because Sanyun God's mental contest condition has been firmly controlled by him, and the command is still in his hands, and the other party cannot command him at all. Therefore, in this world, only Boss Giovanni can subdue them and command them to do everything. It seems that I can't just let him become my confidant. Although he is capable of training Pokémon, his brain is a little abnormal. He can come up with such a whimsical and stupid method. Boss Giovanni thought to himself and greatly lowered the score he gave Xia Fan in his heart. Mr. Xia Fan, let's try another method. This method is simply, if it fails, I think it will anger the 3 cloud gods, and then it will be even more troublesome. Ash, Iris, and others tried their best to persuade Xia Fan to give up. This was the first time they stood in the opposite direction of Xia Fan. Listening to their persuasion, Xia Fan asked, but if you don't use this method, what else can you use? If you come up with it, I will change it immediately. This, Ash and Iris looked at each other, the words stuck in their throats. Indeed, apart from Xia Fan's somewhat ridiculous method, they don't have any other methods for the time being. Since there is no solution, then use my method. Don't try to persuade me. It's already this time. No matter how dangerous the method is, it's worth a try. If anything goes wrong, I'll be there to help. After saying that, Xia Fan waved and shouted to soaring in the sky despite everyone's obstruction. Deoxys. The next second, Deoxys in speed form arrived in front of Xia Fan. Its body is covered with scars because of the 3 cloud gods. Take me to soaring in the sky. Xia Fan gave the order, and was then taken to soaring in the sky under the worried eyes of Ash and the others. At this time in the soaring in the sky battlefield, it was completely 3 against 2. Thundurus, Tornadus, and Landorus were besieging Deoxys and Jengar, while Ash and the others' Pokémon were basically eating meat when they went up. Even if they ate Revival Herb to quickly recover from near death to the best contest condition, they would only last less than 10 seconds before being beaten down again. Therefore, basically, only Jengar and Deoxys were able to compete with the 3 cloud gods. Deoxys recover. In order to make the acting more realistic, Deoxys basically doesn't use healing skills after being hit. But when Xia Fan came to soaring in the sky and saw this scene, the first order he gave was to let Deoxys heal. So it turned its head and looked at Xia Fan in confusion. Don't worry. Now that it has come to this, they won't think you were fixing the game just because of your recover. Instead, they will think that I, your master, am far-sighted and considerate of my Pokémon. More importantly, Anyone who knows your Deoxys clan should know that one of your strongest abilities is healing. If you don't use it, it will make people suspicious. Xia Fan said with a smile in the shared spiritual world. Upon hearing this, Deoxys' body flashed a red light, and his injuries healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a light shield emerged to resist the attack from the three cloud gods. While Deoxys was healing himself, Xia Fan began to give the script rehearsal to the three actors on Giovanni's side. In the script, Tornadus will be one of the first cloud gods he officially puts into a Pokeball. 2 seconds later, once Deoxys' wounds were completely healed, the filming of the script officially began. Tornadus and Thundurus all attacked Gengar, while Landorus faced Deoxys alone. In this scenario, Gengar and Deoxys were beaten back step by step. Even though Comrade Gengar used the invincible Dark Pulse that he had improved, he was still beaten and fled madly because his domain was broken up by the powerful force of Tornadus and Thundurus. However, at a critical moment, when Gengar was about to be hit by the combined attack, it evaded swiftly, causing Thundurus' thunder to hit Tornadus, who was about to attack Gengar with his arm hammer. As a result, Tornadus was hit hard by the thunder and fell to the ground. At this time, on another battlefield, Deoxys, who was fighting with Landorus, under the command of Xia Fan, used a teleport to shake off Landorus and came to Tornadus. Under everyone's gaze, the boy riding on Deoxys' back took out a Pokeball from his waist. Then, with a different expression, the boy threw the Pokeball that everyone thought was impossible to succeed towards Tornadus. But the miracle happened at this moment. A situation occurred that made everyone's eyes pop out. The Pokeball hit the wings of Tornadus in Spirit Beast form. The Pokeball opened and a red light flashed, but it was only hit by thunder, and Tornadus, who was not seriously injured, was taken into it. Then the Pokeball bounced back into Xia Fan's hand. Because Xia Fan's body blocked the view, no one could see whether the Pokeball in Xia Fan's hand shook as it did when a Pokemon was first captured. They just waited quietly for a few seconds and found that Tornadus did not break free from the Pokeball. All of their expressions became like this. F***K. That's even possible. That's a legendary Pokemon. A member of the Dragon Shrine burst out directly. Boss Giovanni was looking at Xia Fan on Deoxys' back, his mouth open, unable to speak. He could only hold his aching chest, and he felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Are you kidding me? That's the legendary wind god among the three cloud gods. Even though the contest conditions were acceptable, he was caught by an ordinary Pokeball. It would be fine if you say it's a Master Ball, or he could barely accept any other high-tech ball. But you actually did it with a red and white Pokeball that only cost $200? More importantly, after Tornadus was subdued, he immediately used the power of the mirror to convey resistance instructions to Tornadus, allowing him to break free as soon as possible. But he didn't understand why Tornadus didn't come out. Anyway, he only had one thought now. That is, God of Heaven, there's a 1 in billions chance that something like this could happen to me? Thinking that he felt like Xia Fan's head was kicked by a donkey just now, Boss Giovanni's face began to become more and more embarrassed. Damn, the clown is actually me. At this time, on the other side, Ash and the others didn't look much better when they saw that Mr. Xia Fan had successfully captured Tornadus with just one Pokeball. The expression of shock was palpable. It's unbelievable that Xia Fan actually did it. He put the Tornadus that had just been killing everyone into his Pokeball with just one Pokeball. This is almost impossible. Although they're wild, they're no different from those with owners. As the champion of Sinnoh region, Julan suddenly felt that her championship career over the years had made her live too comfortably, and she had lost all her sense of adventure. If she had been as courageous as Xia Fan just now and dared to challenge the impossible, would she be the one to conquer Tornadus at this moment? At this time, Xia Fan, who was in midair, picked up the Pokeball that captured Tornadus and said to everyone, Ash, Iris, Sillin, Ms. Julan, Mr. Larry, why are you still standing there? I have already demonstrated the solution to the crisis to you. Why don't you try it yourself? Ash and the others looked at each other. Then he involuntarily placed his hands on the unused Pokeballs at his waist, thinking about who to throw at, Thundurus or Landorus. On the other side, Xia Fan's words also stirred the members of the Dragon Shrine. They couldn't help but look down at the pokeballs on their waists. He was thinking whether he should be brave enough to throw a pokeball at Thundurus and Landorus. What if a miracle really happened again, and he could capture one of the two cloud gods? He would make a fortune. What Dragon Shrine? He could retreat without any hesitation. Just like that, a brave member of the Dragon Shrine really threw his pokeball at Landorus, who was fighting with Jengar. But of course, it was easily dodged by Landorus. What are you going to do? Boss Giovanni suddenly turned his head and glared at the young man who had just thrown the ball. Damn, he is so brave that he even dares to throw the ball in front of him. Isn't he afraid of death? No, that's not it, Boss Giovanni. I think we should avoid what happened just now and put the Mikumo god into the Pokeball first. This way, we don't have to worry about what happened just now happening again. The young man hesitated, but fortunately, he had a quick mind at the critical moment and made up a seemingly legitimate reason. Boss Giovanni paused when he heard this. He felt that the young man's words were reasonable and that they really needed to prevent what had just happened from happening again. Although the probability is very small, what if such a miracle happens again, and a legendary Pokémon that should have belonged to their Dragon Shrine is put into the Pokeball? He would be so angry that he would have a cerebral hemorrhage and die on the spot. You can't just throw the ball. Go stop them. I'll take care of the task of putting Thundurus and Landorus into the Pokeball myself. Boss Giovanni shouted, ordering the rest of the Dragon Shrine members to stop Ash and the others who had already started throwing the ball. Although the balls thrown by Ash and the others at this time were dodged or slapped away by Thundurus and Landorus, just like the young man just now, they were still afraid that a second miracle would happen. Just like that, Ash and his friends' ball-throwing behavior was stopped, and they were forced to continue the Pokémon battle with Rajinja and his friends. Boss Giovanni, who issued this order, began to use the shape mirror to order Landorus and Thundurus to get rid of Jengar and Deoxys and come to him, so that they would not resist and be put into his Pokeball. However, after he gave the order and waited for a long time, Landorus and Thundurus, who were fighting fiercely and soaring in the sky, showed no sign of moving towards him and did not even look at him. What's going on? Holding the prepared Pokeball, Giovanni was surprised to find that he could not command Landorus and Thundurus. Boss Giovanni, could it be that they have gone mad with rage and lost their minds, causing the mirror to become uncontrollable? Dr. Zager, who had been staying nearby, whispered. He had heard the order that Boss Giovanni had just given through the mirror. Is that really the case? Boss Giovanni glared at Zager angrily. Shouldn't the power of the shaped mirror be controlled, even if they lose their minds? But there is no other explanation now. Dr. Zager wiped the sweat off his face nervously. Boss Giovanni, the most urgent thing now is for us to put Landorus and Thundurus into the Pokeball to prevent what happened just now from happening again. At this time, Xia Fan, who was still on Deoxys' back, called out to Ash and the others below. Ash, Irisylin, do you have any Pokeballs that you haven't used yet? I've run out of mine. In order to make the performance more realistic, Xia Fan just threw more than a dozen Pokeballs at Landorus and Thundurus in the air, and all these Pokeballs were destroyed by Landorus and Thundurus. Mr. Xia Fan, take this. Ash decisively took out 3 empty Pokeballs from his backpack and threw them to Xia Fan. Xia Fan, who received the Pokeball, expressed his gratitude and, behind everyone's back, quietly replaced one of the Pokeballs with the Pokeball Xia Fan had used to capture Thundurus earlier. Then, he threw a Pokeball towards the nearest Thundurus, and the Pokeball was turned into powder by Thundurus Thundershock. Teleport. Xia Fan patted Deoxys back gently, and the next second, they appeared behind Thundurus, throwing the ball again under the watchful eyes of everyone. This time, he succeeded again and received Thundurus into the Pokeball, and Thundurus did not escape from it. The people below were dumbfounded. What kind of luck is this? Miracles happened twice in a row, and I captured legendary Pokémon with Pokeball. If there was still doubt before that it was a problem with the ball, then there was no reason to doubt it now, because everyone heard what Xia Fan said just now, that he had no balls and needed to ask others for them. and the person who gave him the balls was Ash, who gave him 3 red and white balls worth 200 yuan. Could he be the legendary European emperor? His luck is outrageous. I suddenly understand why he can own a Deoxys. The players of the Dragon Shrine looked at Xia Fan with mixed feelings. They all consider themselves African gamers. Legendary Pokémon are basically out of their reach. They have never thought that they can catch legendary Pokémon with a 200 yuan Pokeball like the red and white ball. If this person isn't the European Emperor, who else could be the European Emperor? Boss Giovanni, hurry up and put Landorus back into the Pokeball. If you don't, I'm afraid Landorus will be put into the Pokeball too. When Dr. Zager saw that Xia Fan actually put Thundurus into the Pokeball, he panicked and ignored Giovanni's previous authority as the boss, and pushed him to wake up from the shock. After being frightened by Xia Fan again, Bama Boss woke up from the shove and asked, Zager, did that guy really put Thundurus into the Pokeball just now? Yes, Boss Giovanni. Please quickly put Landorus into the Pokeball as well. Dr. Zager hurriedly urged them on, fearing that Boss Giovanni would be so shocked that the last Cloud God would also be taken away by Xia Fan. Have you forgotten what you said in front of President Ling Feng? Hearing the name of President Ling Feng, Boss Giovanni was startled and completely smelling salts came over. He prepared to throw the ball to Landorus without caring about his image, and at the same time, let the mirror convey the instruction to Landorus not to resist the Pokeball he threw. President Ling Feng is the real boss of the Dragon Shrine, and Boss Giovanni is now the second in command in the society. The reason why Giovanni was able to come alone for this operation and gain the power to control the 3 Cloud Gods is not only because Ling Feng was unable to come for some reason, but also because he was not afraid that Boss Giovanni would rebel because of this. Because Giovanni swallowed a poison for which only Ling Feng, the president of the Dragon Shrine, had the antidote. As long as Giovanni successfully brings the 3 Cloud Gods to Ling Feng, the antidote will be available, and he will be able to return to Chengdu and Kanto to seize the power that should have belonged to him. Landorus, you are mine. Boss Giovanni roared and threw the Pokeball out. Facing the ball he threw, most people couldn't help but look up, because he has the shaping mirror. Most people think that if it weren't for Xia Fan, he would be the one who could easily subdue the 3 Cloud Gods. But at this moment, a new shocking scene appeared. Landorus, who was fighting with Jengar, faced the Pokeball thrown at him and actually opened his fong-filled mouth. Click! Landorus bit the Pokeball that was thrown at him and crushed it into pieces. Then he let out a tiger roar in the direction of Boss Giovanni, as if to warn him. Everyone looked at Boss Giovanni in surprise. He had a mirror that could control the 3 Cloud Gods, but he couldn't even subdue Landorus. What was he doing? Landorus, you! Giovanni Old Hideki was frustrated. Giovanni, Old Conference, is not related to Meloetta. It is rebelling against us and the power of the mirror, leading Landorus to lose his mind and even harboring ill will towards us. Dr. Zager analyzed the reason with a cold sweat. What should we do then? Boss Giovanni said unhappily, give me a quick solution. Throw the ball to Meloetta. Once Meloetta is inside the ball, the brainwashing device inside the Pokeball will brainwash her, and we're down her will to resist us. This should make it easier to subdue Landorus. Dr. Zager said after a few seconds of hesitation. And Meloetta is different from Landorus. Now, it is suppressed by the stone tablet and cannot resist the Pokeball at all. Boss Giovanni paused after hearing this and thought that what Dr. Zager said made sense, and then took out another Pokeball. At this moment, a member of the Dragon Shrine exclaimed in his ear, Xia Fan is going to throw the ball to Meloetta. These words scared Giovanni and Dr. Zager so much that their scalps tingled. They turned their heads and actually saw Xia Fan appear next to the stone tablet that trapped Meloetta, holding a Pokeball in his hand. Stop! Boss Giovanni drinks a lot. At the same time, throw the Pokeball in your hand towards Meloetta. But it was too late. He saw a flash of red light, and Xia Fan smiled and looked at Boss Giovanni, put the easiest to capture Phantom Pokemon in the scene into the Pokeball, and then teleported and was taken away from the stone tablet by Deoxys. Giovanni Boss's Pokeball can only hit an empty stone tablet with nothing on it. Ding! Successfully captured the phantom Pokémon Meloetta. Please select one of the skills as your skill. The long-lost system prompt sound rang in Xia Fan's mind. Normal type and psychic type phantom Pokémon. Meloetta, singing form. Gender, none. Ability, T-on-N. Thanks to T-on-N, the additional effects of the moves are more likely to appear. Carrying things, none. Normal type and fighting type phantom Pokémon. Meloetta, dancing form. Ability, T-on-N. Thanks to T-on-N, the additional effects of the moves are more likely to appear. Skills are as follows. Sing. Let rival listen to comfortable and beautiful songs and fall into the sleep contest condition. This move is ineffective against Pokémon with the insomnia, energetic, and soundproof abilities. Teeter dance. Dance shakily, causing all Pokémon around you to fall into a contest condition. This move does not distinguish between friend and foe except yourself, and only Pokémon with the ability of doing what you want will not fall into contest condition. Wake Up Slap. Deals greater damage to rival in the sleep contest condition, but rival will wake up from sleep instead. Role play. Role play rival. Make your ability the same as rival, until you fall down or put into a Pokeball. Perish Song. The Pokémon that listens to the song will fall into a state of frequent death after a period of time, unless the Pokémon is replaced. Relic Song. Let rival listen to Relic Song. Move rival's heart and attack. Control their sadness and joy, and even various emotional changes. Sometimes let rival fall in a sleep contest condition, 10% chance. Psybeam. Shoots a magical beam at rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into confusion. Echoed Voice. Use Echoed Voice to attack rival. If a Pokémon uses this move every round, the power will be doubled. Pokémon with the soundproof ability are immune to this move. Hyper Voice. Gives rival a loud and noisy, huge vibration to attack. Pokémon with the soundproof ability are immune to this move. Meloetta's skills are mostly sonic attacks. Xia Fan looked at her from top to bottom, and her expression didn't fluctuate much. The only thing that caught his eye was Meloetta's unique skill, Normal Type's Relic Song, a skill that can control rivals' mood changes through Sing. This skill is really bad if you think about it carefully. In addition to being very helpful in combat, it is also a skill with great commercial value. Just imagine, if a singer has such a skill, he would be extremely awesome. Every show would be packed. He could make them happy when he wants, cry when he wants, or dance disco in broad daylight when he wants. He could play with the emotions of a group of people at his fingertips and make them love him to death. Although it is possible that they fall asleep while listening, the probability is very small. In short, this exclusive skill is much better than other sonic attack skills and is very practical. System. I choose Meloetta's Relic Song. Following Xia Fan's choice, the words Relic Song appeared in the skill column in his mind soon. At the same time, he felt that his body had undergone new changes, as if he had naturally learned some singing techniques. After all, he can't control other people's emotions with his tune-deaf singing. In this case, Xia Fan felt that he could only control other people's rage and other negative emotions, and he could not have any other good positive emotions. Boss Giovanni. Just as Xia Fan was still immersed in the joy of acquiring new skills, he heard the exclamations of the Dragon Shrine members. He turned his head and saw that Boss Giovanni was lying on the ground with a very painful expression, as if he had just received Meloetta's Pokeball and it had had some bad influence on him. Xia Fan's pupils shrank as he discovered that a circular pattern had appeared on Boss Giovanni's forehead. The pattern seemed to be branded, and the runes carved inside looked very much like a writing mirror. He turned his head and discovered that the writing mirror that was originally placed on the small stone pillar had disappeared at some point. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Boss Giovanni, who was lying on the ground in agony, started laughing inexplicably. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to be in a crazy contest condition. This feels so good. That's right. Power, what I pursue, is destruction. Boss Giovanni stood up from the ground, and a red light bloomed under his feet. Landorus, who was supposed to continue acting with Jengar, had clear eyes that turned blood red again and flashed like lightning behind Boss Giovanni. Xia Fan frowned slightly. The scene before him was something he had not expected. Boss Giovanni. Dr. Zager looked at Boss Banmu in surprise as his temperament suddenly changed and slowly backed away nervously. Some members of the Dragon Shrine were also astonished by Boss Giovanni's change and asked Zager because he was the closest to Boss Giovanni just now. I don't know either. Just now, when Meloetta was put into the Pokeball by that guy, the mirror suddenly rushed into Boss Giovanni's body, and then he became like this. Dr. Zager looked down at the notebook in his hand, trying to see if there was any research information he had missed. Go ahead, destroy this Unova place, destroy this world. No one can stop us. At this time, Boss Giovanni, with a crazy look, gave orders to Landorus, who was controlled again. Landorus then rushed towards soaring in the sky, and countless huge rocks appeared out of thin air above his head and began to smash towards the frozen sea in Undella Town dozens of miles away. Looking at these huge rocks, everyone was in a panic. What the hell is going on? Ash was shocked. The battle just now was not so exaggerated. How come it was like the end of the world all of a sudden? It's because of Meloetta. Larry, who had been silent all this time, explained the reason to everyone. It exists to maintain the balance between the power of nature possessed by the 3 legendary Pokémon and the spirit of the summoner. Now, Meloetta has been put into the Pokeball by Xia Fan. Without mental balance, the man named Giovanni has been engulfed by his own evil desires and has become a body of desire with the goal of destroying everything. And Landorus, without the influence of Meloetta, has begun to grow in power infinitely and has begun to synchronize the desires of Giovanni because of the writing mirror. As he spoke, Landorus, whose desire was synchronized with that of Boss Giovanni, released a destructive death ray towards the ruins, even though Boss Giovanni was there below. Everyone was shocked by this action. Some members of the Dragon Shrine quickly ordered their Pokémon to resist, but the Pokémon they attacked were simply unable to resist Landorus's destructive ray. Their attack and defense skills were like paper and could not cause any hindrance to the destructive ray. Except for the mad Boss Giovanni, everyone else on the ruins panicked immediately and thought they were going to die here. Fortunately, there are still Pokémon that can resist. Just when everyone is in despair, Deoxys in mid-air sends a teleport under Xia Fan's command, and a huge safeguard appears above everyone's head, covering everyone in the ruins. The destructive death light, along with the stones summoned by Landorus, hit it, causing ripples, but it could not break it. The people below breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that their lives were saved. Then is there any way to stop it? Xia Fan lowered his head and asked Larry below. Just now, when Landorus lost his mind again, he tried to wake him up again, but failed this time. Have the man named Giovanni, smelling salts, come over and take out the lithographic mirror, and then Landorus's desire synchronization will end. Larry said, let him smelling salts come over. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Boss Giovanni, who was heavily protected by the members of the Dragon Shrine. This was difficult for others, but it was easy for him. Deoxys. Xia Fan patted Deoxys' shoulder. Deoxys, who was using Safeguard to protect everyone, immediately changed from defense mode to attack mode. Its tentacles continued to differentiate in the attack mode. 3 seconds later, nearly 100 pairs of tentacles flew downwards, firmly controlling the Dragon Shrine members with a force that they could not resist, and brought Boss Giovanni to Xia Fan. At this time, Boss Giovanni had completely lost his mind. Even when he was caught by Deoxys and brought in front of Xia Fan, he did not panic at all and kept shouting that he would destroy the world. Let him smelling salts come over. Xia Fan looked at Giovanni. A smile gradually appeared on the corners of his mouth, and then he threw a Pokeball. A red light flashed, and Meloetta was released. At this time, its contest condition looked quite good. Meloetta, do you want to retaliate? Xia Fan asked with a smile. Meloetta looked at the insane Boss Giovanni and remembered how she had been tortured by this man not long ago, so she nodded repeatedly. Very good. then use the wake-up slap on him. The angrier you are, the harder you hit him. Xia Fan said. Meloetta didn't hesitate at all. She started to sing, then turned into a dance and slapped Giovanni's face wildly. Papa papa. After a while, Boss Giovanni became too much to bear watching. His face was swollen like a pig. If they didn't know each other, no one could imagine that the once powerful Boss Giovanni from Normal would one day look like this. But Boss Giovanni was really smelling salts because of this. The scarlet eyes gradually became clear. The pattern on the forehead slowly disappeared, and the writing mirror flew out of his body. Xia Fan, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately grabbed the flying writing mirror with one hand. This is a treasure that can transform the form of the 3 cloud gods, so he must take it. Bite! 2 seconds after Xia Fan touched the writing mirror, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, the Shape Mirror, which is a magical mirror that can transform Pokémon back to their original appearance by shining it in the mirror. This item can switch Landorus, Thundurus, and Tornadus between Spirit Beast form and Incarnation form. Note, this item can only be used by those with strong spirits. Otherwise, there is a danger of being swallowed by the will of the 3 cloud gods or by one's own desires. Hearing this reminder, Xia Fan smiled. The one with strong spirit. Isn't this referring to himself? The 3 cloud gods will devouring him, not to mention whether he is afraid or not, just standing there and letting them devour his will. Do they dare? If they dare, I'll smash their heads. As for his own desires, his mental strength has become extremely powerful after being strengthened many times by the system. It would be terrible if he couldn't even control this desire. Therefore, the best user of this writing mirror should be yourself. What happened? Boss Giovanni, who was awakened by Meloetta's wake-up slap, looked around in a daze. When he saw Meloetta, Xia Fan, and Deoxys in front of him, he was shocked, especially when he realized that he was caught in midair by Deoxys. He was completely panicked. What are you doing? Let me go. Giovanni the Elder blushed and tried to break free from Deoxys's restraints. But Deoxys's restraints were so difficult even for Pokémon to break free of. How could he possibly break free on his own? Pa, 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 pa. Instead, he was too noisy and got slapped a few times by Meloetta. After these slaps, Boss Giovanni calmed down and could only look at ground and the losers who were also tied up. Meloetta looked at Xia Fan and stretched out her slender hands, palms facing up, slightly red. It seemed like it wanted to tell Xia Fan that it was tired of taking pictures and didn't want to take pictures anymore. At the same time, it meant that its anger had subsided and signaled Xia Fan that it could let go of Boss Giovanni. Think punishment to this can be. Xia Fan touched its head lovingly. Since Meloetta said so, he would follow his arrangement and release Giovanni. However, this was only temporary. As a man who valued money more than anything else, Xia still had to collect some interest, especially from Giovanni. Deoxys. Xia Fan patted Deoxys back gently, and the next second, the tentacles on Boss Giovanni and the members of the Dragon Shrine were retracted. Boss Giovanni fell from midair and landed on a bear tick. After a cry of pain, he called on the members to quickly protect him and retreat. After the last Landorus, he chose to give up. The enemy was strong and he was weak, so saving his life was the first choice. The key was that he no longer had the shape-shifting mirror on him, so he had no possibility of controlling Landorus at all. Xiaohuan followed them. Watching the Dragon Shrine members rushing into the helicopter to escape, Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth and gave instructions to Mew on his shoulder. Mew then jumped into Xia Fan's arms, took advantage of the blind spot, and teleported away, but still left a substitute. Dragon Shrine, don't even think about escaping. Ash, who was full of justice, also wanted to stop it and shouted loudly. When he was about to command Pikachu to charge forward with a thunderbolt, he was stopped by Xia Fan from soaring in the sky. Ash, don't chase us. Stopping Landorus is the most important thing right now. Hateful. Hearing Xia Fan's voice, Ash stopped, stomped the stomping tantrum angrily, and looked up at the sky. At this time in the sky, Landorus was fighting with Jengar while attacking Deoxys' safeguard and controlling countless rubble to fall from soaring in the sky, trying to destroy the surrounding towns. Mr. Larry, didn't they say that by waking up Boss Giovanni and taking out the writing mirror, Landorus could be stopped? But why is it still in an out-of-control contest condition and wants to destroy the world? Ash asked Larry. I don't know either. Larry looked embarrassed. I can only guess that Giovanni's desire is too strong, causing Landorus to be unable to wake up in a short time after synchronization. Maybe we need the power of the shape mirror and Meloetta to control it again and wake it up by force. Yes, that's what we should do. Larry's expression changed from embarrassment to determination. When he was about to loudly give Xia Fan some advice again, a sound came from soaring in the sky. Bang! Deoxys' safeguard was finally broken by Landorus' rock throw plus the destructive death ray. Don't use the mirror and Meloetta's power. Since I've already put Thundurus and Tornadus into the Pokeball, I should also put Landorus into the Pokeball. Besides, we have to believe in high technology. The awakening effect in the Pokeball is not bad. Before Larry could give him any advice, Xia Fan quickly gave Deoxys instructions, asking him to use confusion to protect Ash and the others while rushing towards Landorus. Whoosh! Changing from attack mode to speed mode, Deoxys was like a stream of red light, shuttling through the dense rock throws like a teleport, and approached behind Landorus in an instant. Then changing from speed mode to attack mode again, with dozens of tentacles stretching out to firmly grasp Landorus' limbs. At this time, Deoxys had been allowed by Xia Fan to use his true power. Anyway, it was already the final moment, so even if Ash and the others wanted to see something, they couldn't because he was going to throw the ball. Taking out the Pokeball that belonged to Landorus, Xia Fan threw it over. A red light flashed, and the madly roaring Landorus was taken in. 3 seconds later, Landorus's panicked apology sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Apparently, the Pokeball's awakening effect took effect, causing Landorus to wake up from his rage. Xia Fan then released it, Tornadus and Thundurus to resolve the disaster. As the saying goes, blackening is 3 times more powerful. When smelling salts came over to Landorus, Xia Fan felt that the speed at which it released the skill was much slower than when it was originally released. When it was affected by Boss Giovanni, the overwhelming rock throw appeared out of thin air, and it was instantaneous. Now that smelling salts came over, it took more than 10 seconds for the overwhelming rock throw to disappear. Then, the 3 cloud gods spent another 10 seconds melting the frozen sea and the surrounding towns. All right, everyone, we have succeeded. We have saved the Unova region and the world. Xia Fan brought Mikumo, Celestic Meloetta back to the crowd, and everyone excitedly expressed their gratitude to him. Riot. After Mr. Larry expressed his gratitude to Xia Fan, he excitedly hugged Meloetta, and Meloetta also excitedly jumped into his arms. Xia Fan did not stop them. Larry and his ancestors have been Meloetta's protectors for generations, and he felt embarrassed to stop others from being intimate with him. Although, he is now nominally the master of Meloetta. Xia Fan, I really don't know what to say to you. How on earth did you manage to capture legendary Pokémon with just a random throw? 3 legendary Pokémon and 1 mythical Pokémon. Even if Meloetta couldn't resist them at the time, the 3 cloud gods wouldn't be that easy to collect into a Pokeball. And yet, you captured Tornadus with the first throw. Miss Julon put her hands on her hips and looked at Xia Fan in amazement. Everyone was looking at Xia Fan closely, including Ash. Although Xia Fan had answered this topic before, they still couldn't believe it every time they saw Xia Fan capture a legendary Pokemon so easily. Even Larry, who was reminiscing about the past with Meloetta, couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xia Fan, wanting to hear his answer. This luck is really amazing. Sure enough, I knew I would ask this question again. Xia Fan, who was already prepared, smiled and casually said the common excuse. It's very simple. I just threw the ball like this. I didn't expect it to be successful. Xia Fan spread his hands with an expression that said, God has granted my wish, and there's nothing I can do about it. But why can't we succeed? I also threw the ball at them just now, but the ball was smashed to pieces in midair by Thunderous Thundershock. The same was true for Sillin. Julon gritted her teeth. She was not satisfied with Xia Fan's answer and felt that he was hiding something. Mr. Xia Fan, do you have any special Pokeball? Iris couldn't help but guess. Don't worry, we will never tell anyone. We swear. Yeah, we can swear if the outer legend is Thunderstrike. The others nodded repeatedly, staring at Xia Fan with their eyes wide open, waiting for an answer. Really? I really only used ordinary Pokeballs. Have you forgotten that except for Tornadus, Thundurus, Landorus, and Meloetta, the ones I used were all obtained from you? If you don't believe me, I can swear that if I lied to you, I will be struck by lightning. Xia Fan's acting skills exploded, and his anger and frustration when he swore seemed real. Anyway, he is not afraid of being struck by lightning, so swearing is like farting, he just says it casually. But Julon and Ash didn't know. After listening to Xia Fan's answer, they remembered that Xia Fan seemed to have used up all the balls before. He borrowed Pokeballs from them to collect Landorus, Thundurus, and Meloetta. In this case, there is no other explanation except luck. They looked at each other and began to apologize to Xia Fan, apologizing for not believing Xia Fan. Maybe there really are perverts in this world whose luck is so good that it drives people crazy, and Xia Fan happens to be such a pervert. Forget it. My luck is so good that I can't even believe it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to subdue Deoxys and the others. Facing everyone's apologies, Xia Fan waved his hands, telling them not to mind, as he had gotten used to it. Then Mr. Xia Fan, what are you going to do with them and Meloetta? Are you going to keep them with you forever? After talking about capturing Pokémon, Iris asked about the management of legendary Pokémon. This question made Larry P*** K up his ears. What he was most worried about now was that Xia Fan would subdue Meloetta and take her away by herself. What would their guardian family do then? What should I do with them? What else can I do? Of course, the same as before, set them free. I captured them just now to save the world. Xia Fan said, as if it was a matter of course. Do you think I'm the one who has the legend Pokémon? Release them. Miss Julon's eyes widened. She didn't expect Xia Fan to do this. That was a legendary Pokémon. Mr. Larry was overjoyed. He didn't expect Xia Fan to be so good. Even Sanyan Shun himself looked at Xia Fan in surprise. He didn't expect that Xia Baopi would choose to release them. Did he have a change of heart? But 2 seconds later, they felt that they were overthinking. Xia Baopi is still the same Xia Baopi, just not the normal kind of hiding, but the kind that is hidden to the extreme. No wonder Reiku said that he would rather believe that there are real ghosts in this world than believe what Xia said. He is so damn good at scheming. Because he was actually in a shared spiritual world, and when Xia Fan was about to release them out of righteousness, he stopped the 3 of them and told Ash and the others telepathically that the 3 cloud gods had been convinced by his personal charm and were willing to follow him voluntarily. He is simply not a human being. I'll spit first. Just like that. After a while, Xia Fan took out the Pokeballs of Tornadus, Landorus, and Thundurus in front of Ash and the others. As for Meloetta's, for some reason, Xia Fan had not taken it out yet. Holding the 3 Pokeballs, Xia Fan looked at the 3 cloud gods with a smile. Landorus, Thundurus, Tornadus, you are free again. After saying that, Xia Fan threw the ball to the ground under the gaze of Ash and others. Buzz. However, just as the Pokeball was about to land on the ground, it froze and then floated back into Xia Fan's hand. Land. Thunder. Tornado. Sanyan Shun followed what Xia Fan said and began his acting explosion. Float between Xia Fan and Ash. Use telepathy to tell them that the 3 of them recognized Xia Fan's heroic performance today and were willing to become his Pokemon. They thought it would be fun to travel with him, so they should not destroy the Pokeball. Also, once they were captured by him, they would not have to worry about being disturbed by other humans in the future. Really, after they finished explaining, Xia Fan showed a hint of surprise at the right time, letting everyone see that deep down in his heart, he still wanted the 3 cloud gods to follow him, but for the sake of justice, he chose to give them freedom. Landorus, Tornadus, and Thundurus all wanted to punch him. This fella is really good at acting. After Ash and the others heard Mykamashin's explanation, they had nothing more to say. Everyone else followed Xia Fan voluntarily, so what else could they say? They couldn't break them up by force. We can only wish Xia Fan to harvest 3 more legendary Pokémon. Mr. Larry, on the other hand, was obsessed with Meloetta, whom he was protecting. He asked Xia Fan to release her as soon as possible so that he could take Meloetta back to the forest and continue his seclusion. "Where's Meloetta? We can set it free now," Larry asked urgently. "Certainly." Xia Fan took out Meloetta's Pokeball. Then he smiled as he watched Meloetta float out of Larry's arms. "Meloetta, I will not restrict your freedom." Xia Fan was about to smash the Pokeball towards the ground decisively, just like he had just smashed the Pokeball towards the 3 Cloud Gods. However, just as he threw it, Meloetta shouted, quickly flew over, and caught the Pokeball. Then, it actually expressed its desire to travel with Xia Fan, just like Sanyan God. "Really, Meloetta, you're willing to follow me too." Xia Fan was surprised again, and he looked even more surprised than when Sanyan Shin voluntarily followed him just now. This Xia Ba Pai is really good at using tricks. Comrade Laozu, who floated to the back and witnessed everything, sneered at Xia Fan's surprised expression. Who is Xia Fan? As a Jengar ancestor who has devoted himself to research and is determined to become the 2nd generation of skinning ghosts, how could he not know him? Is Xia Fan someone who is willing to release the captured legendary Pokémon? I'm dreaming. Up to now, it doesn't know who Xia has released. Meloetta, you must have fallen into his trap. The old ancestor felt something was wrong when he only took out the Pokeballs of the 3 Cloud Gods for the first time. He couldn't smash all 4 shrunken Pokeballs at once. Do we have to smash those 3 actors first? Obviously, he wanted those 3 actors to move the innocent Meloetta so that she would voluntarily follow him. However, it is also good this way. The ancestor Jengar can always be with Meloetta, and there is plenty of time for Meloetta to fall in love with him. Meloetta, if we were to say who felt the most uncomfortable among those present, it would be Mr. Larry, who looked at Meloetta in disbelief. It was hard to believe that it would choose to be with Xia Fan and abandon their guardian family that had been with it since ancient times. "Won't you come back with me?" Mr. Larry's voice trembled a little. He couldn't imagine the scene where Meloetta no longer needed their protection, and how angry the elders in the tribe would be. The meaning of their lives since childhood was to protect Meloetta. Mr. Larry, Ash, and the others looked at Mr. Larry with sympathy. If it were them, they would also collapse if the person they had protected since childhood and regarded as their life suddenly chose to leave them. But this is Meloetta's own choice, and no one could stop her. These days, they all feel that Meloetta likes Xia Fan very much, and this choice now cannot be said to be unexpected. Melo. Mr. Larry's painful look made Meloetta feel embarrassed. He glanced at Xia Fan, who wanted to follow him, and then glanced at Larry, who had been taking care of him all year round. No matter which side you choose, it will cause pain to the other side and yourself. However, at this moment Xia Fan walked up with a smile, touched Meloetta's little head, and said to Larry, "Mr. Larry, I know that your clan has been protecting Meloetta since ancient times, and they are willing to give up their freedom for this. If Meloetta leaves rashly and never comes back, it will definitely cause unrest in the clan. In order to prevent Meloetta from being sad and to prevent unrest in your clan, I just thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. I wonder if you are willing to listen to it." Mr. Larry paused and said urgently, "What method? Tell me. Respect Meloetta's choice and become my Pokémon." Xia Fan was halfway through his words when he saw Larry getting anxious. So he quickly explained, "Wait a minute. I'm not saying that you can't continue to be its guardian. Just listen to me. I think the reason why Meloetta wants to travel with me is that she likes me, and maybe it's because she's bored of staying in the deep forest for so long, and she wants to see new things. If she sees more and gets tired of playing in the future, she will definitely miss you. After all, your clan has protected her for thousands of years, which I definitely can't compare to. It's natural." Mr. Larry's face began to look much better. "So, you can just treat it as a deposit with me. Every once in a while, you can bring someone over to pick up Meloetta and take her to live with the tribe. When Meloetta wants to go out and play again, you can contact me and I'll bring her over. The key is that you don't have to worry about safety issues. I believe you have seen my strength and lineup, but I don't know if you agree with this method. Xia Fan's words made Larry look better. He felt that there was nothing wrong with this method. It was indeed the best of both worlds. It took both Meloetta and their family into consideration. More importantly, Meloetta's safety was the most important thing. After today, he felt that no one would be able to threaten her. After all, behind Xia Fan, in addition to the two powerful Deoxys and Jengar, there is also the three cloud gods who control the powerful nature power. If someone could snatch Meloetta from him with this lineup, then it wouldn't be difficult to snatch her from their tribe again. I need to go back to the tribe and talk to the elders. It will only work if they agree. They all respect Meloetta's choice, so. Mr. Larry glanced at Xia Fan, then at Meloetta, and blinked. Xia Fan understood what he meant. Take Meloetta back to the tribe and ask the elders for their advice. I trust you, and I believe you will trust me to take good care of Meloetta. Thank you. Larry finally smiled. Similarly, Xia Fan also smiled. After arranging Meloetta, he began the finishing work, letting Landorus, Thundurus, and Tornadus sink the entire ancient ruins to the bottom of the sea again. During the process, Xia Fan used the skills substitute again when everyone was preparing to go back, allowing him to take Mew's substitute and everyone back to Undella Town. His real body hid in the sea water and came out only after they disappeared from his sight. He threw out 3 Pokeballs and released the 3 cloud gods that he had taken back in front of Ash and the others not long ago. Xia Fan took out the shape-writing mirror and shone it on the 3 of them one by one. In the blink of an eye, the 3 cloud gods in the form of spirit beasts returned to their original incarnation forms. Okay, the 3 of you go back to Chengdu region and help Jesse James and the others plant the grass of resurrection. Xia Fan took back the shape-writing mirror, said goodbye to the 3 cloud gods, and flew northwest alone. The 3 cloud gods looked at each other, sighed for their upcoming hard lives, and then flew in the opposite direction of Xia Fan. Xia Fan flew for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, he saw the fighter plane that Boss Giovanni and his men had taken to escape not long ago on a deserted island. He was sitting on the wing. When he saw Xia Fan coming, he immediately flew over and circled around Xia Fan. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Huan. Xia Fan touched Mew's little head lovingly, and then a teleport appeared inside the plane. All the members of the Dragon Shrine on the plane have fallen asleep. Xia Fan looked at them and couldn't help but smile, especially when she saw Boss Giovanni. Her smile was the most intense. She walked towards him first with her cell phone in hand. This is a very rich man. Half an hour later, Xia Fan, with a smile on her face, left the plane with Mew. They didn't take anything away except a string of numbers. It took another half an hour for Xia Fan and Mew to return to Undella Town. At this time, Meloetta sat on Mr. Larry's shoulders and said goodbye to everyone. As he had said to Xia Fan before, Larry will take Meloetta back to the depths of the forest and inform the elders of the tribe about Meloetta's desire to travel with the trainer. He will also let Meloetta stay in the deep forest for a while. It may take 3 or 4 months for him to return to the group next time. When Xia Fan and the others came back, it was the last stage of the farewell ceremony, and Ash's Oshawott cried his heart out. It's like the separation of life and death. Jengar's voice kept ringing in Xia Fan's mind, urging him to let it go and say goodbye to its goddess Meloetta, but Xia Fan did not agree. Meloetta is different from other captured Pokémon. Xia Fan did not let Jengar and other Pokémon tell it some things about itself and its abilities in order to prevent Meloetta from finding out that it had been tricked from the beginning and being heartbroken and simply not coming back. Xia Fan still has some idea about this. If Cresselia is equivalent to a mature and cold beauty among humans, then Meloetta is a simple and lovely innocent girl among humans. As an innocent girl, she certainly cannot accept that her master is actually a black-bellied and scheming king. Therefore, it is better not to tell it, and let it always regard this as a good master in its heart. Anyway, He does not need Melota to fight. He just needs a vase. Although it's a bit cruel, the truth is there. After Melota left, everyone who saw her off had a gloomy look on their face. In this dull environment, Xia Fan took advantage of everyone's inattention and, together with Mew, switched himself and substitute back. When we returned to Julan's villa, a piece of news brought some joy to the depressing atmosphere. Butler Jerome told everyone that the new Unova Alliance will be held in 2 months in High City near Oplucid City. Really, Ash was very excited when he heard the news. The dullness was swept away. After several months of waiting, he finally waited until today. It's true. The Pokémon Center just called me and asked me to inform you and Mr. Xia Fan. Jeremy said with a smile. After receiving the confirmation, Ash immediately jumped up, wishing he could run to Hihiko City right away. Okay, there's still 2 months left. You can make it. Don't be so anxious. Just take another night's rest. Miss Julan smiled and shook her head. In this way, the group rested for another night in Miss Takran's villa. The next morning, after thanking Takran for her care over the past few months, they headed towards Hihiro City. Time passes by little. 2 months passed quickly in the Pokemon world. Although the journey was a bit long, and they passed by Iris' hometown, Dragon Town, which delayed them some time, they still arrived in High City the day before the conference. 3 men and 1 woman walked out from a jungle path. One of the boys, wearing a hat and with a Pikachu on his shoulder, looked at the town below and said excitedly, "Is that Hihiko City? We're finally here." A young man holding an electronic map next to him looked at the town in the distance, then glanced at the map in his hand, smiled and nodded. "Yes, this is the venue of the Hibiki conference, Hibiki City." The only girl said, "Since it's correct, let's run over there." After she finished speaking, she ran towards the town happily, followed by the boy and young man who had just spoken, leaving only a boy who also had a Pikachu standing on his shoulder standing there. He looked at the 3 people running, smiled, and shook his head, then followed them. However, no one noticed that the young man's walking speed was as fast as the 3 people in front of him running. He followed closely behind the 3 people, and only when the 3 people turned around did he immediately pretend to run. 20 minutes later, the 4 entered High City. As soon as they entered High City, Ash began to encounter powerful enemies in the Unova region one after another, just like in the Sinnoh region. Trip, Bianca, Steven, and Basil, who owns all the EV evolutions. Among them, Bugle was someone I met a month ago. He was a member of the Pokemon rescue team. When we met, he was fighting a fire in the mountains. Xia Fan and others helped him put out the fire, and then they became friends. As it was almost night, the group followed him to where he lived. While chatting at night, Xia Fan learned from him a very interesting story. That is, a month ago, he met Mewtwo in this mountain range, which was the day when Xia Fan and his friends were in Undella Town and Boss Giovanni used the shape-writing mirror to summon the 3 cloud gods. At that time, Mewtwo was targeted by a group of guys who claimed to be the Dragon Shrine and Pokemon hunters. They drove dozens of helicopters and ordered hundreds of Pokemon to surround Mewtwo and try to capture it. At that time, Bagel was just a small rescue team. Although he wanted to rescue, he was outnumbered and was stopped by several members of the Dragon Shrine. He could only witness the entire capture process by the Dragon Shrine and Pokemon hunters. The result of that battle was that Mewtwo won, transforming into a form he had never seen before, with terrifying speed and powerful strength, instantly causing dozens of helicopters to explode in the air and hundreds of Pokemon to fall at its feet. However, at that time, it was also injured by the high technology of the Dragon Shrine and the Pokemon Hunter Organization. After causing the Dragon Shrine and the Pokemon Hunter Organization to pay a heavy price, it disappeared from the forest and never appeared again, which is very sad. Xia Fan was quite excited when he heard the news, and he ran out while everyone was asleep, wanting to use the perception of the Divine Beast to sense whether Mewtwo was still there. Unfortunately, after staying up all night and searching the whole mountain, the perception of the Divine Beast still did not respond. Xia Fan had to give up and continued on his journey with Ash and the others the next day. After chatting with Ash's rivals for a while, they all headed to the Pokemon Center to register for the competition. Just like when participating in the Sinnoh Alliance, after registering for the competition, you will receive the player room key prepared for this competition. The group began to visit their respective dormitories. Ash, Xia Fan, where is your dormitory? On the way to find the dormitory, Bianca felt that the road was a bit boring and asked Xia Fan and Ash. The third floor of Building A. Ash said with a smile. Me too, but my room is next to his. Xia Fan said isolation with his hands on the back of his head. Bianca, same as me. It seems that we who register together will be arranged on the third floor of Building A in order. Bajur, then let's have a good rest today. Stephen, the fattest among the group, quickly suggested. That's right. How about this? Since we are all in the same building, why don't we go to the sauna to get comfortable, then recuperate and get enough sleep? You are an old man. Iris, who was walking in front, couldn't help but turn around and roll her eyes at him. At this moment, Sillin, who was holding a map and leading everyone to find the dormitory, stopped. What's wrong, Sillin? Xia Fan asked in confusion, then followed Sillin's gaze to the right and immediately found a camping tent on the side of the road. Ario Lu just walked out of it, which attracted everyone's attention. Then a young man familiar to everyone walked out of the tent. Kotetsu, one of Ash's friends and rivals, and the one who caused Ash to regret in the Unova region. This guy is very careless and often forgets things, which causes him to often get the competition venues wrong and be late. The first time they met was when everyone in Undella Town saw Dawn off. She mistakenly thought that the Unova Alliance was being held in Ikrutik City in the Johto region. So she was about to go to Ikrutik City, but luckily, she was stopped by everyone. Later, his silly appearance made Ash, Iris, and Sillin choose to become friends. Now that everyone saw him again, Ash was the most excited. He thought this silly friend was very interesting and asked him very enthusiastically how long he had been there. It turned out that this guy, although he arrived at the competition venue, Hihiko City, 3 days in advance, had never found Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center to register for the competition. So he pulled Kotetsu and ran back. Comrade Ash, you're done. Xia Fan sighed as he watched the kind-hearted Ash leave everyone behind and drag Kotetsu toward the Pokémon Center. If you remember correctly, in this Unova Alliance's Hihisaki conference, if the plot went as it should, Ash seemed to have been defeated by this timid and thick-skinned Kotetsu, and unfortunately made it to the quarterfinals. If you're not enthusiastic, then although it is impossible to win the championship, at least you can hope for the runner-up instead of the quarterfinals. Should we wait for them here, or go together? Iris asked everyone as she watched Ash and the others running. Xia Fan shrugged and indicated solation, and finally Bagger suggested that they go over and take a look together, and then everyone went back. 20 minutes later, everyone returned to the Pokémon Center, and as they reached the door, they saw Ash's delighted expression. Apparently, Ash successfully signed up with Kotetsu. It was a close call. I was shocked when I heard the announcement that the registration for this conference was over on the road. Luckily, when I dragged Kotetsu to the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy was still there. After some pleading, she successfully registered. Ash patted his chest and smiled. He looked happier than Kotetsu. Xia Fan really didn't know what to say after seeing this. This child is really too kind. However, if he wasn't like this, he wouldn't be able to attract legendary Pokémon so often. With Kotetsu also successfully signing up, Ash met his rivals and friends in the Unova region one by one. Everyone went to the players' area to eat, drink, rest, and discuss Pokémon battles. Time flies. The next morning, with the sound of several salutes, the opening ceremony of the Unova Region Alliance competition began in the morning. The contestants, who had prepared early, entered the venue under the guidance of the staff. Unova Region is different from Sinnoh, Chengdu, Kanto, and Fengyuan. It is not only vast, larger than those 4 regions, but also very developed. There are always a large number of contestants participating in every conference. For example, in this Alliance conference, there were 128 participants who obtained 8 badges, which is twice as many as the participants in the Alliance conference in Sinnoh, Chengdu, Kanto, Fengyuan, and other regions. There were also a large number of spectators, with nearly 100,000 people watching the opening ceremony, which was a huge crowd. After arriving at the scene, Xia Fan couldn't help but marvel. What is equally amazing is that the hosts here are much more fancy than those in other regions. The show started with him parachuting onto the stage from a helicopter in front of nearly 100,000 people. The Unova Alliance Hinoki Conference is finally about to open, and today, Freddie O'Martian, will be the host. Now, please keep your eyes on the flame stand. The flame will be lit by Officer Jenny from Hihiro City. As the flame was lit, the scene became lively. Hundreds of Pidgeys, representing the meaning of freedom, took off from one place and circled in the sky of the venue. One of the different colored Pidgeys came to the host's shoulder and announced the competition process to the audience and contestants. Then, before the official competition, there will be a preliminary round. Only the trainers who win the preliminary round will be able to participate in the official competition, which is the top 64. During the preliminaries, considering the venue and time arrangements, each contestant can only use one Pokémon to fight, and the winner will be determined in one match. Next, we will announce the preliminary contest category, which will be decided by lottery. As soon as the host finished speaking, the portraits of all the contestants appeared on the big screen in the venue. The avatars were shuffled layer by layer, like shuffling cards, and finally distributed in groups of 2 on the big screen in an orderly manner. Rival is him. This is going to be interesting. I found it, but I won't lose. Got it, huh? My rival was actually Trip from the beginning. In the center of the venue, after the contestants found their respective rivals, they all clenched their fists with confidence. Ash's rival is Trip, whom he considers to be his greatest rival in the Unova region. In this preliminary round, they will use a Pokémon to decide the long-standing victory between the two sides. The winner will enter the main competition, and the loser will leave this alliance conference that both sides have been looking forward to for a long time without a ranking. Trip, I feel really sorry for him. In this conference, Xia Fan, who had the most relaxed mentality from beginning to end, rested his head with his hands on the back of his head. He found that Ash and Trip on the big screen were the rival in the preliminaries. He couldn't help but sympathize with Trip because he was bound to lose this game. He felt that if Trip was the rival after Ash reached the quarterfinals, Ash might not necessarily win, but in the first round of the preliminaries, he would definitely lose because Ash, who had the aura of a protagonist, had always made it to the top 8 in all Alliance competitions except for the Indigo Alliance Indigo Plateau Conference, where he had made it to the top 16. He had never lost in a first-round match like this one. Mr. Xia Fan, who is your rival? At this time, Ash came to Xia Fan. It's Fang Fan whom we met in Castelia City. Xia Fan pointed casually to a spot on the big screen. His rival was a player that he had met in Castelia City in Unova and wanted to join them and travel together. But Xia Fan naturally wouldn't agree, and that evening, he took Mew into his room, took this guy out of the Pokémon Center, robbed him of everything, and then threw him naked into the woods in the suburbs, resulting in an unsolved case at the Castelia City police station. It's him. I wonder if he has caught the guy who kidnapped him from the Pokémon Center. Ash said in surprise. He also remembered this person. It caused a lot of uproar at the time, but Officer Jenny came to the Pokémon Center to check the surveillance, but found nothing. She could only ask him as a witness to stay in Castelia City longer to investigate. As they were anxious to challenge the gym, they had to leave first and rejected his idea of joining. Ash, I see your rival is Trip. How is it? Are you confident? Xia Fan smiled and changed the subject. He didn't want to talk more about this person. Yes, I will do it. If I don't defeat Trip, I won't be able to move forward, let alone defeat you, Mr. Xia Fan. Ash raised his fist with high morale. Mr. Xia Fan, my ultimate goal is to defeat you. Pikachu. Pikachu echoed, standing on Ash's shoulder. Okay, keep going. I'm looking forward to that day. Xia Fan smiled and nodded. The first preliminary match is about to begin. The first match is between Steven and Lalu. The rest of the players, please go to the waiting area first. There will be staff there to lead you to other competition venues. At this time, the host's voice sounded, and Xia Fan and Ash walked towards the waiting area. There are not just one battle venue, but 5 in total, corresponding to the Rock-type venue, Ice-type venue, Grass-type venue, Water-type venue, and Plain venue. The main battle venue is the Plain venue. The 128 players will go to these 5 venues to fight as arranged. Xia Fan was scheduled to play the 6th match at the main Plain venue, and Ash was scheduled to play the 5th match at the Grass-type venue. An hour later, come on, Ash. Ash's match arrived before Xia Fan, and before Ash left, Xia Fan cheered Ash up. Yeah, I'll try my best. Ash clenched his fist towards Xia Fan, and then walked towards the venue of the Grass-type venue with Pikachu. On the way, he bumped into Trip. The two looked at each other with high morale and walked into the venue side by side. A few minutes later, Xia Fan saw Ash and Trip on a big screen in the waiting area. At the referee's command, both players sent out their trump cards. Trip sent out his superior, while Ash sent out Pikachu with the reverse attribute. In the early stage of this battle, Ash's Pikachu was teased by Trip's superior. Whether it was Quick Attack, Iron Tail, or Electro Ball, Superior easily dodged it and also suffered a Dragon Tail. The Dragon Tail sent Pikachu flying back several meters and laying on the ground. Master, it looks like Ash is going to lose. Mew's worried voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. After traveling together for a long time, Mew also liked Ash very much. Don't worry, we won't lose. Ash and Pikachu will definitely not lose in the preliminaries. The Master can guarantee this, Xia Fan said with a smile, crossing his arms across his chest, still full of confidence in this game. Don't promise. What if you really lose? At this time, Jengar's voice also sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Nothing will happen. Xia Fan was full of confidence, but the next second, he raised his eyebrows, feeling that Comrade Lao Zhu was trying to cause trouble. Jengar's voice sounded again. Humph, if I lose, Master, you must let Cresselia and I go out on a date tonight. Sure enough, you are waiting for me here. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth. If he didn't know what the outcome would be, he might not dare to gamble. But it turned out that he knew the result, so he couldn't let go of such an opportunity to trick Jengar. Okay, if Ash loses to Trip, I'll let you and Cresselia go out on a date tonight. Not just today, but the next few days as well. At this point, Xia Fan changed the subject in the shared mental world. But what if you win? What do you think you should pay? What do I pay? Jengar paused. He seemed to have nothing to give Xia Fan. This guy was his master. If there was anything he could take away, he would have done it long ago. There was no way he would have anything left. How about this, if I win the bet? You will teach me your Dark Pulse completely and don't keep any secrets. Xia Fan Solation said. The only skill of Jengar that he was interested in now was the Dark Pulse. He had asked Jengar to teach him before, but Jengar always kept any secrets and was hesitant, which made his progress very slow and his skill release very problematic. Okay, if Ash wins, I will teach you the complete Dark Pulse. Comrade Lao Zhu agreed generously, because at this moment on the big screen, Pikachu suffered an Energy Ball and a Dragon Tail from Superior. The situation was precarious. He was completely suppressed and tied up by Superior. Now he had no ability to move at all and could only take the beating passively. On the contrary, Superior was in good contest condition and did not suffer any injuries. Jengar began to laugh out loud in Xia Fan's mind. What are you laughing at? If you keep laughing, I'll go find Cresselia and say bad things about you. Or I'll follow you every time you're with Cresselia. Mew was a little annoyed and retorted in the shared mental world. Jengar's smug laughter immediately faded. It was actually a little afraid that Mew would be a third wheel during its date. Don't be complacent, Comrade Lao Zhu. We need to fight back. At this time, Xia Fan also spoke. On the big screen, Pikachu's face turned pale from being tied up by Superior, and it seemed like he would fall down if he received another skill. Impossible, it has come to this point. It is impossible to fight back. Jengar sneered, but 3 seconds later, its face changed drastically. When Superior was about to smash the bound Pikachu into ground, Ash suddenly used the skill Iron Tail, using the reaction force to knock ground free from the binding. After that, the two sides used their skills against each other. Pikachu was so unsportsmanlike that he used Iron Tail and Electro Ball at the same time, while Superior only used Dragon Tail. After an explosion was heard. That's how Pikachu won. The ancestor was simply dumbfounded. Xia Fan laughed. Ha, it's our turn now. Comrade Laozu, remember the bet we made just now? When Ash won, the broadcast in the waiting area called Xia Fan to compete, asking Xia Fan to prepare to go on stage. Hello again, Xia Fan. As he was preparing to enter the main competition arena and go on stage, Xia Fan ran into his rival, the Fong Fan who had been in Castelia City and wanted to join the team to travel together. Well, long time no see. How are you? Have you caught the gangster who robbed you and threw you out of the Pokémon Center? Xia Fan looked at the boy in front of him and asked kindly. Humph, no. But I thought about it for a few days in the police station afterwards. I thought that I am usually well-behaved and never make personal grudges with others. So it doesn't make sense that I was the only one who was robbed that day. The young man looked at Xia Fan coldly. Well, so what? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. So, the only person who could possibly be my enemy is you, Xia Fan. Ash and the others don't know that you're a player, but how could I not know? You definitely didn't want me to join the team, so you attacked me that night. Seeing the boy looking like he wanted to chop him with a knife, Xia Fan sneered, glanced at the phone in the boy's hand, and asked without any tension. Fong Fan, don't talk nonsense. You need evidence to prove what you say. The evidence is... Fong Fan was stuck. What evidence did he have? He still didn't understand how Xia Fan had done it. He robbed a living person of everything without his knowledge and threw him from the Pokémon Center into the forest on the outskirts of Castelia City without even any surveillance. He could only judge who was most likely to make enemies based on their potential. And the one he identified was Xia Fan. So when he saw that his rival was Xia Fan, his first thought was to take out his mobile phone to record the conversation and try to get information from Xia Fan when he was alone with her to collect evidence. When he was in the waiting area, there were other players and Ash and the others present, and he felt that he had no chance to get the information out. His only chance would be when he was preparing to go on stage and waiting in the player tunnel. That would be the only chance for the two of them to be alone and get information out. But now Xia Fan's attitude of not admitting it made him very angry. Fong Fan said angrily, Xia Fan, you have already done it, but you dare not admit it. Are you still a man? As I said before, I need evidence to back up my words. Xia Fan shrugged and dug his ears. If you still don't believe me, I can swear that if I lied to you, I will be struck by lightning. So, now that I have sworn, do you think I am still a man? If you still don't believe me, then you can beat me in the arena and retaliate for yourself. After saying that, Xia Fan glanced at the boy with a taunt look, as if to say, I just don't admit it. What can you do to me? Okay, it's time to play. See you on the court. At this time, 2 platforms were lowered not far from the two of them, and Xia Fan walked onto one of the platforms. Just wait for me. Fong Fan gnashed his teeth and put away his phone. I will defeat you and humiliate you to death. After saying that, he ran to the opposite side of Xia Fan. The way they will go on stage later is to automatically rise from where they are standing. After a while, as the host's voice sounded, the two appeared on the competition field. Come on, Mr. Xia Fan. Xia Fan could hear Iris Sillin and the others cheering. After watching Ash's game, Iris and Sillin immediately ran to the main venue to cheer for Xia Fan. After hearing this, Xia Fan waved to them, which made Fong Fan very jealous. He felt that he should have been a member of Ash's group. If it weren't for the obstruction of the man in front of him, he would definitely be able to go in and see the legendary Pokémon that ordinary people couldn't see. If he was lucky, he might even have caught 1 or 2 legendary Pokémon. Furious, Fong Fan released his Pokémon without waiting for the host to speak. Come out, Hydreigon. A red light flashed, and the Dark-type and Dragon-type Hydreigon appeared. Its appearance made the host flatter for a while, because Hydreigon is one of the top ordinary Pokémon in terms of qualifications, and like Dragonite, it is a member of the Quasi-God group. Hydreigon, no wonder you said you would humiliate me to death. Xia Fan laughed and threw out its Pokeball. A flash of red light appeared, and Deoxys made his first shining appearance in a formal competition. Last time, Sinnoh Alliance let the old generation steal the show. This time, it's time for the old generation to enjoy it as well. As Xia Fan expected, as soon as Deoxys appeared on the stage, Some people in the audience immediately stood up and exclaimed. Most of these people are players who have not obtained 8 badges. They're different from ordinary local people. They're well known for the name of Deoxys. Not to mention that he can fight against Rayquaza. Even Mutwo, in the competition with Psychic, Deoxys can be on par with Mutwo. No one expected that such a powerful Pokémon would be able to appear in the Unova Alliance qualifiers. Am I dreaming? Is this a preliminaries or finals? Deoxys was sent as the first Pokémon. F***K. Is this B****************** D named Xia Fan here to show off? He actually has a Deoxys. The people in the audience began to become jealous to the point of vomiting blood. Not to mention FanFan, who is opposite Xia Fan. The moment he saw Deoxys, his eyes popped out. The fire of jealousy burned fiercely, and she was even more certain that being with Ash was the greatest opportunity in the world. As long as he kicks Xia Fan away from Ash and the others, he will be able to possess the legendary Pokémon. However, this Xia Fan is really stupid. In order to show off, he even forgot that Dark-type is immune to all psychic attacks. Deoxys is strong, but can its attacks be effective against my Hydreigon? FanFan looked at Xia Fan opposite him with mockery, his arms folded across his chest, very confident of winning. He had already started thinking about how he would step on Xia Fan after he won. At this moment, the dial of first attack rights on the big screen turned to his side. The battle is about to begin, and contestant FanFan will attack first, said the referee. No need. I'll let Xia Fan on the opposite side attack first. FanFan waved his hand, and his confident expression appeared clearly on the big screen. Are you sure? The referee frowned and asked tentatively. Normal, this situation only happens between players with a huge gap in strength. Although Xia Fan didn't recognize the Pokémon that contestant was playing, judging from the excited reactions of some people in the audience, it was by no means a weak Pokémon. Could it be that this Pokémon is just very precious, but is not actually very strong? The referee muttered in his heart, and just at this time, FanFan told him affirmatively to let Xia Fan attack first. Okay, Xia Fan, you attack first. The referee turned to Xia Fan and let him attack first. Xia Fan shrugged and said yes. There are always some people in this world who are self-righteous. When they think they've gotten the upper hand, they think the other party is an idiot and start to act arrogantly. People like this should be slapped in the face. So Deoxys, go ahead. He wants his Hydreigon to stand and let you hit him, so you should satisfy him. Whoosh! As Xia Fan issued this command, Deoxys instantly switched from normal form to attack form and disappeared from the spot. Buzz! The moment Deoxys disappeared, a buzzing sound was heard in the playing field, and the pebbles on the ground began to bounce. At the same time, Hydreigon in midair suddenly fell to the ground and lost his combat capability. It was totally unexpected. No one knew what happened, but they only knew that Deoxys disappeared for less than a second and Hydreigon fell to the ground. This exaggerated fight was simply unimaginable. The entire audience was silent. Even the referee stared at the fallen Hydreigon in a daze, unable to speak. It was not until Xia Fan reminded him that he should announce the winner that he reacted. However, he was still in a hurry to announce it, but looked around to find where Deoxys was. There it is, someone in the audience exclaimed, discovering that Deoxys was actually standing 100 meters above the venue, overlooking the venue from above. The referee opened his mouth, finding it even more difficult to understand how the victory or defeat just happened. Can we announce the winner of the game now? Xia Fan asked again. Okay. The referee nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't understand, the winner had been decided, and he was embarrassed not to make a ruling. Since Hydreigon has lost his ability to fight, this fight will be. At this point, the referee got distracted, took away the microphone, trotted over to Xia Fan, and asked him what the name of his Pokémon was. Xia Fan told him with a smile. The referee nodded and cleared his throat without feeling embarrassed. When he was about to continue making the announcement, FanFan interrupted him again. This is impossible. My Hydreigon is a dark and dragon Pokémon, and your Deoxys is a psychic. Facing a dark Pokémon, its powerful psychic skills are completely ineffective. How can it kill instantly? Fang Fan pointed at Xia Fan and rage shouted, "Did you do something unknown, just like Castelia City?" The referee looked at Xia Fan. He also wanted to know how this match was played. Facing the eyes of the referee and many people in the audience and Fang Fan, Xia Fan looked at Solation, twisted his neck, and said, "Let me explain first. Don't accuse me casually. You have to rely on evidence. Also, is it difficult for psychic type to fight dark type Pokemon? Have you forgotten the skill Miracle Eye? Deoxys used this skill and then used the psychic type Psycho Boost on your Hydreigon. Isn't that a very simple thing?" After the words fell, Fang Fan was stunned, because the skill of Miracle Eye explained everything. The referee also came to his senses and let out a long, "Oh," remembering that the most important thing for a psychic-type Pokemon to fight a dark-type Pokemon is to learn Miracle Eye. As long as this skill is used, the dark-type Pokemon will no longer be immune to the psychic-type skills of this Pokemon and will be hit 100%. The only difficulty is that this skill is a bit difficult to learn. What skill is Psycho Boost? Is it very powerful? The referee, who was very interested in Deoxys, couldn't help but walk to Xia Fan and asked quietly. Xia Fan looked at him, not knowing what to say for a moment. It wasn't that difficult to judge a game, but he still described it, still using that very power trip description. He picked up the microphone in the referee's hand and said, "Let me put it this way. The skill Psycho Boost means that even if the champion Alder's Pokemon stands in front of it and it receives it, it will be killed instantly. I wonder if this description can help the audience to have a deeper understanding of Deoxys." After hearing this, those audience members who didn't know Deoxys suddenly became noisy, and their curiosity about Deoxys increased rapidly. So strong. The referee was also stunned. At this time, Fang Fan on the opposite side asked loudly again, "Why did you let Deoxys fly to an altitude of 100 meters? Do you have any unknown plans?" Xia Fan was amused. "I feel like this person has paranoia. He let Deoxys fly so high just to create a very cool feeling. The masters are lonely and look down upon all living beings. That's all. You can finally announce the result now, Mr. Referee." Xia Fan was too lazy to pay attention to Fang Fan. Of course. The referee, who had already understood what he wanted to know, nodded quickly, picked up the microphone, and loudly announced the result of the game. Hydreigon lost his ability to fight. This match was won by Deoxys, and Xia Fan successfully entered the main competition. Let's congratulate him. The next opponent is... As the referee made the announcement, Xia Fan waved towards soaring in the sky, and Deoxys appeared next to Xia Fan from high in the sky in the blink of an eye, which once again caused the audience to exclaim and shout teleport. Xia Fan smiled at this, very satisfied with the audience's reaction, took out the Pokeball and put Deoxys in it, then walked out of the venue under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. Mr. Xia Fan. As soon as he walked out of the venue, Ash and his friends appeared in front of him, along with Bianca, Steven, Basil, and Kotetsu, who also successfully entered the main competition. They were amazed at Deoxys' strength. Xia Fan smiled and didn't say much, just said that he would treat everyone to a big dinner. Then he was carried away by the crowd. But on the way, a young man stopped them. Fang Fan. As soon as he arrived, he told everyone that Xia Fan had bad intentions and followed Ash for the legendary Pokemon. He told Ash Iris Sillin not to travel with him, and that what happened to him in Castelia City was caused by Xia Fan. "You are sick. Can't you afford to lose?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Iris retorted angrily, and Ash and Sillin also looked at Fang Fan angrily. Xia Fan looked at Fang Fan with a frown on his face, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly, as if he was looking at a clown. Really, seeing that they didn't believe him, Fang Fan got anxious. "He followed you just for the legendary Pokemon. I think you are sick, full of loopholes. You just can't afford to lose. How does Mr. Xia Fan know whether we can touch legendary Pokemon?" Iris pushed Fang Fan away, telling everyone to leave quickly and ignore this person. Xia Fan walked to the back, glanced at him, and smiled sarcastically. "You forced me to do this. I will tell everyone your method of obtaining legendary Pokémon, and let all players come over. FanFan gritted his teeth as he watched Xia Fan leave. He turned and left. However, when he passed an empty corner, his pupil shrank and he was startled. "Why are you here?" FanFan looked back in horror, then looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. "What do you think?" Xia Fan grinned, his eyes full of teasing. "Don't you want to know the truth? I'll satisfy you." After saying this, Xia Fan put his hand on FanFan's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared from this unnoticed corner. FanFan looked around and looked at the forest in front of him in disbelief. He was clearly at the meeting venue just now. So how'd he come here now? It's teleport. FanFan thought of this skill, but then he realized that Deoxys should still be in the Pokeball and not be released. So how did Xia Fan bring him out? Mew. At this moment, a light flashed on Xia Fan's shoulder, and Pikachu turned into a petite and cute Mew. FanFan was even more shocked. How is this possible? You actually caught Mew. FanFan's fingers were trembling, and he was swallowing saliva wildly. Why no? Xia Fan smiled and gently patted FanFan's face. By the way, to prevent you from falling into a misunderstanding, let me tell you first, the teleport just now was not released by Mew. If the teleport wasn't released by Mew, how could it be you? Deoxys is in the Pokeball. FanFan gritted his teeth, his cheeks covered with cold sweat. He didn't know what was going on. Now he couldn't move at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Xia Fan to slap his face just now. Bingo, it's really me? Xia Fan snapped his fingers. In addition to teleport, I also have many other skills, such as thunder. Boom! Soaring in the sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck FanFan, and he started. Then he saw the most incredible scene in the world. When the lightning was about to hit Xia Fan's head, Xia Fan pointed to the sky with one hand, and a second before his fingertips touched the lightning, a transparent light shield emerged, and the lightning struck under the light shield, causing waves, but Xia Fan inside was safe and sound. FanFan opened his mouth, unable to believe it. If he was not mistaken, that was the Pokemon skill Protect, and Xia Fan, as a human, could actually use Pokemon skills. For example, Substitute, Explosion, Fissure, Draco Meteor, Palkia's Spatial Rend. Xia Fan displayed many skills in front of FanFan, which made him numb. When he saw Xia Fan grab with his right hand and a space crack was formed, he had no idea what to say. I just felt that the person in front of me was very strange. He was not from the same race as him. He was a god more powerful than Pokemon. Ow, how did you do that? This was the only question FanFan had after reading it. How did you do that? Xia Fan came to FanFan's side from a tree more than 10 meters away in an instant, face to face, and whispered in his ear, "Because I am God. Do you believe it?" After saying this, Xia Fan raised his right hand, and a dark sphere like a black hole emerged from his palm. Let me show you one last skill, Dark Rays, Dark Void. Looking at the pitch-black dark sphere that seemed to be able to absorb all light, FanFan screamed and wanted to resist and beg for mercy. But as he was unable to move, these were all wishful thinking. He could only watch as the Dark Void entered his body. Squeak! Dark Void entered FanFan's body, and he instantly fell in a coma. 2 seconds later, his expression began to distort, and he was experiencing a cycle of pain in the dream controlled by Xia Fan. As for Xia Fan, he took out a cell phone from his tightly clenched right hand. Sure enough, there is still some cleverness. The phone was filming, recording all the skills Xia Fan had just demonstrated in front of FanFan. But in the face of power, all the fancy tricks are useless. Xia Fan sneered as he flipped through everything recorded and photographed on his phone. After watching them all, he deleted them one by one. After deleting them all, he clicked on the account balance in his phone and entered it using the account password he had tortured out from Dark Void. It showed a balance of 300,000. Wow, you make money really fast. I won't leave you even $100 this time. Xia Fan transferred all the balances to his mobile phone. A few minutes later, FanFan opened his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him who was holding Mew and smiling at him. He trembled all over and wanted to run away, but at this moment he was still unable to move at all. So, Do you still want to tell everyone my method of obtaining legendary Pokémon? Xia Fan said with a smile. I don't want to do it anymore. The fear in Fong Fan's expression was obvious. Now he would rather die than be hit by a dark void by Xia Fan again. The horrific reincarnation that just happened was the biggest nightmare of his life, and he didn't even dare to think about it. Don't want to think about it? It seems that your bones are not as hard as I thought. Xia Fan smiled evilly. But since you don't want to think about it, just to be safe, you should forget everything just like last time. Xia Fan squatted down and walked forward, looking into Fong Fan's eyes. The next second, Fong Fan, with fear in his eyes, fainted. Mew jumped off Xia Fan's shoulders and began to modify his memory. 10 minutes later, the memory modification was completed, and Xia Fan disappeared from the depths of the jungle holding Mew, leaving only Fong Fan, who had nothing, alone here. Mr. Xia Fan, you've been having diarrhea for quite a while. We all suspect that you fell into the toilet. If you don't come out, Ash will have to go in and look for you. In a restaurant, Iris looked speechlessly at Xia Fan, who was walking towards her from the toilet. Sorry, I don't know what happened. My stomach suddenly hurts. Luckily, it's not during the game, otherwise I would be dead. Xia Fan scratched his head apologetically, sat down next to Ash, and then looked at the food left on the table and said, Haven't you ordered yet? Didn't I tell you to eat first? Also, hasn't the waiter come to collect the food from the previous table? Yes, we ordered. This is the table we've finished eating. What we ordered is similar to the previous tables. It's just that you spent too long in the bathroom, and we were really too hungry to stand it anymore. Iris said, Yeah, if you don't come out, I'm really going to go in and find you. Ash agreed. Okay. Xia Fan smacked his lips, got a new set of bowls and chopsticks, started eating the leftovers, and listened to everyone discussing what to do next. Finally, everyone spent 20 minutes to reach a consensus on a direction. They had special training separately in the afternoon and continued to have a sauna together in the evening and take a bath to recuperate and prepare for tomorrow's race. Early the next morning, amid the sound of fireworks, the contestants who successfully entered the top 64 yesterday walked into the venue. The host began to explain the rules of the competition. The Unova Alliance Hinoki Conference begins today. We are finally entering the official competition. In the first round, you can use 2 Pokémon and you can freely replace Pokémon. Well, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I will announce the battle combinations right away. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at the big screen, which showed the portraits of the contestants who had entered the top 64. The battle combinations were allocated in the same way as yesterday, with the cards being shuffled randomly by the computer behind the big screen. After a while, the shuffling was completed and all the contestants' fighting combinations were revealed. Except for Kotetsu, who was fighting against Bianca, Xia Fan and the others were fighting against some passersby. Fighting against strangers was not a big deal, and everyone successfully entered the second round of the main competition, except Bianca, who met Kotetsu, which resulted in her regretful elimination in the top 64. In the second round on the third day, which was the 32-16 stage, everyone also competed against some passersby and successfully advanced. However, when all the matches of the top 16 were over and the host began to announce the roster for tomorrow's match, Ash and the others started to make a commotion. Ash will face off against Steven, one of his greatest rivals, and the winner will advance to the quarterfinals. Xia Fan, Kotetsu, and Basil fought against passersby. Contestant Xia Fan, I want to take a photo with you. After successfully advancing to the top 16, Xia Fan's fame began to grow in the venue. As soon as she came out, she was surrounded by the audience, asking for photos and autographs, which made Xia Fan a little miserable. But this also just illustrates the success of Deoxys. In the battles over the past few days, Deoxys was as decisive and swift as it was in the first battle against Fong Fan. Basically, as soon as the battle started, Rival was killed instantly by its psychic-type skills, even though Rival was a dark-type Pokémon. This powerful strength, like Gengar in the Sinnoh region, caused cheers and love for many people, but not as strong as Gengar. There's no way around it. Deoxys isn't like the old ancestor, who would actively interact with the audience. Basically, after the fight, he would just stand next to Xia Fan with an expressionless face, so he can't compare with the old ancestor Jengar. Therefore, the audience focused more on Xia Fan and tried to learn more about him. When they learned that he had won the regional championship of Sinnoh region, had a Jengar that was comparable to a legendary Pokémon, and that he had defeated Unova champion Alder 1v1 in the Pokémon Youth Cup a few months ago, they immediately determined that he was the strongest player in this tournament. In this era of worshipping the strong, Xia Fan is surrounded by many people. I'm really exhausted. My hands are numb from signing. I have to wear a mask from now on to avoid being asked to take photos everywhere I go. After signing autographs and taking photos for nearly 2 hours, Xia Fan finally broke away from the enthusiasm of the audience and went to look for Ash and the others. Ash and his friends came to him just now and said that there would be a fireworks show tonight and that they should go together to find the best place to watch it. But he was busy, so he had to let them go first. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan found Ash and his friends, who were now panting. "What's wrong?" Xia Fan asked puzzledly. "You'll have to ask Oshawott about that," Iris said angrily, turning back to glare at Oshawott at Ash's feet. At this moment, the little fellow was scratching his head at Xia Fan with a simple and honest look on his face. "Is it causing trouble again?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Ash's Oshawott is the most troublesome guy during their travels. He is thick-skinned, greedy, and often fights with other Pokémon, so he often gets into trouble for Ash. Whenever Oshawott is mentioned, Xia Fan will think about whether it is causing trouble. As it turned out, the facts were just as Xia Fan had expected. Ash sighed and told him that when he was interviewing just now, Iris's Axu was accidentally lost because there were too many people in the venue, so they all went to look for him together. All the Pokémon were sent out, including Oshawott. As a result, this greedy little guy, on the way to find Axu, mistakenly entered Garbodor's house. When no one was at home, he ate all the food that Garbodor had left for his own children. When he was leaving, Garbodor's child Trubbish saw it and went to complain to his parents. Oshawott and Pikachu, who had eaten and drunk their fill, met each other. When they finally found Axu, Garbodor came with a group of children, angrily accused them of being thieves, and then attacked Pikachu and the others desperately. Pikachu, who was in the wrong, couldn't fight back, nor could he hand over Oshawott to avoid disaster, so he could only run for his life. When they were about to fall off the cliff, Ash and the others arrived, saved Pikachu and the others, and with the help of Bagel, calmed Garbodor's anger. But now they need to buy several large boxes of fruits and Pokémon snacks for Garbodor's family to make amends. After hearing this story, Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and she looked at Oshawott, not knowing what to say. At this moment, even Pikachu was angry with this guy. If he hadn't apologized in time, he would have beaten Oshawott. "Let me help you." Xia Fan smiled and patted Ash's shoulder and went with them to buy food and deliver it to Garbodor's residence later. By the time the food was delivered, the fireworks had already begun to bloom, and everyone could only watch the fireworks in a corner of the city where Garbodor lived. Everyone makes a wish for their future. Some wish to become Pokémon Masters, some wish to become Dragon Masters, and some wish to become top wine waiters. Xia Fan looked at them, making wishes, and smiled. He thought of the mythical Pokémon Jirachi. If he made a wish with this Pokémon, it would be very appropriate. However, he didn't know how long it would take to catch it, and he still had no idea. Time passed. 2 days later. Today is the 16-8 match. Yesterday, Ash narrowly defeated Steven. Today, his rival is Kotetsu. The winner of the two will advance to the semifinals. Before them, the other contestants' games had already ended. The qualified contestants all came to the audience seats to watch their match, because it was related to their rival tomorrow. The battle was now coming to an end, and the situation was not friendly to Ash. In the 6-on-6 match, Ash only had Pikachu left, while Kotetsu only had Lucario, who had just evolved from Riolu, and a Pokemon in a Pokeball. "Ash, you have to do your best." In the audience, Iris clenched her fists and cheered for Ash. Xia Fan on the side did not say anything, because he knew that Ash would be eliminated in the quarterfinals. Just as he was thinking this, on the field, Pikachu and Lucario used the skills of Electro Ball and Aura Sphere to collide, and both Pokémon were within the range of the skill tackle. There was an explosion, and then the smoke cleared. Pikachu fell to the ground without the ability to fight, while Lucario was seriously injured but was able to stand up. In the fourth round of the main competition, the next matches will also be very exciting. The 4 players who have won and advanced will soon start a fierce battle in the semifinals. Xia Fan will face Lida, and Kotetsu will face Bajir. In the first round of the semifinals, Xia Fan's Deoxys once again showed his unstoppable strength, successfully defeating 6 opponents without any injuries and advancing to the finals. Let us congratulate them and look forward to their performance in the finals. The battle between Kotetsu and Basil has finally reached its climax. Facing Basil's EV team, Kotetsu is in a tough battle. Can he defeat Basil's remaining 3 Pokémon with only the last Lucario? Alas, it's a pity that the combative Kotetsu was defeated here, and Bajir advanced to the finals to fight against Xia Fan. I wonder if he can lead the EV team to defeat Xia Fan's Deoxys and force out his Pokémon Gengar, which won the championship in the Sinnoh region. Let us look forward to it. The final match between Xia Fan and Bajir begins. 1 minute later. In this match, we once again witnessed the power of Deoxys. It is indeed a mysterious Pokémon from outer space. The powerful EV team was still powerless against it. Let us congratulate Xia Fan for setting the fastest and strongest championship record in the history of the Unova Alliance competition. Let us invite the award presenter to present the award to contestant Xia Fan. The Unova Alliance Huaheng Conference has now come to an end. Dear audience, please give a warm round of applause to Xia Fan, Deoxys, and all the players who fought fiercely in the competition. Mr. Xia Fan, congratulations on winning the regional championship again. As the conference came to an end, Xia Fan, who came down from the podium, was surrounded by Ash, Iris, and Kotetsu. Thanks. Xia Fan responded to their enthusiasm with a smile. Listen to their flatter Deoxys's power and their vow to defeat themselves in the future. Xia Fan, your Deoxys is really strong. However, if I have a chance to compete with you next time, I will definitely not lose, said Bajir, who won the runner-up. Facing their challenge, Xia Fan scratched his head and said with a smile, "This may be my last time to attend a regional conference. From now on, I will just travel aimlessly." The last game, everyone looked at him in surprise. "Why?" Ash asked in confusion. "No reason. I just feel like winning the championship is a bit boring, and also..." Xia Fan patted Ash's shoulder seriously. "The future is yours. It's not good for me to always block you." After saying that, Xia Fan burst into laughter. But this also made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. There was nothing they could do about it, because Xia Fan was too terrifying. If he continued to participate in the regional alliance, it would be really difficult for them to win the championship. And those words they just said about defeating him were just words they used to ease the atmosphere and to encourage themselves. Especially Ash, who felt relieved when he heard Xia Fan say that. Facing Xia Fan, he really had no confidence of winning, and the situation was beginning to develop into a nightmare. Now that Xia Fan is not participating, maybe he will still have a chance to win the championship in the future. Soon, everyone began to say goodbye. As the competition came to an end, they also had to continue working hard for their future. Xia Fan and Ash also planned to rest for another night and leave before dawn the next day. Why so early? It was because Xia Fan was a little afraid of those people who wanted autographs and photos. The excuse he used to get rid of them last night was that he would have an autograph session tomorrow morning. So he left first while they were blocking the door tomorrow morning. And so, at 5 in the morning of the next day, before daybreak, everyone packed their luggage and prepared to leave. "Let's go, everyone," Xia Fan said to them as he walked into Alicillin's room. The next second, he raised his eyebrows. "Well, where's Ash? He just told me that he would come to your place first. He and Ash live in the players' quarters, while Cillin and Iris live in the Pokémon Center. They agreed last night to go back to Professor Aurea Juniper in Navima town together today. Isn't Ash right here? Iris turned around and stopped talking. Huh? He was just sitting there waiting for Sillin and me. Look, his bag is still on the table. Xia Fan turned her head and saw that there was indeed a backpack on the table, but there was no sign of Ash and Pikachu. Is Ash going to be at the venue? I feel like he might take one last look at the venue before leaving. Sillin suddenly said. Xia Fan frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows. He felt that what Sillin said made sense. Then let's go find him. Once we find him, we can leave together. Xia Fan picked up Ash's backpack from the table, waited for Iris and Sillin for a while, and then left the Pokémon Center. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the venue, and the sky was slowly beginning to dawn. There he is. As soon as he entered the venue, Xia Fan saw Ash in the center of the venue, with his hands open, facing the direction of the rising sun. Xia Fan, Iris, and Sillin saw this and stopped together. After all, young people all have sentimental moments. After waiting for 5 minutes, Ash was about to leave. He saw Xia Fan, Iris, and the others in the audience seats in the distance, slowly illuminated by the sun, and immediately scratched his head in a simple manner. How long have you been here? Ash called out sheepishly. Guess. Xia Fan leaned on the railing with a playful look on his face. Ash blushed. Okay, stop standing there. We've been traveling together for so long. Why are you blushing? Iris shouted. Sillin also waved his hand. Okay, it's time to leave. We bought the earliest train. If we are later, we will be late. Here it comes. Ash heard it and hurried to the audience seats. The last group of 4 arrived at the train station in High City 30 minutes later. Since it was the first train in the morning, there were only a few people at the station, and everyone who wanted to get on the train was in a hurry. So, when Xia Fan entered, he did not attract much attention. Time passed, and 4 hours later, the train was about to stop at the station. Xia Fan and his 3 companions appeared at the train door with expressionless faces. Standing next to them were Oshawott, Snivy, Panzage, Imalga, and the Slippery Boy. Among the 4 people, Sillin said in a deep voice, "The parking time is only 3 minutes. Everyone must follow the instructions of me, the railway lunch waiter." Good. Xia Fan, Ash, and Iris responded loudly. We have arrived at Qingfeng Station. Passengers arriving at the station, please get off the train as soon as possible. Passengers buying gifts, please return to the train within 3 minutes. A few minutes later, as the broadcast sounded, the train stopped at the station, and Xia Fan and his 4 friends rushed out of the door with a group of Pokémon, sweeping up all the delicious food in the station. Red Darumaka, the specialty of Saikei Station. Darumaka Bento. You can also use it as a decorative item after eating it. Next to the platform, a girl was loudly selling her own gifts. Big sis, please give me Darumaka Bento. After a while, Ash rushed over. The girl frowned slightly. Although she was a little annoyed by being called Big Sister, she still smiled and said, "Thank you. How many do you want?" "I want 20 Darumaka Bento boxes for bags of frozen blue tangerine snacks and 4 bottles of water and tea each. Thank you." Xia Fan said to the female boss over Ash. These are what Sillin had just asked them to buy. There was no other way. The food on the train was so bad that they could only buy some delicious food and local specialties as gifts at the stations they passed by. 10 seconds later, the broadcast sounded. The bus to Luoxiang is about to depart. Passengers who have not yet boarded, please board as soon as possible. Xia Fan, Ash, and their group hurriedly ran towards the train, carrying their belongings. But Xia Fan had only run a few steps when he suddenly stopped, because the perception of the divine beast suddenly rang in his mind. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a Pokémon falling from the sky and landing right on the train. "Mr. Xia Fan, what are you still doing? Hurry up and get on the train. It's about to leave." Iris, who had already run onto the train, saw that the train had started again, but Xia Fan was still standing there and shouted anxiously, "Oh, here it comes." Xia Fan glanced at the train, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he was about to jump on with his things before the train accelerated. But at this moment, Ash suddenly shouted, "Slippery Boy!" Xia Fan turned his head and saw that Ash's sly boy had stayed outside like him, running after the train, but his short legs made him run a little slowly. He quickly picked her up, then used some skills to quickly catch the train. Finally, amid the exclamations of many people near the station, he jumped 4 meters and jumped onto the back of the train. "You really scared us to death just now." Ash and the others came running over, and Iris said, clutching her chest, "Thank you, Mr. Xia Fan." Ash thanked him and took the naughty boy from Xia Fan's arms, while also apologizing to him. "Xia Fan, why did you suddenly stand there and not move?" Scylla asked. Ash and Iris looked over, also confused as to why Xia Fan suddenly stopped. "No, I just thought I saw a Pokémon falling from soaring in the sky." Xia Fan confessed. Pokémon. Ash, Iris, and Scylla looked at each other. At this time, the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder felt something, made a puzzled sound of Pika, jumped off Ash's shoulder, jumped to the top of the train in 3 or 2 steps, and shouted "Pika Pika" to everyone. Ash hurriedly climbed the stairs and followed. "Everyone, there's really a Pokémon on the roof." Ash turned around and said less than a second after climbing up, and everyone immediately climbed up the stairs at the rear of the car. On the roof, the 4 saw a Pokémon covered in scars. It looks like a foal with a cream-colored body and red mane. It originally had a single horn on its head, but it is broken off now. "What kind of Pokémon is this? I don't think I've ever seen it before." Scylla asked puzzledly. "What happened to you?" The Pokémon was now lying on top of the train, and Ash wanted to touch it, but just as he was about to touch it, the Pokémon suddenly opened its eyes and stood up abruptly. He gave Ash a kick, and he almost fell off the train, but fortunately Xia Fan pulled him back. "What are you doing? I'm just caring about you," Ash said angrily. The kick just now really scared him to death. But the Pokémon ignored Ash and looked around in shock. Then the voice of the Pokémon sounded in the minds of Xia Fan and the other 4. "Here it comes. Kyurem is coming." Ash was surprised. He just spoke? "Did you hear it?" "Yes." Ash and Iris looked at each other in surprise. Scylla said, "What does it mean when it says Kyurem is coming?" Ash shook his head. "I don't know." Iris said, "Wait, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before." At this time, the Pokémon exclaimed again that Kyurem was coming and was about to jump off the train, but was hugged by Xia Fan. "You are covered in wounds. Where are you going to run?" Xia Fan stroked its body and soothed the Pokémon in a panic contest condition with a gentle tone. The Pokémon wanted to resist at first, but then it looked at Xia Fan in surprise, because it felt that the wounds on its body were actually healing. But after a while, the Pokémon sensed something and became excited again. Xia Fan, who was holding it, also hummed. A hint of joy flashed across his face, and he looked up at soaring in the sky. His divine beast perception sensed another legendary Pokémon approaching it. 2 seconds later, a Pokémon fell from the sky, and its huge body stood on the top of the train, overlooking everyone. This Pokémon looks like the flying dragon normal, and its huge wings on both sides exude a cold breath, as if they were condensed from ice. It looked at everyone and let out a roar. The carriage under its feet suddenly froze up quickly, and it moved towards everyone at the same time. "Run away!" The sight frightened everyone, and Scylla ran away screaming. "Mr. Xia Fan, what are you doing?" "Run. I remember. This is the strongest dragon-type Pokémon in the legend." Iris found that Xia Fan was unmoved and hurriedly shouted. Xia Fan, who was delighted to encounter 2 legendary Pokémon in one day, was awakened by the shouting. He turned around to look at everyone, then at Keldeo in his arms, and finally at Kyurem, whose face was about to turn ferocious. After thinking for a moment, he put the Pokeball in his hand back, holding Keldeo and Ash, and ran to the other side of the car. "Now is not the time to capture them properly. We have to do it one by one." Just at this moment, the train entered a mountain tunnel, and Kyurem was temporarily unable to pursue it due to its size. "Everyone, are you okay?" Ash, who was thankful to have escaped the disaster, told everyone that just a few seconds before entering the tunnel, everyone jumped into the car one after another. "Fine, fine, fine," Xia Fan and the others responded. "It looks like the injury is very serious," Ash said while looking at Keldeo, held by Xia Fan. "Hold on, we'll be in Luoxiang soon. There's a Pokémon Center there that can treat you." Ash soothed, reaching out to touch the Pokémon he had never seen before, but Keldeo dodged him. "Don't come near me." Keldeo said to Ash telepathically, and then moved closer to Xia Fan's arms. Ash looked a little discouraged. It seems to only have a crush on Mr. Xia Fan. Ash was a little angry. What's the difference? We care about it too. We were almost frozen by the Pokémon named Kyurem just now. I don't know either. Xia Fan smiled and continued to caress Keldeo gently. Of course, he would not tell Ash and the others that he was currently using the Psychic-type Heal Pulse to slowly heal Keldeo. At this moment, Iris suddenly clapped her hands and said to everyone, "Regarding Kyurem, I remember now. I once heard about it from the grandmother in Dragon Country." "Does the grandmother in Dragon Country know Kyurem?" Ash was surprised and looked at Iris with Sillin. Before attending the Unova Alliance conference, they stayed in the Dragon Country for a long time, so they got to know the old lady. "Yes, she once showed me a portrait of Kyurem. If I hadn't just seen Kyurem with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to remember it for a moment." Iris replied with a serious expression. "I once asked Granny what the strongest dragon-type Pokemon was. She told me it was called Kyurem, a dragon-type Pokemon that was born at the same time as the legendary Zekrom and Reshiram. It has the strongest dragon gene, and it constantly emits extremely cold air. It can control hurricanes and blizzards, and has the terrifying power to freeze the environment in an instant. It is said that it is the strongest dragon-type Pokemon on ground." After hearing what Iris said, Ash muttered, "The strongest dragon-type Pokemon on ground." Ash muttered, and then looked at Keldeo in Xia Fan's arms. What kind of conflict did it have with this Pokemon? Why go to so much trouble to hunt it down? Iris shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. At this moment, the train just passed through the tunnel, and the dazzling sunlight made everyone involuntarily close their eyes for a short time. "Don't move." Xia Fan felt that Keldeo in her arms wanted to break free and leave while they were feeling uncomfortable in the sun, so she quickly stopped him with telepathy. When he stopped, she said gently, "Kyurem didn't follow us. Don't be afraid. Just follow us. Your injuries still need to be healed at the Pokémon Center. I will protect you." Xia Fan's words shocked Keldeo. It had not expected that this human could not only heal its wounds, but also communicate with it privately through telepathy. "Are you human or Pokémon?" Keldeo asked in surprise. Since he did not block others, this question also rang in Ash and the others' minds. Are you talking about me? Or Mr. Xia Fan, Iris, Sillin? Ash looked at Keldeo in confusion. "If you're talking about me, of course I'm a human. We're all humans. How can we be Pokémon?" "Wait, the injuries on your body seem to be less than before." Keldeo was about to look at Xia Fan, but Xia Fan stopped him in his mind, telling him not to talk too much, to play dumb, to communicate with him only through telepathy, and not to spread the message to Ash and the others. Keldeo heard this. Although he had many doubts, he still did as he was told and started to pretend to be dumb and stop talking, which made Ash, Iris, Sillin, and the other three look at each other in confusion. Maybe it has the ability to heal itself. Xia Fan skipped the topic raised by Keldeo, but we still have to send it to the Pokémon Center. "Do you see those tall buildings in the distance? We should be arriving soon." The three people beside me stood up, and the tall buildings were in full view. Pokémon Center. Xia Fan and others stood quietly outside the treatment room, looking through the glass window at Keldeo, who was receiving treatment inside. The horns on its head seemed to have been broken off recently. A few minutes later, Nurse Joy, who was checking Keldeo's condition on the computer, asked the four people, "What on earth happened?" Ash replied, "Well, we don't really understand it either." Iris said, "Break it." Sillin said, "Probably the Kyurem." The word Kyurem made Nurse Joy's pupils shrink. "Did you meet Kyurem?" "Yes. That's weird. Kyurem should be living in a closed mine on the other side of the mountain. I heard that it rarely comes out and few people dare to go in and provoke it." Nurse Joy began to type frantically on the keyboard, searching the Pokémon Center's internal system for information about Kyurem. But it suddenly came out and attacked us. Iris walked over to Joy. Joy frowned slightly, glanced at Keldeo, who had just finished treatment and was resting in the treatment room, and then looked at the information about Kyurem on the computer. After a few seconds, she said, Keldeo has fought Kyurem. Celestial? Is the child's name Keldeo? Iris was surprised. You don't know? I don't know. Although it can speak, it just keeps saying the 3 words Kyurem. It doesn't introduce itself. Among us, it is only close to Mr. Xia Fan and ignores everyone else. Ash's tone was a little jealous, which made Xia Fan, who was silent beside him, couldn't help laughing. Nurse Joy also smiled. Well, let me show you something good. She continued typing on the keyboard, and soon opened a video from a computer folder. On it were 3 4-legged Pokémon that Ash and his friends had never seen before, running majestically across the plain. Nurse Joy introduced, "They are Pokémon called Sacred Swordsmen, and one of our seniors at the Pokémon Center was lucky enough to take a photo of them while traveling." Sacred Swordsmen? Yes, they're always training themselves and traveling to protect Pokémon and the world. At this point, Nurse Joy points to a Pokémon in the video that looks like a cow. It's called Terrakion, and its strength and impact are said to be unmatched by any Pokémon. Then he pointed to the Pokémon that look like antelopes and deer. It's called Virizion, and its speed and sense of justice are said to be the best in the world. Finally, she pointed to a 4-legged Pokémon that also looked like a sheep, but was completely blue. It's called Cobalion. It's like the leader of the Sacred Swords. It's calm and steady, with a body and mind like Orberg. What about Keldeo? What does it have to do with them? Iris couldn't help but interject. She didn't see Keldeo in the video. Nurse Joy smiled and fast-forwarded the video. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in the eyes of several people. As for Keldeo, it is the Pokémon that will inherit the position of Sacred Swordsman. I heard that. So Keldeo is now considered a member of the Sacred Swords. That's right. That's amazing. Ash looked at Keldeo in the treatment room with admiration. Okay, everyone go out. I still need to arrange a checkup for Keldeo. If the results show that he has recovered well, he can come out. Following Nurse Joy's words, everyone left the treatment room and waited outside. After waiting for half an hour, Keldeo was pushed out of the treatment room by Nurse Joy. Okay, its injuries have almost recovered. Keldeo, who had recovered, followed Xia Fan and Ash and the others out of the Pokémon Center. Hello, my name is Ash, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Pikachu. My name is Iris, and this child is Axu. Axu. My name is Silin, and I'm a wine waiter. My name is Xia Fan, and this is my partner, and also Pikachu. Pikachu. On the way, Xia Fan was pulled by Ash, Iris, and Silin to introduce herself to Keldeo. But Keldeo did not respond to the 4 people's self-introductions. Instead, he lowered his head in silence, looking very depressed. Seeing this, Xia Fan smiled and said, "You look like you have a lot on your mind. Why don't you tell us about it? Is it okay?" Keldeo hesitated. "There's nothing wrong with that. If you need help, we will definitely help." Ash said hurriedly. Xia Fan added through telepathy, "Even if I help you fight Kyurem, it's not impossible." These words seemed to be a stabilizing force, and Keldeo looked at Xia Fan with shock again. At the same time, he thought it was not a bad idea to speak out, so he told her about his experience. In its story, it is a Pokémon that becomes a true Sacred Swordsman from a covet, but to become a true Sacred Swordsman, it needs to fight the powerful Kyurem and gain its recognition. However, its strength was not recognized by Virizion, Terrakion, and Cobalion at first. The 3 of them thought it was too early for Keldeo to challenge Kyurem and rejected Keldeo's idea of challenging. But just yesterday, Keldeo took advantage of the night and rushed to Kyurem's lair alone and challenged him. As expected, he was beaten up by the powerful Kyurem, and his most proud horn was easily broken. As a result, he became afraid and wanted to escape. But once Kyurem starts a fight, he will not allow rival to escape midway, unless 2 options are met. The first is that rival's strength satisfies it, and it spares its life out of appreciation for its talent, and then uses its name to enjoy respect from the outside world. The second option is naturally death. It will not allow a trash rival to challenge it, then leave its nest safely, and then show off its own talent. Keldeo obviously belongs to the latter. Its strength is far from being recognized by Kyurem. So once the challenge is launched, Death is the only thing waiting for it. But Verizian, Terrakian, and Cobalion, who had devoted themselves to raising it, were certainly unwilling to do so. They rushed to the nest when Keldeo was in the most danger and worked together to stop Kirim. Although they successfully helped Keldeo escape in the end, the three of them were also frozen by Rage's Kirim. After listening to Keldeo's story, Ash and the other two fell into a brief silence, and then talked to Keldeo about their own opinions. Xia Fan on the side remained silent, as if thinking about something alone. But his eyes always involuntarily looked towards the other side of the mountain, which was the direction of Kirim's nest. No one knew what he was planning. After a while, Xia Fan suddenly interrupted the conversation between Keldeo and Ash. He looked directly at Keldeo and shouted, "Keldeo, are you scared now? The battle with Kirim." "What? I didn't. But your words just now revealed your fear of Kirim's powerful strength. You even trembled a little. If this isn't fear, then what is it?" Facing Xia Fan's eyes, Keldeo took a step back involuntarily. Xia Fan continued, "You are not qualified to be a sacred swordsman." The three words, sacred sword, are the faith in Keldeo's heart. He immediately gritted his teeth and retorted, "I'm not scared to the point of trembling. I'll go now and rescue all the sacred swords." After saying this, it turned around and was about to rescue, but was stopped by Xia Fan. Xia Fan's eyes changed from serious to kind. "That's right." Xia Fan smiled and said, "I will help you, and my Pokémon will help you rescue the three sacred swordsmen from Kirim's lair." Keldeo paused, not expecting Xia Fan to say that. "So do we. We will help you too." At this time, Ash and the others quickly agreed. Looking at the four people opposite, Keldeo was somewhat moved. He nodded, said thank you, and was about to lead everyone directly to Kirim's lair, but was stopped by Sillin. "Everyone, wait a moment. Before that, we should eat and drink enough first. It would be risky to go on a challenge on an empty stomach." Sillin took out the Darumaka bento that he had purchased at Qingfeng Station that morning from his backpack. "That makes sense." Xia Fan stopped preparing to follow Keldeo and smiled as he and Sillin took out their lunchboxes from their backpacks. So, everyone had an open-air lunch in the park outside the Pokémon Center before heading to Kirim's lair. While eating their lunch, Ash suddenly asked Iris why Kirim was called Ground's strongest Dragon-type Pokémon. That's because Kirim can change its appearance into two forms. One is called Flame Kirim, and the other is called Dark Kirim. These two forms use the power of the legendary Reshiram and Zekrom respectively. Therefore, Kirim is the strongest Dragon-type Pokémon on ground. Iris recalled what the old lady said in Dragon Village. Use the power of Reshiram and Zekrom. No wonder it's called the strongest Dragon-type Pokémon on ground. Ash was shocked after hearing this. At this time, Keldeo thought of a key issue. "By the way, how are you going to help me defeat Kirim?" This question made Ash, Iris, and Sillin pause while they were eating. Then they all looked at Xia Fan at the same time. It seemed that among them, only Xia Fan could face off against such a powerful legendary Pokémon. "Do you think the three of them are okay?" Facing the gazes of Ash and the others, Xia Fan smiled and threw out 3 Pokeballs. A red light flashed, and Gengar, Deoxys, and Cresselia appeared at the same time. "What are they?" Although Keldeo didn't recognize the 3 of them, he had to be wary of the power emanating from their bodies. "Keldeo, you can fight any of them to see if I can help you." Xia Fan introduced them with a smile. "You should recognize this one. It's Gengar. This one is Deoxys, a Pokémon from outer space. And the last one is Cresselia, a legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, known as the Dream Goddess. Fight any of them." Keldeo frowned, his eyes wandering between Gengar, Deoxys, and Cresselia. Of the 3 Pokémon, it only recognized the different-colored Gengar, and had never seen the other 2 before, so they looked very unfamiliar to it. "I choose it." Keldeo thought for a moment and pointed at Comrade Laozu. The reason, of course, is that it is so unfamiliar with the other 2 that it cannot estimate their power. Moreover, they seemed very powerful in Xia Fan's introduction. One was from outer space, and the other was even more amazing. It was actually a legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. Doesn't that mean it has the same status as Cobalion and other Sacred Sword predecessors? The Jengar is different. Although it is restrained by their attributes, it has fought with the Jengar clan in the Unova region more than once during its growth and often beat them up. Therefore, it is very familiar with its upper limit of strength and will not easily make a fool of itself and get beaten up. And now, because of what happened to Kyurem, it is no longer as arrogant as before and no longer dares to directly challenge unfamiliar enemies. Are you sure? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Keldeo to choose the most difficult one. The reason why he released Cresselia, who was not good at fighting, was to reduce the difficulty for Keldeo because he couldn't tell who was stronger between Deoxys and Jengar. No matter who Keldeo chose, he would probably be beaten up, so he thought of adding Cresselia, which could show his own strength and give the child some confidence, making him feel that he was not such a loser, but now. Sure, Keldeo confirmed, and ran to a nearby battlefield in 2 or 3 steps. Just then, a pair of teenagers came down from the battlefield. Go and fight, don't drool here. Xia Fan kicked Comrade Laozu. This guy has been drooling at Cresselia since he was released. The Jengar ancestor looked at Xia Fan with resentment, but for the sake of its Cresselia, it chose bide and floated to the opposite side of Keldeo. I'll be the referee. Sillin ran among them and volunteered to be the referee. Keldeo, come on. Pika Pika, don't underestimate the enemy. Mr. Xia Fan's Jengar is very strong. Ash and Iris stood outside cheering Keldeo on. I will take this battle seriously, and I will not lose to a Jengar. Keldeo sharpened his hooves, looked at the Jengar level, and prepared for the battle. Well then, the battle will begin on the last 3 counts. Attack in no particular order. 3, 2, 1, the battle begins. Following Sillin's order, Keldeo took the initiative to attack and rushed towards Jengar. The broken horn formed a wave of air that broke through the air, aiming directly at Jengar's abdomen, as if he wanted to pierce Jengar's abdomen with one blow. Ash, who was outside the field, became anxious when he saw this. It's close combat. Why would Keldeo think of using this skill? It's a fighting skill. Iris agreed, anxiously. Yeah, fighting skills are ineffective against ghost-type Jengars. This first-hand attack is going to cause trouble. As the 2 men finished their words, Keldeo, who was charging toward Jengar, suddenly took off into the air, did a 360-degree spin in midair, and his tail suddenly swept out a huge wave out of thin air, smashing towards Jengar's head. It's Aqua Tail. I see. Keldeo's close combat just now was just a trick to make Jengar let down his guard. He actually wanted to use Aqua Tail all along. Ash clapped his hands excitedly. But this excitement didn't last for 2 seconds, and Ash's face froze. Because the battle situation was reversed again in an instant, Comrade Laozu disappeared from his original position in an instant, blending into the black air under his feet like a ghost, and Keldeo's Aqua Tail missed. How can this Jengar do this? What kind of skill is this? Keldeo's face was filled with horror as he looked around at the black air that had spread all around him. This was the first time he encountered such a situation while fighting Jengar. This guy's become stronger again. Outside the court, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, realizing that Jengar's strength had increased a lot, and there was a new change in the use of Dark Pulse. It seems I need to find an opportunity to learn this new change again. On the battlefield, as Jengar could blend into the black air under his feet at any time, his battle with Keldeo could be declared over. As he had become one with the black air, he could be said to be invincible. Attacking Keldeo was a piece of cake for him. He only had to dissolve into the black air and then control the black air to attack. Keldeo, on the other hand, couldn't attack the ancestor at all because there was no entity for Keldeo to attack. If he simply attacked the black gas, it would not hurt Jengar. If he tried to blow the black gas away, it would be useless because the black gas would gather together again immediately. I give up. After several more useless attacks, Keldeo lowered his head to Xia Fan in frustration. It felt that Jengar made it more desperate than Kyurem. As long as Kyurem is strong enough, it is possible to defeat him. But as for Jengar, even if it is strong enough, it does not know how to fight. If it encounters it, it can only passively take the beating and merge into the black air. It is really shameless. Hey, don't give in. Before Xia Fan could enter the scene to appease Keldeo, Comrade Lao Zhu became anxious first and quickly emerged from the black air. It was just about to show off its skills and beat Keldeo up in front of Cresselia to demonstrate its great strength. But now rival surrendered first. Where's the beep? You should let it finish installing first. How can it be installed only halfway? Comrade Lao Zhu was furious. His face became a little ferocious, and the black air under his feet turned into a giant hand, which directly grabbed Keldeo. Keldeo was frightened and didn't understand what the Jengar was going to do. It thought it couldn't beat it, so why did it make it angry? Must it be crazy? Jengar, what are you doing? At this time, Xia Fan came over and shouted coldly. His shout calmed down Comrade Lao Zhu, and he put Keldeo down. Xia Fan then took out the Pokeball and put Jengar, Deoxys, and Cresselia into it. How is it? Are you okay? Xia Fan said with a smile. No, it's okay. Keldeo came back to his senses from astonish. It's okay. Xia Fan took it and walked out of the field. Keldeo couldn't help but ask at this time, is that Jengar your strongest partner? Of course not. Xia Fan shook his head decisively. Keldeo's eyes widened. There weren't many Jengar this strong. Its mind flashed to Deoxys and Cresselia, who had not just fought with it. Yes, one is a Pokémon from outer space, and the other is a legend from the Sinnoh region. It is indeed possible that it is stronger than that Jengar. But then Xia Fan said, I have many partners who are stronger than it. Deoxys and Cresselia are just one of them. There are many more. Keldeo's eyes widened again. Deoxys and Cresselia were just among them. How many powerful companions did this human in front of him have? Mr. Xia Fan, are you talking about the 3 cloud gods? Ash interrupted at this time. That's true. Last time in the sea outside Undella Town, they did show their power to suppress Jengar. Iris agreed. The 3 of them should be stronger than Mr. Xia Fan's Jengar. Xia Fan smiled but said nothing and did not deny it. If we really talk about those who are stronger than Jengar, these 3 can't even be ranked. Only Lugia Ho-Oh and others can be considered among the big guys. The 3 cloud gods you're talking about, are you talking about Thundurus, Tornadus, and Landorus? Keldeo asked in surprise. It had once met these 3 cloud gods led by the sacred swords. They could control the power of nature and were stronger than the sacred swords. Yeah, who are the 3 cloud gods in the legend besides Thundurus, Tornadus, and Landorus? Iris said with a smile. Last time in the sea of Undella Town, they and Meloetta voluntarily chose to become Mr. Xia Fan's partners. Keldeo froze and looked at Xia Fan in disbelief. Meloetta has also become your partner? Yes. Xia Fan raised her eyebrows. From Keldeo's expression, it seemed that he also had some strange feelings towards Meloetta. Have you met Meloetta? Well, the sacred swordsman once took me to the forest where it and its guardians lived in seclusion. Keldeo said, and then asked urgently, is it in your Pokeball now? Can I meet it? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows again and raised the corners of his mouth. It seems that just as he guessed, this guy must like Meloetta, otherwise he would not only ask Meloetta, but not whether Mikomo God is in the Pokeball. I'm sorry, it's not with me right now. Xia Fan shrugged with regret. It's with its guardians now, and it will probably take some time for it to join me. And the 3 cloud gods are not with me right now either, they're with my friend. When Keldeo heard that Meloetta was not around, he lowered his head in frustration. As for what Xia Fan said about the whereabouts of the 3 cloud gods, no one knew whether he had heard it or not. Okay, eat a little more, and then you can take us to find Kyurem. Xia Fan patted its head gently, walked back to the dining table, and finished the rest of the lunchbox. 10 minutes later, everyone headed towards Kyurem's lair. Keldeo walked in front, Ash, Sil, and Iris walked in the middle, and Xia Fan walked at the end. While walking on the road, Keldeo looked back from time to time, as if he wanted to ask something but didn't know how to start. What's wrong? Xia Fan noticed, and took the initiative to contact telepathically. Keldeo glanced back again, but didn't reply. Just tell me whatever you want to say. I'll tell you everything. Xia Fan continued with a smile. This was like a reassurance, and Keldeo finally responded through telepathy. You said that you would tell me whatever I wanted to say. I want to know why your Jengar is so strong. Its strength far exceeds that of any Jengar I have ever seen. Even Cobalion, Verizian, and Terrakian, I don't think they are as strong as it. I even feel that Kyurem may not be able to hurt it. That's an exaggeration. Kyurem should be able to hurt it. Xia Fan responded with a smile. But Cobalion, Verizian, Terrakian, they're definitely not as strong as it. As for why you want to know, I can tell you frankly that it's because of me, because of me. Because of you? Keldeo stopped and looked back in shock. What's wrong, Keldeo? Ash and the others didn't know that Xia Fan and Keldeo were communicating telepathically, so they asked in confusion. Nothing. Keldeo retracted his head and continued forward, communicating telepathically with Xia Fan. Is it because you brought them for special training? No. Is it because I have divine power? As long as you become my partner, you can quickly increase your strength without special training. It is for this reason that Jengar broke through the upper limit of his race and reached the god level. He has the power to fight with you and even crush you. Keldeo stopped again and looked back in shock. Xia Fan's words were like thunder in its mind. They were too exaggerated. Keldeo, what's wrong with you? Why do you always look back? Ash and the others looked at each other, really unable to understand why Keldeo was like this. They looked back at Xia Fan and found that there was nothing abnormal about Xia Fan, and asked Keldeo what was wrong with him. Nothing, I just wanted to look back. Keldeo pulled his head back again. Is what you just said true? Don't lie to me. Keldeo continued to have one-on-one telepathy with Xia Fan. Why do you think the three legendary cloud gods, Tornadus, Landorus, and Thundurus, chose to follow me? Xia Fan responded with a smile. Or do you think a Jengar can really break through the racial limit on its own and stand on the same level as you? After that, Xia Fan said no more and waited quietly for Keldeo's reply. But Keldeo fell silent after hearing his words. After a minute of silence, it suddenly responded. If I choose to follow you, will my strength also be greatly increased? Sure, Xia Fan answered decisively without any hesitation. This made Keldeo unable to help but look back at Fan again. I am becoming more and more curious and surprised about this human being. Okay, then you do it now. Keldeo was about to ask Xia Fan to throw the ball, but when he was halfway through his telepathy, he paused and looked up at soaring in the sky. What's wrong, Keldeo? Ash asked confused. Kyurem is coming. Everyone be careful. Xia Fan behind him answered quickly. What? Ash Iris Sillin was startled and looked around, and it's soaring in the sky. Keldeo looked at Xia Fan in surprise, not expecting that Xia Fan could also feel it. No, Mr. Xia Fan. Where is Kyurem? Ash said as he looked around and found nothing. Mr. Xia Fan, please don't scare us on purpose. Iris rolled her eyes, thinking that Xia Fan was trying to scare her. Hiss! The next second after she finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. Everyone look! Then Sillin suddenly exclaimed, and everyone followed his gaze and saw that the fountain not far away was freezing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is Kyurem really coming? I hate the cold, Iris said nervously. 2 seconds later, Sillin exclaimed again. Look there, it's cryogonal. Following Sillin's gaze on the right side of the group, hundreds of cold Icerus-like Pokémon attacked, surrounding everyone and Keldeo. Be careful, they are in league with Kyurem, Keldeo warned. As soon as he finished speaking, a cryogonal suddenly sprayed a freezing beam at the 4 people. The 4 of them quickly dodged, and Ash shouted, Damn it, what do you want to do? Why are you attacking us? It has nothing to do with Ash and the others. Keldeo also shouted and fired a hydro pump, knocking away the cryogonal that released the freezing beam. The smoke created by the attack gave everyone a chance to escape. Sillin looked around and found a direction to escape, and hurriedly said, Everyone, run over here. The others immediately followed Sillin and ran over there. Xia Fan was running at the end and turned to look at a building. His divine bee sense sensed that a Pokémon was standing there. Obviously, it is Kyurem. After seeing them escape from Cryogonal's encirclement easily, Kirim jumped from the top of the building and appeared beside everyone with just 2 light flaps of his wings. Kirim at this time was different from the one everyone saw on the train during the day. It was much larger, with most of its body white, and its wings were wider than before. Ember would occasionally brush against its tail. "It's Kirim. It's exactly the same as the picture book that Grandma gave me," Iris exclaimed. Kirim looked at the people and Keldeo running for their lives below with a hint of teasing in his eyes, but he did not rush to attack. Deoxys Psychic. At this time, Xia Fan took the initiative to throw out a Pokeball. A red light flashed, and Deoxys appeared. As soon as he appeared, he shot a psychic beam from his chest according to Xia Fan's instructions. The light beam hit the flame-white Kirim, catching it off guard and causing it to let out a dragon roar of rage. It seemed as if it had never expected that the ants below would actually attack it actively and hurt it. Wow! Flame-white Kirim directly spewed out a huge mouthful of flame. The flames were so hot that they burned through a building in an instant, but when they hit Deoxys's safeguard and defensive form blocked them. Seeing this, flame-white Kirim roared, and his form changed from flame-white to dark black. His face became more hideous and scary, and most of his body was black, with sparks flashing from time to time. "It's Dark Kirim," Iris exclaimed again. Dark Kirim faced Deoxys and suddenly shot out lightning with incredibly powerful force from his palms. 2 lightning bolts crossed and shattered Deoxys's safeguard, sending Deoxys flying dozens of feet backwards and piercing a building. Xia Fan's pupil shrank. He didn't expect Dark Kirim's fusion bolt to be so powerful. Even Deoxys's safeguard and defensive mode can be easily penetrated. Fortunately, Deoxys was in defensive form just now and could withstand a beating, otherwise something serious might have happened. 2 seconds after Deoxys was beaten back, when Dark Kirim was about to attack the 4 people, it reappeared in front of them with a teleport, a safeguard protecting everyone, and at the same time, under Xia Fan's command, its body released recovered to heal its injuries. Dark Kirim's eyes turned cold. When preparing to aim at Deoxys again, Xia Fan threw 2 balls. "Comrade Laozu, Cresselia, come out and help." A red light flashed, and Jengar and Cresselia appeared together. Jengar is a tough guy now, so he can help Deoxys share the pressure. Cresselia is here to unleash its potential. The fact was just as Xia Fan thought. When the old man Jengar appeared and saw Cresselia beside him, he decisively waved his hand and ordered Deoxys to retreat, allowing it to fight against the Dark Kirim alone. After Deoxys retreated, it began to speak foul language, constantly taunting Kirim. But the result was that this guy was beaten up quite badly by Rage's Kirim. Although it was immortal while hiding in the black air, Kirim of Dark Contest condition directly used Freeze Shock, allowing lightning accompanied by icy air to sweep across the entire Dark Pulse area, making it scalp numb. With the Thunder Shock and the Frost Attack, it would not feel good even if it was immortal. I can only secretly shout, "Deoxys, save me," through the spiritual shared world. As for asking Cresselia for treatment, it was too embarrassed to ask. Fortunately, the honest second-generation Deoxys, who heard the call for help, did not hesitate and decisively helped the ancestor to share the pressure. Nor did he tell Cresselia why she suddenly intervened in the battle between Jengar and Kirim. This made Cresselia extremely confused. Didn't she hear that foul-mouthed old comrade wanted to challenge Kirim in a duel? On the other side, although Kirim was delayed, Xia Fan and his men were still in trouble because there were still 100 Cryogonals following them. Under Kirim's command, these Cryogonals fought desperately to stop the 4 people. Finally, the 4 of them arrived at an abandoned subway station on Silen's map. It is said that it leads to an old tool museum. Just walk through this old tool museum to get outside the city. However, when they arrived there, they discovered that Cryogonal had found them and was blocking them outside. Xia Fan then suggested leading them away himself. But he was rejected by everyone because Kirim still needed his Pokémon to resist, and it was the most suitable person to accompany Keldeo to Kyurem's lair to save the sacred swordsman. Finally, Iris and Scyllin took the initiative to take on this task. They disguised themselves and drove the old airship away from the Tool Museum, leading away hundreds of cryogonals. Xia Fan Ash took Keldeo and secretly boarded an old train to Kyurem's lair. Just when they got off the train, an accident happened. No one knew how Kyurem appeared here. The battle between Deoxys and Jengar continued from one side of the mountain to this side. At the same time, a large number of cryogonals flew towards them. This time Ash offered to stay and help Xia Fan and Keldeo lure cryogonal away. Great! Finally I have a chance to be alone with Keldeo. Xia Fan smiled as he watched Ash lead the cryogonals away on the old train. In fact, the reason why Kyurem fought back from one end of the mountain to the other was that he ordered Deoxys and Jengar to do it through the spiritual shared world. He took the opportunity to get Ash to leave as well, so that he could subdue Keldeo. By the way, Keldeo, what do you want to say before Kyurem arrives? On the way up the mountain, Xia Fan asked casually. Keldeo, who was leading the way, paused, and after a long silence, he said, I want to be your partner. Are you sure? Xia Fan pretended to be surprised. Sure, as long as what you said before is true, as long as I become your partner, my strength will increase infinitely. Of course it's true, Xiao Huan. Since Ash and the others are not here, you should show your true form. Xia Fan smiled and snapped his fingers. The next second, the Pikachu on his shoulder flashed white light and turned into a cute Mew. Meow. Mew circled Keldeo. What Pokemon is it? Keldeo paused. It had never seen Mew before, so it didn't recognize it. You don't know him? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. It's called Mew. Like you, it's also a Phantom Pokemon, but it's a Psychic-type Phantom Pokemon. It has the vast majority of Pokemon genes, so it can transform into the appearance of many Pokemon. As soon as he finished speaking, Mew transformed into Keldeo's appearance in front of him and used Hydro Pump on a tree. How is it possible? Keldeo was shocked. Mew then transformed into Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion in front of Keldeo. This directly shattered Keldeo's cognition. Meow. Mew changed back after a while, covered his mouth, and bent over, giving Keldeo a smug smile. How about it? Do you feel that Mew is different? That's why it volunteered to be my partner. Xia Fan said at this time. Mew stopped laughing immediately and looked at Xia Fan in surprise. When did it become voluntary? It clearly remembered that the ball was thrown to it. He originally wanted to resist from the ball, but he couldn't resist at all. Finally, he was fooled by Mr. Xia and had to admit defeat. However, Xia Fan didn't care about Mew's surprise and continued to talk nonsense. But I tell you, in addition to Mew, Deoxys, Jengar, Cresselia, Mikumo, Meloetta, and others, I also have many powerful companions, many of whom can fight Kyurem on equal terms. For example, the auspicious Ho-Oh of Chengdu and Kanto region, the sea god Lugia, the super ancient Pokemon Kyogre of Fengyuan region, ground the earth god Regigigas of Sinnoh region, the god of time Dialga, the god of space Palkia, and the controller of reverse world Giratina. Each of them volunteered to be my partner for that reason. Really, Keldeo suddenly started to get excited. Although it had never seen any of the gods Xia Fan mentioned, they all sounded very powerful, no worse than Kyurem. Even these strong men took the initiative to become Xia Fan's partners for power, so why would it refuse? Let me be your partner. What should I do? Keldeo asked seriously. It's very simple. Let me put you into the Pokeball, and then the Pokemon I mentioned will personally confirm what I said to you. Xia Fan smiled and took out an unused Pokeball from his waist and pressed the switch on Keldeo. A red light flashed, and Keldeo was taken in. 2 seconds later, the long-lost system prompt sound rang. Water-type and Fighting-type mythical Pokemon. Keldeo, normal form. Gender, none. Ability, Justice. When attacked by Dark-type skills, the sense of justice will stimulate the desire to fight, thereby increasing the attack. Carrying things, none. Water-type and Fighting-type Phantom Pokemon. Keldeo, awaken form. Ability, Justice. When attacked by Dark-type skills, the sense of justice will stimulate the desire to fight, thereby increasing the attack. Since the secret sword has not yet been mastered, this form has not yet awakened. Skills are as follows. Aqua Jet attacks rival at lightning speed. Guaranteed to strike first. Double Kick. Use both feet to kick rival away to attack. Deal damage twice in a row. Sacred Sword. Use the long horn to cut rival to attack. Ignore rival's ability changes and defense improvement, and deal damage directly. Hidden Power. The attribute of the move will change with the Pokémon that uses this move. The stronger the Pokémon, the more powerful this move will be. Close Combat. Give up all defenses and keep the determination to fight rival with all your might. Sword Dance. Perform a fierce war dance to increase your momentum and greatly improve your combat effectiveness. Retaliate. Retaliate for fallen partners. Every time a partner falls, your own combat power will double. Help. Help partner. The skill power of the Pokémon being helped will be increased by 50% in the future. Secret Sword. Let the long horns with mysterious power cut rival to attack. After fully understanding this skill, Keldeo will enter the Awakening contest condition. After learning this skill, the learner will have an unyielding will and will no longer fear any enemy. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Secret Sword is Keldeo's exclusive skill for Awakening. As for Sacred Sword, if you remember correctly, besides Sacred Sword, there seemed to be only one exotic beast and one legendary Pokémon of Guardian level, as well as a very rare Pokémon that was said to be able to see whether a person had the qualities of king. As for other skills, they're not very rare. They are either auxiliary skills or teammate killing skills, which are not very attractive. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is that he wants to help Keldeo to fully comprehend the Secret Sword. If he chooses the Secret Sword, the system should help it to complete this skill, so he can help Keldeo comprehend the part it lacks. System, I choose Secret Sword. With this thought in mind, Xia Fan made a choice to the system. 2 seconds later, a mysterious force entered Xia Fan's body, and his entire body began to glow with golden light. His will was transformed under the system. This time, the skill learning took a little longer than the previous ones. After a full 5 seconds, the golden light dissipated, and the Secret Sword skill appeared in Xia Fan's mind. I understand. Xia Fan, who had learned the Secret Sword, was excited. As the skill introduction said, the so-called Secret Sword allows the user to enter a fearless state of killing gods and Buddhas when he is at a disadvantage. No matter how powerful rival is, he will always be fought in the best, strongest, and most fearless contest condition. In short, it is to add a spiritual buff to yourself. A red light flashed, and Xia Fan released Keldeo. What happened just now? As soon as Keldeo came out, he looked at Xia Fan in surprise. Just now in the Pokeball, he saw Xia Fan shining with gold. Nothing. This is one of my abilities. Xia Fan spread his hands, and the next second, his whole body was shining with golden light again, which made Keldeo dumbfounded. Wait for me here for a while. Xia Fan then soared into the sky under Keldeo's gaze and headed straight for Kyurem. At this time, Kyurem was still fighting with Gengar and Deoxys, and did not notice Xia Fan, who suddenly appeared not far away. Master! Cresselia noticed it and asked in confusion, "Why are you here? Seeing you guys are fighting so hard, I came up to help you," Xia Fan said calmly, and then a teleport appeared in the center of the battlefield. That is the skill confrontation center between Dark Kyurem's Frozen Volt, Gengar's Destruction Death Ray, and Deoxys Psycho Boost. His appearance startled Gengar and Deoxys. They didn't know what was wrong with Xia Fan all of a sudden. They wanted to cancel the skill, but it was too late. On the other side, Kyurem in dark form also showed a trace of shock. Although he didn't know how a human like him suddenly ended up here, but appearing in the middle of their skill show, was he trying to kill himself? At the center of the 3 skills, Xia Fan, shining with golden light, condensed Dialga's Roar of Time with the index finger of his left hand, and Frozen Volt against Dark Kyurem. His right hand condensed Kyogre's Origin Pulse and the Destruction Death Ray and Psycho Boost Condensed Psychic Beam against Jengar. Next second, boom, the Roar of Time, which was powerful enough to tear through time and space, collided with the Frozen Volt of Dark Kyurem. A mushroom cloud instantly appeared in the air. The collision of the two powerful skills froze the soaring in the sky on the left, and hundreds of space-time cracks appeared instantly and were then frozen. Dark Kyurem saw this and quickly stepped back in fear. On the other side, the equally powerful Origin Pulse followed closely and split into two beams of light, colliding with the Destruction Light and Psycho Boost. A mushroom cloud, no smaller than the ones generated by Roar of Time and Frozen Volt, instantly erupted. The powerful gust of wind forced Jengar, Deoxys, and Cresselia to retreat hastily. Is Xia crazy? Why is he rushing into our skill duel for no reason? Is he trying to show off his strength? The retreating Jengar couldn't help but curse. It began to find it increasingly difficult to understand Xia Fan's train of thought. Why did he always like to do something unexpected? If you want to be beaten, just tell the ancestor. He will definitely agree and beat you to death with all his might, and will not stop until he beats the shit out of you. Shut up, and don't curse your master. Although Deoxys also found it difficult to understand, he disagreed with Jengar's foul mouth cursing Xia Fan. As the second generation of an honest man, he is still very loyal to Xia Fan. Jengar felt embarrassed in front of Cresselia after being scolded and wanted to retort to Deoxys immediately, but was stopped by Cresselia's glare. Oh, I have such a stupid master, and I'm not allowed to speak. I must have done something sinful in my previous life. Jengar could only mutter to himself, and just as he finished muttering, a golden figure rushed out from between the two mushroom clouds. His body was covered with scars, looking horrible, and even one of his hands was missing. Fortunately, with the help of a mysterious force, the severed hand grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye, including the injuries. This miserable appearance immediately made Jengar laugh so hard that his mouth split open, but he was stopped halfway by Cresselia's glare. After the figure rushed out of the mushroom cloud, he went straight to Kyurem on the other side and engaged in a skills battle with him. No one knew why Mr. Xia was sick. Whenever Deoxys asked if they needed help, the man just told them to go away. In the end, the battle between Xia Fan and Kyurem lasted for 5 minutes. During that 5 minutes, Kyurem was suppressed by Xia Fan because Xia Fan not only had several powerful skills, but also had several powerful life-saving skills. Once Kyurem's attack was about to hit him, Xia Fan would use Giratina's Shadow Force to enter another parallel dimension, wait to dodge, and then come out to attack. Anyway, Kyurem was extremely annoyed by the beating. Okay, I'll give it back to both of you, and you can continue fighting. After 5 minutes of fighting, Xia Fan, who was feeling relaxed, said to Jengar and Deoxys. Then a teleport returned to Keldeo, leaving an extremely raged Kyurem to Jengar and Deoxys. Deoxys agreed without any hesitation, rushed to Kyurem, and stopped him. Jengar cursed Xia Fan's ancestors in his heart, saying that he had enough fun and let them suffer. Are you a human or a Pokémon? As soon as he returned to ground, Xia Fan heard a familiar question again. Human, of course. Wean its teeth. Xia Fan responded with a smile, picked up the backpack that he had dropped on ground when he took off, and took out a set of clothes from it to change into. Master, why did you rush over just now? Mew went straight to the core of the problem, not understanding why Xia Fan suddenly rushed over to fight Kyurem for no reason. I don't know why, I just want to fight. Xia Fan shrugged and answered. He found that the secret sword had a flaw. Although it could make people fearless of everything, once it was used, the user's desire to fight would be aroused regardless of whether there was a battle or not. He just couldn't help the urge to fight, so he suddenly rushed up to fight with Kyurem. However, this problem cannot be said to be a side effect, because after the fight, the fighter's fighting skills will be enhanced. After changing into a new set of clothes, Xia Fan looked at Keldeo and said with a smile, "It's time to let you know my other abilities." Clatter! With a snap of his fingers, a dimensional hole appeared next to Xia Fan, and then a Pokémon with orange-red hair, a lion-like appearance, and iron rings on its limbs walked out. As it came out, it stretched its neck and a mouthful of ember-scraped bet. Keldeo didn't know how many times he had been shocked. The human being before me was truly too amazing. Not only can you use Pokemon skills, but you can also summon a Pokemon at will. Moreover, this Pokemon looks very powerful no matter how you look at it. It feels even stronger than the Sacred Swordsman. And like the Sacred Swordsman, it is full of righteousness in its every move. NTI, long time no see. Xia Fan walked over to the Pokemon and touched its head. Long time no see, Master. Is there anything you want to summon me for? NEI did not resist and let Xia Fan touch its head. Nothing much. I just want you to introduce it to the benefits of becoming my partner. Let me? What about that fellow Jengar? Doesn't he like to take this opportunity to recruit followers for himself? NEI was surprised. It's not available right now. Xia Fan pointed at soaring in the sky. NEI looked in the direction of his finger and found that a big battle was going on in soaring in the sky. Who are it and Deoxys fighting? Why do they seem to be unable to defeat them? It seems that Jengar was beaten badly. TSK. This is the disadvantage of not knowing how to recover. Deoxys seems to be fine. And a Pokemon named Kyurem, whose power is about the same level as Ho-Oh-Lugia. Oh, then I understand why they were both beaten up. NTI nodded, then retracted his gaze, and without asking any other nonsense, he walked directly in front of Keldeo. Little one, let me introduce myself. My name is NTI, and I am one of Lord Ho-Oh's messengers, responsible for protecting the peace of Chengdu and the Kanto region. NTI is twice as big as Keldeo, and his condescending gaze makes Keldeo a little nervous. It feels as if he is seeing Cobalion and the others. My name is Keldeo, and I aspire to be a member of the Sacred Swords. Keldeo replied a little nervously. Louder your voice. As the Master's Pokemon, how can you be so timid? NTI shouted loudly, stomping the stomping tantrum, and flames flashed under his feet. This immediately aroused Keldeo's desire to resist. My name is Keldeo, and I will be a member of the Sacred Sword in the future. Keldeo said loudly. That's right. The Pokemon that can become a master must have a very impressive background. How can they be like you just now? NTI grinned, nodded with satisfaction, and then turned to ask Xia Fan, what is a Sacred Swordsman? They are equivalent to your positions in Chengdu and Kanto region. They protect the peace of the Unova region, but their leaders are a bit harsh. NTI nodded, then asked who their leader was. The one who was fighting Jengar Deoxys in soaring in the sky. Kyurem. NTI nodded, but Keldeo then retorted, saying that Kyurem was not their leader, which made NTI a little confused, why one said yes and the other said no. Keldeo, although I don't want to refute you, this is the fact. Although Kyurem beat you to death and even froze Terrakion, Virizion, and Cobalion, it is your leader. Don't forget that your so-called Sacred Sword honor must be recognized by it. That's why I said your leader is stricter. It decides whether you are qualified based on your life and death. Xia Fan patted Keldeo's head gently to calm him down. Xia Fan's words were rough but true. Keldeo paused after hearing them and lowered his head to think deeply. NEI didn't say much, as it was not convenient for him to interfere in the relationship between the Celestic messengers who guarded other regions. But after a while, I suddenly realized that Keldeo's horn was broken. Master, why is Keldeo's horn broken? I was interrupted after challenging Kyurem. That's pretty harsh, NTI muttered. Fortunately, Lord Ho-Oh didn't have this kind of inspection on them. It sounded like they were really going to beat them to death. After a while, Keldeo raised his head and figured it out. Xia Fan's words enlightened him. Sacred Swordsmen are not obtained by defeating Kyurem, but by being recognized by Kyurem, because Sacred Swordsmen walking outside represent Kyurem, the strongest dragon-type Pokemon on the ground. How about it? Do you still want to become a Sacred Swordsman? Xia Fan asked with a smile. Keldeo hesitated. Why do you want to become a Sacred Swordsman? NTI asked directly. Keldeo raised his head and said, because I want to stand with the legitimate Sacred Swordsmen instead of just following behind. I also want to protect this world and the weak Pokemon together with them. But what does this have to do with Kyurem? NEI asked again. Keldeo paused, a gleam in his eyes. Yes, What does this have to do with Kyurem? It wants to follow the sacred swordsman to protect the Pokemon world voluntarily. So why should it be bound by Kyurem? Are you afraid of Kyurem? Xia Fan asked again. The light that had just flashed in Keldio's eyes immediately dimmed again. Yes, it was scared. Now it was terribly afraid of Kyurem. When I see Kyurem, I think of the scene where it broke its own horn. Nti glanced at Xia Fan, and a trace of annoyance flashed across his face. He felt that his master was here to cause trouble. He had just awakened the little guy, but he made him lose heart again. Keldio, you said you were afraid of Kyurem. I want to ask, if one day Kyurem wants to stop you from protecting this world and directly kill all the sacred swords, will you run away out of fear? Nei asked again. This question touched Keldio's heart. It lowered its head and pondered again. It didn't dare to think about how much despair and self-blame it would fall into if the sacred swords were killed directly by Kyurem instead of being frozen because of its escape. What it can be sure of is that in the days ahead, it will be living a life worse than death. If that's the case, it might as well kill Kyurem the F***K out of here, even if it means dying. Thinking of this, Keldio's whole body suddenly glowed. The broken horn actually grew back, and the new horn was like a sharp sword. Oh wow! Xia Fan saw this scene and nodded with great satisfaction. He knew that summoning Nei was the right thing to do. Although he is an honest man, he is also an honest man with integrity and can see the key to the problem. Keldio's knot was resolved with just a few words. But otherwise, it wouldn't be so popular with many weaker Pokémon. Master, what happened to it? Nei looked at Keldio in surprise and asked Xia Fan. This is Secret Sword. It has realized its true power and entered the awakening contest condition. Xia Fan smiled. Thanks. Keldio, who had grown a new horn, thanked Nti solemnly. I think I know what to do. Nti looked at Keldio, who had regained his life in the blink of an eye, and smiled sincerely. In response to Keldio's thanks, it raised its palm and waved it in a humane way. No need to thank me, just know what to do next. No, it was you who woke me up. I should be the one to say thank you. Keldio said, and tapped the ground with the horns on his head as a sincere sword salute. Nei saw it and accepted it without stopping. Only Xia Fan, who was originally smiling, had a frozen expression. Damn it, doesn't he need to thank me? He is the biggest contributor, okay? Calling Nti over and adding fuel to the fire allowed you, Keldio, to awaken the secret sword. But you didn't react at all. Although somewhat dissatisfied, Xia Fan did not force Keldio to thank him. He could only cross his arms across his chest and shake his legs to show his dissatisfaction. After offering the sword, Keldio told Nti and Xia Fan that he would fight Kyurem again with dignity and rescue the sacred swordsman. This time, he would not be afraid even if he died. But he was stopped by Xia Fan. Don't be anxious. Rescue the sacred swords first. The battle of honor between you and Kyurem can be launched at any time. There is no need to rush. And don't worry, you will not die. Xia Fan said lightly and continued to move towards Kyurem's lair. On the way, Nti told Keldio about some of his abilities, such as space teleportation and mental shared world, which allowed his Pokémon to come to him at the first time no matter where and when, and long-distance communication regardless of distance, as instructed by Xia Fan, and told it all about which Pokémon Xia Fan had captured so far. Keldio was listening attentively, but when he heard that Xia Fan had captured a total of 10 legendary Pokémon comparable to Kyurem, he opened his mouth and could not close it anymore. He was especially surprised when he heard that 3 of them were the first 3 Pokémon created by the great god of creation. After hearing that, combined with what Nei said about the ability of space teleportation, Keldio immediately understood that if Xia Fan wanted to teach Kyurem a lesson, he could summon 10 Region Guardians at once to beat up Kyurem. No wonder I felt like he wasn't afraid at all from the beginning. It turns out this is the reason. Keldio muttered, with those 10 legendary Pokémon, it feels like anyone will be very confident. Once we rescue Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, I will persuade them to become partners of Xia Fan. That way, even if Kyurem suppresses us in the future, we won't have to be afraid. Okay, let's do this. Thinking of this, Keldeo couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his foresight. At this time, Xia Fan, who was walking in the front, didn't know what Keldeo was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely give a thumbs up to this smart guy. That's the right way to think. He has a very good foresight. Keldeo, I hope you don't tell Ash and the others about these things. This is my secret. They're just ordinary people, and I don't want them to be involved. Xia Fan said. I understand. Keldeo nodded. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a foggy place. Go further, and you will see Giant Chasm. Kiram's lair is inside. Keldeo said there are very rich mineral resources there. In order to facilitate collection, humans once lived there in groups and built towns. But later, a meteorite suddenly fell from the sky and destroyed everything there. After that, Kiram walked out of the meteorite and used his own power to improve the environment here, making it his own lair. Xia Fan nodded and walked into the mist. As soon as he entered the fog, Xia Fan felt a little cold. The further they walked, the colder it became. But for Xia Fan, whose physique was already inhuman, this little bit of coldness was nothing. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan saw an abandoned train platform. He stood on the platform and looked towards soaring in the sky. He could vaguely see many tall buildings in the mist. As Keldeo said, this was indeed a place where humans were active in the past, but not anymore. Its nest is in the mountains surrounded by mining machines. Keldeo pointed to a large mountain in the center. Xia Fan nodded and led everyone toward that place. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan entered the giant chasm. Following Keldeo's instructions, we arrived at an abandoned square. There are many mining machines there, but now they are all frozen. Cobalion, Terrakion, Verizion. Keldeo shouted excitedly to one side shortly after entering the square. Xia Fan turned his head and saw a large piece of ice next to a frozen mining machine in the northwest of the square. With a teleport, Xia Fan came to the ice block, and an ember condensed by sacred fire emerged from his fingertips. As his body was constantly being transformed, Xia Fan could now use his various skills. He no longer had to spit out the sacred fire from his mouth like before, which was too stupid. With the illumination of the sacred fire, Xia Fan could immediately see the ice clearly. There were indeed 3 Pokémon frozen inside. Keldeo, get out of the way. Xia Fan's sacred fire surged. Seeing Keldeo about to slash the ice with his horn, he quickly stopped him. Don't chop. If you chop like this, you might hurt them. Keldeo paused and stepped back. Xia Fan divided the sacred fire in his hand, which had grown to the size of Fireball, into 3 parts, and then used confusion to make it float, allowing the 3 sacred fireballs to stick close to the ice. After a while, the ice melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, the 3 sacred swords were freed from it. The first thing they noticed when they were freed was Keldeo behind Xia Fan, and they immediately nervously told it to run away. However, when they noticed Keldeo's broken horn that had grown back, they immediately stopped eating. Keldeo, you? Cobalion, the leader of the sacred swords, hesitated. Cobalion, Terrakion, Verizion, I have found the true meaning of battle and realized what a true sacred swordsman is. Keldeo said excitedly to the 3 sacred swordsmen. Really, Verizion was a little happy. At this time, Terrakion from Sacred Sword looked at Xia Fan and NTI and Mew behind him. Are you Mew Senpai? Terrakion didn't recognize NEI, but recognized Mew. Its surprised voice attracted the attention of Cobalion and Verizion, who were busy talking to Keldeo. They turned their heads to look and were stunned. He also recognized Mew and immediately came forward excitedly. Do you know me? Mew circled around the 3 of them with some confusion. In its memory, it did not know these 3 legendary Pokémon. Yes, but you may not know us, Senior. When we were young, we saw you traveling in the Unova region from afar. We wanted to go up and say hello to you, but you turned into a deerling in the blink of an eye and ran away with the deerling tribe. So we had to give up. Cobalion said, Oh, I remember this. I have indeed traveled to the Unova region before. Mew nodded. So it was you who saved Keldeo and taught it the true meaning of the sacred sword. Verizion took a step forward. No, it was the master who saved it, and it was Inti who taught it the true meaning of the sacred sword. Mew pointed at Xia Fan and Inti, who had been left aside for a long time. Master? Senior Mew, you actually became a human Pokémon. Cobalion glared at Xia Fan with rage, as if his beliefs were insulted. Virizion and Terrakion also glared at Xia Fan. At this time, Inti walked over to Xia Fan. He looked at the sacred swordsman calmly, and a burning flame emerged from his back. The meaning is simple. Want to fight? Its scorching flames made Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion's faces change. They then realized that there was actually a very powerful Pokémon here. In terms of momentum and strength, it seemed to be no worse than them, and was even stronger than them when compared individually. Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, don't do this. The master is not the ordinary human you know. Keldeo was frightened by the sudden fight and quickly stood between the two to stop them. Owner, the three sacred swords were startled by the word master from Keldeo's mouth. Keldeo, you also became his Pokémon? Terrakion shouted angrily. You want to become a sacred swordsman. How can you become a human Pokémon? Is it shameful to be a human Pokémon? Xia Fan said a little unhappily. Yes, it's shameful. Virizion said coldly. Please give it freedom. As a sacred sword, it has its own responsibilities. Without waiting for Xia Fan to reply, Keldeo said anxiously, Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, I volunteered to be the master Pokémon, and being its partner does not conflict with the philosophy of the sacred swordsman. Voluntary? Keldeo, what are you doing wrong? Cobalion shouted. Keldeo felt that he was at a loss for words and didn't know how to calm the sacred swordsman down. Fortunately, Mew spoke at this time. I really don't know what you three are so anxious about. Can you listen to it explain things clearly? Also, if I become a human's partner, does that mean I am no longer worthy of being your senior? I have to say that the words of the seniors are still very effective. As soon as Mew said this, the three sacred swords looked at each other, then fell silent, waiting for Keldeo's explanation. Keldeo looked at Mew gratefully, and then explained to the three sacred swordsmen everything he had experienced after leaving here, and why he chose to become Xia Fan's Pokémon. In addition, he emphasized that in addition to himself, Inti, and Mew, Xia Fan also has many powerful Pokémon. As soon as they finished speaking, the shock of each of the three swordsmen was beyond words. Keldeo, don't lie to me. Have Lady Giratina, Lady Dialga, and Lady Palkia of the Sinnoh region really become its partners? Cobalion's telepathic voice trembled a little. Really, Cobalion, I even greeted them the master's shared spiritual world. Keldeo raised his head proudly. When Inti introduced him to the ability of the shared spiritual world, Xia Fan asked all the legendary Pokémon except Meloetta to greet it, including the three Sinnoh gods. You know what? It was actually a little flattered at that time. Looking at Keldeo's smug expression, the three sacred swords looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this point, they were inclined to believe everything Keldeo said, because Mew is the best proof. I'm sorry, but it's our problem to question you. Cobalion apologized decisively. It's okay, it's okay. Xia Fan waved his hands and looked at them jokingly. He could see that the three of them were also somewhat moved, but they couldn't say it out loud because of face. Would you like to join us? After waiting for more than 10 seconds and not getting what he wanted, Xia Fan decisively extended his hand. Don't worry. Once you become my partner, I won't force you to do anything. Just like Inti and the others, you can still perform the duties of sacred swordsmen in the Unova region and protect the peace of this world. Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion looked at each other, wanting to agree, but still had some concerns, fearing that they were being cheated. How about this? I will subdue one of you first, and let it verify whether what I said is true or false. If it is false, I will be struck by thunder and let you beat me. Xia Fan felt that he had given enough face. If these three guys still didn't know what was good for them and kept hesitating, then he would just throw the ball away, not bother talking nonsense, and be fact-oriented. The sacred swords looked at each other again, and finally Terrakion, who looked like a bison normal, stood up. Okay, let me be the test subject. With that, It leapt onto the square, looking like it was ready to have a Pokémon battle with Xia Fan. As long as you command that guy named Inti to defeat me, I will let you conquer me. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, took out a Pokeball from his waist, and without bothering to mess around with it, he directly used a teleport to appear next to Terrakion. Terrakion shouted, "What are you going to do? You can't subdue me as long as I don't want to." But before he could finish his words, Xia Fan's ball had already hit him. "I'm sorry, there's one thing I haven't told you. I'm going to take my ball by force, whether you like it or not." There was a flash of red light, and Terrakion was taken in. The system prompt sound also sounded. Rock-type and Fighting-type legendary Pokémon, Terrakion. Gender, none. Ability, Justice. When attacked by Dark-type skills, the sense of justice will stimulate the desire to fight, thereby increasing the attack. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Stone Edge. Use the sharp rock to pierce rival to attack. It is easy to hit the vital point. Double Kick. Use both feet to kick rival away to attack. Deal damage twice in a row. Sacred Sword. Use the long horn to cut rival to attack. Ignore rival's ability changes and defense improvement, and deal damage directly. Leer. Use sharp eyes to scare rival, thereby lowering rival's defense. Close Combat. Give up all defenses and keep the determination to fight rival with all your might. Sword Dance. Perform a fierce war dance to increase your momentum and greatly improve your combat effectiveness. Help. Help Partner. The skill power of the Pokémon being helped will be increased by 50% in the future. Retaliate. Retaliate for fallen partners. Every time a partner falls, your own combat power will double. Sandstorm. In the coming period of time, a sandstorm will be triggered. All Pokémon except Rock, Ground, and Steel types will be damaged, and the special defense of Rock types will be increased. When the current weather is sandstorm, heavy rain, strong sunshine, and turbulence will fail to be used. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Terrakion skills are basically the same as Keldeo, except for some rock skills brought by attributes. And since there were no exclusive skills, Xia Fan took a look, thought for a moment, and chose the rarest Sacred Sword. This skill is equivalent to a skill that deals real damage. No matter what defense buff you add, I can penetrate it and cause you damage. System, I choose Terrakion's Sacred Sword skill. 2 seconds later, the skill Sacred Sword appeared in Xia Fan's mind. Just as he was about to try out his skills, Cobalion and Virizion flashed in front of him. "What did you put it directly into your Pokemon ball?" Cobalion asked in shock. It's not like they haven't fought with humans before, and no one has put them into balls before, but every time they were put into balls, they could easily escape. However, now Terrakion was captured by Xia Fan without even a fight. "I still say what I said just now. My ball doesn't care whether you like it or not. Once it's in, you can never get out without my consent." Facing Cobalion's shock, Xia Fan said with a smile. With that, he released Terrakion from the Pokeball. Terrakion came out and immediately looked at Xia Fan as if he had seen a ghost. "Why? I can't resist your Pokeball." Terrakion asked the same question again. This time Xia Fan was too lazy to explain it himself. He waved his hand and asked NEI to come over to help him explain it and tell Terrakion what the spiritual shared world is and how awesome Xia Fan is. As for himself, he was experimenting with his new skill, Sacred Sword. 2 seconds later, Xia Fan's right hand burst into golden light, and a saffron-colored sword extended from the golden light. He raised the sword that his hand had transformed into and chopped at a large abandoned iron box not far away. The iron box was like a piece of fermented bean curd facing the sword in its hand, and it was instantly split into two. F***K, this skill is really good. It can cut through iron like mud. Xia Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Solation could cut the iron box in half with just one cut. Xia Fan turned his head and looked at a huge pillar not far away that was 2 meters wide. Swish! A golden light flashed, and the giant pillar split into two. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, a little dissatisfied. "Although I managed to cut it off, it was a bit more difficult than before. But the next scene made him feel a little embarrassed, because with a loud bang, the broken pillar hit Inti, who was introducing Terrakion. Fortunately, Inti reacted in time and jumped away, otherwise he would have to lie on the ground for a while. "Master, what are you doing?" Inti looked at Xia Fan with a serious expression. Cough, 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 sorry. Xia Fan hurriedly coughed awkwardly to apologize. "Sacred sword. That's our sacred sword." At this time, Cobalion felt the aura of the sacred sword from the giant sword in Xia Fan's right hand. Terrakion, Verizion turned his head and looked. His face also changed, extremely confused. "Don't make a fuss. I know more than that." Xia Fan shrugged, not saying that the sacred sword was obtained from Terrakion. "Terrakion, you should listen carefully to Ni's introduction. The guardian gods of other regions will greet you one by one later. Don't be embarrassed because you don't know how to use the spirit-shared world to reply." Terrakion's puzzled expression immediately turned into excitement, because it had begun to believe what Xia Fan said. Keldeo had just tried to communicate with it alone through the shared spiritual world. It is a special kind of communication, different from telepathy, which allows each party to meet in the spiritual world. Seeing Terrakion retract his gaze, Xia Fan continued to try the experimental skill, Sacred Sword. In order not to cause any noise, he walked away and teleported the rock pillar Regirock with full physical defense and the ice pillar Regis with full special defense to his side through space teleportation. Regirock, use iron defense 10 times. Regis, use protect. Regirock, Queen. Following Xia Fan's instructions, Rock Pillar Regirock began to continuously add defensive buffs to himself, while Ice Pillar used Protect, which could block one enemy skill attack. After more than 10 seconds, the entire body of the Rock Pillar Regirock seemed to be covered with a thick coating of Orberg. Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction at the defensive buff, raised his right hand, and golden light flashed again. A golden sword extended from the golden light. After letting Regirock stand still and defend, he rushed forward. Swish! The golden sword drew a beautiful golden arc in front of Regirock. Regirock let out a pain growl. The defense enhanced by iron defense seemed to be non-existent under the sacred sword. The strengthened iron layer was directly penetrated as if it did not exist at all. Awesome. It's exactly as the skill says. It ignores rivals' ability changes and defense improvements and deals damage directly. Xia Fan nodded at the result. However, the power is still a little lacking. It can only leave a sword mark on Regirock, whose physical defense is maxed out. Never mind. One should not be too greedy. Not every Pokémon has the same explosive defense as Regirock. If I really used other Pokémon for the experiment, I'm afraid it would have already bled. Xia Fan turned his gaze to the Ice Pillar Regis, who had been waiting for a long time. Pick up the sacred sword and chop again. A flash of golden light. Just as he expected, the defensive skill Protect was like a bubble and was instantly shattered by the sacred sword's attack. Regis also let out a cry of pain. The ice on his chest was chopped by Xia Fan, leaving a big scratch, which was more serious than the one on the Ice Pillar Regirock. After the slash, Xia Fan, who was satisfied with the power of the sacred sword, suddenly felt uncomfortable, like a murderous intent. He turned his head to look at Regis and Regirock. For some reason, although they had no expression and could not speak, he always felt that the two of them were facing him and wanted to beat him up. Xia Fan tried to say, Regirock, there is a huge piece of meteorite in Kyurem's lair. You can go in and move some meteorite to repair the sword wound on your chest. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan's uncomfortable feeling was immediately relieved, and Regirock walked directly towards the depths of Kyurem's lair that Xia Fan pointed out. He looked at Regis and said, Regis, Kyurem is an ice and dragon Pokémon. Look at the ice blocks around here. See if there is one that suits you. If not, wait until I capture it. I will let it make a block of ice that even fire cannot melt to repair your wounds. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan's other feeling of discomfort immediately disappeared. Regis called out, and then started to wander around here as well. Xia Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise they would have stabbed me from behind. Xia Fan dispersed the golden light in his hand, and the golden sword returned to his right hand. A teleport, Xia Fan returned to NTI and the others. At this point, NTI had almost finished saying everything he needed to say, and had the other legendary Pokémon say hello to Terrakion. So at this time, Terrakion was in high spirits, with his chest held high, feeling very proud. Even big guys like Giratina and Dialga expressed their welcome to it. Cobalion and Virizion saw that it was completely believed, and began to be impatient to let Xia Fan subdue it, especially when Terrakion showed off to them that Giratina and other guardian gods greeted it from the shared spiritual world. Don't worry, come one by one. Xia Fan threw a pokeball at Cobalion. There was a flash of red light, and Cobalion was taken in. 2 seconds later, the system prompt sounded and the system panel appeared in front of Xia Fan. Steel and Fighting-type legendary Pokémon, Cobalion. Gender, none. Ability, Justice. When attacked by Dark-type skills, the sense of justice will stimulate the desire to fight, thereby increasing the attack. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Metal Burst. This move can return 1.5 times the skill damage received by the last skill caster. Double Kick. Use both feet to kick rival away to attack. Deal damage twice in a row. Sacred Sword. Use the long horn to cut rival to attack. Ignore rival's ability changes and defense improvement, and deal damage directly. Metal Claw. Attacking with Orberga's / rival will sometimes increase your attack power, with a 10% chance to. Iron Head. Attacks with a head as hard as an Orberg. Sometimes it will cause rival to flinch, 30% chance. Reflect. Use Psychic to build a magical wall for your teammates and yourself for a period of time in the future, which can reduce the physical attack damage received from rival, reduced to 1/3. But if rival releases a penetration skill, it will ignore this defense skill. Help. Help Partner. The skill power of the Pokémon being helped will be increased by 50% in the future. Stealth Rock. Suspend countless rocks surround the rival. Once a rival wants to join the battlefield, it will be attacked by the rock. Sandstorm. In the coming period of time, a sandstorm will be triggered. All Pokémon except rock, ground, and steel types will be damaged, and the special defense of rock types will be increased. When the current weather is sandstorm, heavy rain, strong sunshine, and turbulence will fail to be used. False Swipe. When fighting with rival, no matter how the final battle goes, a trace of life force will be left for rival. Destruction Ray. Fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Cobalion has more skills than Terrakion and includes various attributes. But Xia Fan looked at those skills and didn't want to choose any of them, as he felt they were not very applicable. I wonder what would happen if I chose a skill twice. Xia Fan looked at the sacred sword on the system panel and muttered. But after he finished muttering, he suddenly had an idea and gave himself a brain bubble. Yes, the system didn't seem to say that a skill couldn't be selected twice, so he could try it now. If he fails after trying, or if the system swallows up the opportunity to select a skill, it doesn't matter. He has so many skills now anyway, and he doesn't mind 1 or 2 more chances. Thinking of this, Xia Fan spoke to the system tentatively. System, I want to select Cobalion's skill, Sacred Sword. After saying that, Xia Fan began to wait for the system's reply. However, the system did not respond. Instead, his body was once again improved by a force. At the same time, an extra line of words appeared in his mind regarding the skill, Sacred Sword. Sacred Sword. Use long horns to cut rival to attack. Ignore rival's ability changes and defense improvement, and deal damage directly. Newly added. Since this skill has a second choice, the skill damage is doubled. When Xia Fan saw the damage multiplied by 2 in the skill column, the corners of his mouth began to rise involuntarily. Doesn't that mean that if he chooses again, the skill damage will be multiplied by 3? He feels that even if Regirock's physical defense is maxed out, he won't be able to withstand this sword strike. Xia Fan began to get excited and released Cobalion, asking NEI to introduce it again, and then threw a pokeball to the last sacred swordsman, Virizion. A red light flashed. Virizion was taken in, and a system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Grass-type and fighting-type legendary Pokémon, Virizion. Gender, none. Ability, justice. When attacked by dark-type skills, the sense of justice will stimulate the desire to fight, thereby increasing the attack. Carrying things, none. Most of Virizion's skills are the same as Terrakion and Cobalion, with only some grass-type skills being different. Xia Fan Solation took a quick look and reported to the system that he had chosen Sacred Sword. After a while, as he expected, the skill description of Sacred Sword changed again in his mind, and the damage was tripled. NTI, teach Virizion as well. Xia Fan released Virizion and then looked deep into Kyurem's lair. After a while, the rock pillar Regirock came out, holding a large piece of meteorite in both hands. At this time, the large piece of meteorite was rapidly minimized. While minimizing, the sword scar on Regirock's chest healed and repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Regirock. Regirock's footsteps were so loud that they caught NEI's attention. He turned his head and looked at him with a surprised expression. Master, did you teleport here? Xia Fan nodded and pointed to the other side. Regice is here too, over there. NTI turned his head and saw Regice standing motionless in front of a large piece of ice, not knowing what she was doing. Cobalion and Virizion also looked over, and their eyes lit up when they saw Regirock and Regice. Aren't those the rock pillars and ice pillars created by Lord Regigigas in the legend? Cobalion was also surprised. We have seen them in 2 ruins in the Unova region. Have you seen it? In which 2 ruins? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and found a bright spot. It would be a waste if he missed the legendary Pokémon. One is in the ruins deep in the White Forest, and the other is in an ice cave a dozen miles away from Icera City. However, the 2 Regirocks, Regice and the Masters, are much smaller. Cobalion said. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan raised his brows again and retracted his gaze. It would be useless to catch it without god-level strength. There was no need to make a special trip. It would be better to let a lucky person in the future catch it. Turning his attention back to his own Regirock, Xia Fan used the triple-powered skill Sacred Sword. The moment it was used, golden light flashed, and most of the square was illuminated, which was much brighter than the previous Sacred Sword skill. Even the golden sword extending from the golden light was very different from before. The sword body was much rougher and longer, becoming a 4-meter giant sword, and it was also much more solid. Regirock, who was walking towards this side holding meteorite, looked at the abnormally long golden giant sword and immediately stopped at a position more than 10 meters away from Xia Fan. His raised right foot was reluctant to fall, and his waist even showed signs of turning around. Seeing this, Xia Fan frowned slightly and took a step forward. The moment he took a step forward, he disappeared from the spot and reappeared in front of Regirock. Come on, don't be afraid. The meteorite here is enough for you to heal your wounds. And I swear, this is definitely the last time I will use you as an experiment. Xia Fan patted Regirock's wound, which had completely healed. Come on, just like before, use Iron Defense 10 times, and then add a layer of Protect. Regirock looked down at his master, called out Regirock, and then put the meteorite in his hand aside. Although there was no expression, the Regirock it called out was always a bit sad. Yes, that's it. Use Iron Defense 10 times, and then a layer of Protect. Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction at Regirock's obedience. But after a while, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Because Regirock did not stop after casting Iron Defense 10 times, but continued to use it, and then used it dozens of times until it could no longer use the energy of this skill. Your reaction is a bit exaggerated. Am I that scary? Xia Fan muttered as he watched this scene. A minute later, Regirock's entire body became as dark as it could not be, and as hard as it could not be harder. At the same time, a layer of light shield emerged from above its head, enveloping its entire body. Regirock looked at his inky black body and touched his hands in satisfaction. The moment the hands collided, A deafening orbird tackle sound was heard. Very good, then I'll get started. Xia Fan looked at Regirock's fearless look, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Brother, you still don't understand the power of my sacred sword. It will be useless no matter how many layers of iron defense you add. The next second, Xia Fan rushed over, raised the huge golden sword, and slashed fiercely. Wow! The light shield formed by Protect, just like the one with Regice, instantly shattered like a bubble under the golden giant sword. Seeing this, Regirock, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly trembled involuntarily, but immediately stabilized himself. It was obvious that he was confident in his dozens of layers of iron defense. But a second later, bang! The sacred sword, which ignored rivals' ability changes and defense upgrades, once again instantly penetrated the thick iron defense and directly slashed Regirock's body. This time the damage was much different from before. Regirock, who was as heavy as a mountain, flew backwards, accompanied by a large piece of rubble falling off its chest. Regirock! This sword strike made Regirock sound like he was about to die. He lay on the ground for a full minute before he came to his senses and stood up. Regice, who was picking ice in the distance, heard the noise and looked back. Seeing Regirock's miserable state, he quickly hid himself, fearing that Xia Fan would call him over to be a test subject again. Thank you for your hard work, Regirock. Go in and find meteorite to heal your wounds. Don't worry, I won't experiment on you again. Xia Fan used confusion to float the meteorite that Regirock had just put aside into Regirock's hand. Regirock! Regirock! Regirock took the meteorite and called out Regirock twice, as if to say that you must keep your word. Then he lifted up the meteorite and walked tremblingly towards the depths of Kyurem's lair, and picked up meteorite again to heal his wounds. Very good. It's time to prepare for this operation, the biggest gain Kyurem. Xia Fan dispersed the golden giant sword with triple its power and walked back to NTI and the others. After confirming Cobalion, Virizion also learned what he wanted to know, so he directly teleported Deoxys, Jengar, and Cresselia, who were still fighting with Kyurem, to his side through space. Deoxys, Jengar, and Cresselia were a little confused after being suddenly teleported here, and looked around in confusion. Master, why did you suddenly teleport us to your place? Where is this? Cresselia asked Xia Fan. Kyurem's lair, Xia Fan said lightly. Kyurem's lair, Cresselia exclaimed in surprise, and then carefully looked around the shabby and cold surroundings. This is indeed a place that fits its image, but master, if you teleport us here, what about Kyurem? Of course, wait for it to come over. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, then pointed his finger at soaring in the sky, and a bluish-white ball of light quickly condensed from his fingertips. 3 seconds later, the bluish-white ball of light floated to a height of 10,000 meters and exploded, producing countless dazzling bluish-white aurora beams that spread in all directions. Well, it's going to come here soon after it finds out its nest has been destroyed, Xia Fan said with a smile as he looked at the beautiful scene of soaring in the sky. At this time, Jengar discovered that in addition to them, there were NTI and 3 unfamiliar Pokémon. He immediately stepped forward and greeted him. Hey, isn't this brother NTI? Why are you here? Jengar patted NEI's back in a very familiar manner. NTI glanced at it and nodded. It didn't like Jengar, this cunning guy, very much. You 3 should be the master's new companions. Jengar, who wanted to recruit new followers, looked at Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion. Yes, Cobalion, the leader of the Sacred Swords, nodded respectfully on behalf of his companions. Just now when Jengar, Deoxys, and Cresselia were teleported here by Xia Fan, Keldeo briefly introduced them to the 3 of them through the shared mental world, with emphasis on Jengar. A Jengar who was a Jengar of a different color, but whose strength far exceeded the upper limit of the Jengar clan, and who was defeated in just a few moves, leaving even Kyurem helpless against it. After hearing this introduction, the Cobalions immediately looked up to Jengar, so they nodded respectfully to Jengar. You probably haven't heard the master's propaganda, right? Come, Let me introduce myself to you. I am the strongest Jengar in the history of the Jengar clan. You can call me Jengar Ancestor or Ancestor. The three cloud gods of the Unova region also call me that. Hee hee. Jengar laughed and stretched out his hand, wanting to pull Cobalion and the others to the corner of the square. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, NEI knocked it down. There's no need for your preaching. I've already preached to them, NTI said lightly, and then asked Cobalion, Terrakion, Verizion, and Keldeo to follow him to the other side, ignoring the embarrassed expression of the ancestor comrade. I'm telling you guys, stay away from that Jengar from now on. He's a liar all the time and can hardly do anything good. In our big family, he's recognized as the second-ranked liar. After taking the sacred swordsman to a corner, Ti said righteously, the second most recognized fraudster, Cobalion, Terrakion, and Verizion looked at each other. But Keldeo was puzzled and said, it's the second one. Then who is the first one? NEI didn't reply, but looked at someone. Cobalion and Terrakion, Verizion and Keldeo followed its gaze. After a while, they made eye contact and opened up a room of a shared spiritual world, in which they muttered that the first scammer NEI mentioned was Mu Senior, or the Deoxys from outer space, or Cresselia, the dream god of the Sinnoh region. As for Xia Fan, he was automatically filtered out by them. The number one scammer is the owner? Oh, that's impossible. They won't believe it even if you kill them. What did he lie about? Why haven't we noticed it yet? The key point is that he is the master, so why would he deceive them? So, in this situation, the sacred swordsman could only make wild guesses about Mu, Deoxys, and Cresselia, and even added Regirock and Regice. Finally, they came to a conclusion, that is, everyone present should think twice before saying anything except Xia Fan, including NEI. You can't judge a person by his appearance. What if it is actually the number one swindler, and it deliberately said so to them to avoid others mentioning it in the future, so that it can get rid of suspicion at the first time? As the human saying goes, the greatest scam is to tell the scam first. Speaking of this possibility, Cobalion, Terrakion, Verizion, and Keldeo looked at each other, then looked at NTI, and nodded in unison, praising their intelligence. As for NTI, he frowned at the sudden strange looks from the four people opposite him, and when he was about to ask something, there was a sudden strange noise above his head. Countless cryogonals flew down from the sky. These cryogonals surrounded their heads, bringing thick, icy fog and cold. Then a dragon roar sounded, and Kyurem in dark form descended from the sky like King Normal. The falling formation blew away the icy mist, and finally landed steadily in the center of the venue. A powerful azure current flashed beneath his feet, and Kyurem changed from his dark form to that of Earl Dervish. Its cold eyes swept over Xia Fan and the Pokémon behind him, finally stopping at Keldeo. Sure enough, I should have been more ruthless at that time, otherwise it wouldn't have led to this situation, Kyurem said coldly. Then it looked at Xia Fan and shouted angrily, although I don't know why you were able to use the power of our Pokémon before, this is not a place for you humans to come. Get out. Xia Fan shrugged, scratched his ears, and sat on the ground like a rogue. It's none of your business. I'm just sitting here. What can you do to me? As he said that, he took out a bag of melon seeds from his backpack and started to crack them, while shouting, Keldeo, didn't you say you wanted to fight Kyurem again and let it see your true strength? Then hurry up, Master. I can't wait to throw the ball. Here comes the Master. Keldeo, who had many backers, jumped excitedly and directly jumped to the opposite side of Kyurem. Kyurem, I lied to you before. I'm not a sacred sword, but I called myself one. I'm not qualified to fight you. I just wanted to fight you, so I found you. In the end, I was defeated and tried to escape, which resulted in the sacred swords being frozen by you. Keldeo loudly proclaimed his failure. But now it's different. Although I still can't defeat you, I won't run away out of fear. I will fight to the end with dignity, and I won't retreat even if I die. As soon as he finished speaking, Keldeo's whole body glowed with golden light, and the sword horns on his head were also wrapped in golden light. Its fighting momentum began to rise rapidly. Kyurem looked at this scene and snorted coldly. Do you think I don't know that you were not a sacred swordsman at that time? As soon as it finished speaking, it stomped the ground hard, and the whole square began to shake violently. The delicate icicles like flower spikes around the square began to grow rapidly. It was like a pair of hands surrounded the entire square, eventually forming a battle arena like a gladiatorial arena. Very good. Since you said so, let's end it here. Kyurem said coldly, without changing form, just quietly waiting for Keldeo to attack. Kyurem, here I come. Keldeo used the secret sword and ran towards Kyurem. He used his first skill while sprinting, spitting out a focus blast. But the focus blast was split into two by Kyurem's Solation Slash, causing it to explode prematurely in midair. The explosion produced a thick haze, and Kyurem suddenly rushed out of the haze unscathed, swinging a dragon claw at Keldeo. Keldeo was caught off guard and was blown away, crashing into the giant flower spike pillar that Kyurem condensed with his essence. In the first round, Keldeo was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Keldeo immediately stood up again and rushed towards Kyurem fearlessly, his body transforming into dozens of himself. They surrounded Kyurem, condensing focus blast in their mouths at the same time. However, this skill was broken by Kyurem's jump. Kyurem jumped into the air and instantly shot out a freezing beam from his mouth, which swept away Keldeo's clone, leaving Keldeo's original body to dodge and panic. 2 seconds later, while waiting for Kyurem to land, Keldeo suddenly rushed forward again at high speed. It activated its skill, Sacred Sword, and the golden light above its head shone brightly again, trying to kill Kyurem, who had fallen to the ground with one sword. However, this skill failed again, and Kyurem flapped his crystal-like right wing as expected. Click-bang! The result of the collision between Keldeo's Sacred Sword and Kyurem's wings was that Kyurem won with his experienced strength. Keldeo was repelled again, and at the same time, Kyurem's left wing took the opportunity to launch an offensive and flapped away. You can't defeat me with a sword like that. Kyurem stood there, looking down coldly at Keldeo, who was lying on the ground and struggling to get up. The difference in strength is quite big. Kyurem hasn't even transformed yet, but I can still pin it to the ground and beat it. Jengar muttered beside Xia Fan, Master, if you really want to subdue Kyurem, then call Keldeo back, and then teleport Ho-Oh and the others over and cooperate with me in a group fight. Then you can subdue it. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Jengar. What do you mean by asking Ho-Oh to cooperate with it to beat him up? You have a good idea, old ancestor. I never said that I need Keldeo to defeat Kyurem in order to subdue him. I'm not stupid. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Keldeo can't really defeat Kyurem in this battle. This battle is just to resolve his mental block and confirm whether he has truly overcome it. If it really comes to a life-or-death situation, I will help it. So, Comrade Lao Tzu, don't think too much about this. Think carefully about how to get Ho-Oh to put aside his status and cooperate with you in a group fight when you need to subdue Kyurem. Xia Fan Solation responded while continuing to watch the battle between Keldeo and Kyurem. He, Jengar, whose little secret was revealed, scratched his head in embarrassment and turned his attention back to the battlefield. At this moment, Keldeo had already climbed up and continued to charge and attack Kyurem desperately. Even though it was knocked down and sent flying again and again, it finally stood up firmly. Very good. Your fighting spirit is commendable, but I don't want to play with you anymore. A few minutes later, Kyurem was a little annoyed by Keldeo. Seeing Keldeo standing up for who knows how many times, he raised his right foot, which was shining with crystal light, and stepped firmly. The whole square froze instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Keldeo wanted to jump to a high platform, but his right foot froze at the moment of jumping. Kyurem snorted coldly, and the spark of dual wing-beat wings exploded. The next second, its form changed from the basic form to the dark Kyurem with the power of Zekrom. Its whole body was wrapped in a dark black transparent plasma light ball, which carried it floating in the air. To show your unyielding fighting spirit, You will be eligible to taste my strongest fighting power." Kyurem, who had transformed into a dark form, shouted loudly, and the power in his body instantly became violent. Dozens of dazzling blue lightning shot out from his wings and struck the surroundings of the square. Several thick ice flower spikes were instantly turned into powder under thundershock. At the same time, the ionized light ball that enveloped it also expanded. That's it. Outside the battlefield, Xia Fan's pupil shrank as he saw that inside the plasma ball, another electro ball suddenly emerged on Dark Kyurem's chest. This electro ball was different from the plasma ball that emerged on the outside. The ball wall was growing with crystallized crystals. As the ice crystals grew more and more, the thunder shock pouring out from Dark Kyurem's wings also changed from azure blue to a beautiful dark purple. The plasma ball on the outside also turned into a beautiful dark purple. At that moment, the plasma ball in the air seemed to be the only normal in the universe, the sun in hell. Since people are intoxicated, they are also frightened. Freeze shock. Feeling the powerful force, Xia Fan swallowed. If you remember correctly, freeze shock seemed to be one of Kyurem's two most powerful skills. The others seemed to be called ice burn, a skill that could only be performed with the power of Reshiram. Now it is using freeze shock with all its strength, which means Kyurem is really preparing to kill Keldeo with one blow. Master, isn't it time to save it? Keldeo is not me. If it uses this skill, it will definitely die. Jengar couldn't help but speak. Previously, in order to show off in front of Cresselia and demonstrate that it was now immortal, it taunted the dark form of Kyurem alone, but ended up being freeze-shocked. Although it had already merged itself into the black air by then, making it immortal for a short period of time, it could still feel pain. The pain of numbness and coldness really tortured it to the point where it was worse than death. So in the end it had to swallow its pride and ask Deoxys to come and save it. If it had been given another chance, it would never have gone too far and chosen to eat the frozen Volt like a lunatic. Of course it needs to be saved, but not now. This powerful skill takes some time. If Keldeo can't stop it at the last moment, I will save it right before the frozen Volt hits it. Xia Fan frowned slightly. This battle isn't over yet. As soon as the words fell, Xia Fan heard Keldeo's roar. Then it was seen gritting its teeth and trying its best to free its right foot from the ice. Call! Seeing this scene, Xia Fan's frown suddenly relaxed a little. Keldeo, who had regained his freedom, knew that if he allowed Kyurem to successfully perform his skill, he would surely die. So, the moment he landed, he turned over and jumped, quick attack, rushing towards Kyurem, while dashing, his body split into dozens of pieces and leaping into the air. Dozens of them used Focus Blast in mid-air at the same time. Bang! An explosion sounded and Kyurem let out a scream. Stockpile used Frozen Volt, but his skill was interrupted and he suffered a backlash. Dense electric currents penetrated the thick fog. After Keldeo's clone fell into the thick fog, it was hit by the electric current, and only the original body was left. As for Xia Fan and the others, Deoxys took the initiative to step forward and used large safeguards to protect everyone. That guy wouldn't die just because his skill was interrupted, would he? Jengar muttered as he looked at the commotion. After hearing this, Xia Fan glanced at it and was too lazy to respond. If Kyurem died like this, Xia would just chop off his head. The divine beast has good perception and it can sense that guy very well. 10 or so seconds later, the noise of the skill interruption died down and the thick fog dissipated. Kyurem, who was originally in dark form, had turned back to his basic form, and there was still no visible scar on his body. But Keldeo thought Kyurem was seriously injured and rushed forward excitedly, ready to stab with the sacred sword. But in the end, he was once again knocked to the ground by Kyurem's dragon claw. After being knocked away, Kyurem did not continue to attack, but said coldly, "You are very good. You were able to injure me. You are a little qualified to inherit the title of Sacred Swordsman, but only a little." After saying that, he exhaled a beam of extremely cold light, and Keldeo was completely frozen. Cobalion, Terrakion, and Verizion exclaimed at the sight. Kyurem might have obsessive-compulsive disorder. After the Ice Volt failed, He turned into Dark Kyurem again after Keldeo was completely frozen. He wrapped himself in plasma balls, and his wings emitted dozens of violent blue thundershocks. This time the skill seems to be charging faster than before. When Xia Fan was about to rescue people, there was a cracking sound. He didn't know if it was the protagonist's halo, but Keldeo broke free from the ice, his whole body shining with golden light. The sword-like horns on the top of the head were also extended to nearly 1 meter. I can still continue to fight. Besides, I don't want the qualification to inherit the title of Sacred Swordsman. I want everything. Keldeo shouted and leaped towards Kyurem, as if preparing to strike him with the golden sword above his head. Has the secret sword fully awakened? Xia Fan muttered. On the other side, Kyurem looked at Keldeo rushing towards him. His pupils shrank, and he decisively dispersed Freeze Shock, even though his stockpile skill was almost over, and instead swung out a Dragon Claw. The claw and the secret sword met in midair, and this time, it was not Keldeo who retreated, but Kyurem who was knocked back to the ground. Very good. Then I will see if your new breakthrough can live up to all those titles. After landing, Dark Kyurem stabilized his body in an instant, then used a flamethrower and spit it at Keldeo. Keldeo yelled, and used Secret Sword to block Kyurem's fire. Although it was knocked back several meters, it finally managed to block one of Kyurem's skills. I've been waiting for a long time. Is this your true power? Very good. Dark Kyurem was not angry about this scene. Instead, he praised, a fight with all your strength is a sincere fight. This is a principle I have always adhered to. Keldeo, you did not disappoint me. No matter what method you use for the next skill, as long as you rely on yourself to take it, you will be recognized by me and qualified to become a true Sacred Swordsman. After saying that, Dark Kyurem didn't wait for Keldeo to ask what skill it was. He flapped his wings and flew high into the sky again, a full 10,000 meters. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, where Keldeo couldn't reach him, Dark Kyurem began to release Freeze Shock for the third time. Keldeo saw this, but didn't try to interrupt, because he felt that what was coming next was a real test of Kyurem's strength. As long as he took it on, he would be a true Sacred Swordsman. The Frozen Volt's stockpile lasts for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, an electro ball with thunder shock flashing on its surface and wrapped in icy crystals falls from the sky. Keldeo screamed desperately, and the secret sword above his head extended again, turning into a 20-meter-long machete. With one slash of the knife, the Frozen Volt was split into 2 in midair and then exploded. Although it exploded in midair ahead of time, causing the power to be much smaller, Keldeo still didn't feel well. After the explosion, everyone saw it lying on the ground with bruises all over its body, dying. Keldeo, Cobalion, Terrakion, and Verizion didn't care about anything else, jumped down from the platform, and surrounded it. Dark Kyurem fell from the sky at this time. He looked at Keldeo, who was seriously injured but still trying to stand up. His body flashed with light and changed back to his basic form. He said in a gentle tone, "You succeeded. You successfully blocked my Frozen Volt. Now you are qualified to become a member of the Sacred Swords. Congratulations." Kyurem. Keldeo seemed to have endless strength after hearing the recognition. He gritted his teeth and stood up. When he was about to say something, Kyurem looked at Xia Fan. "Human, you can go now. The Keldeo you wanted to help has been recognized by me and has finished fighting me. I will not hunt it down anymore." When talking to Xia Fan, Kyurem's tone immediately changed from gentle to cold, even murderous. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied and even disgusted with Xia Fan's appearance in his own nest. Xia Fan could hear in its tone that would attack her if she didn't get out of here. So, he took a step forward, and a teleport appeared in front of Kyurem. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Kyurem Rage's shout first. "What the hell are you doing? Put it down." Xia Fan followed Kyurem's gaze and saw Regirock walking out of its lair, holding a block of meteorite that must have weighed dozens of tons. Seeing this, Xia Fan understood instantly, but he still smiled and said, "Don't be angry, Kyurem. You are about to become partners in a big family. This meteorite is a gift from you to it." "Human, what do you mean? It's your Pokémon, right?" Kyurem turned his head and shouted, and at the same time, a ball of fire instantly ignited on his body. It changed from its basic form to a flame-white form with the power over his Hiram. What do you mean? Of course I mean it literally. I want you to be my partner. Xia Fan held the Pokeball in his left hand and snapped his fingers with his right hand while smiling. I saw 9-dimensional holes emerging one after another from behind it. A sharp phoenix cry was heard from the first-dimensional cave. After a while, a huge bird, Pokémon shining with colorful light, flew out from the first-dimensional hole. When Kyurem saw it, his expression froze, and then he shouted angrily, "Ho-Oh, you've crossed the line. This is not your Chengdu and Kanto. This is my Unova. Get back." Ho-Oh, who was emitting colorful light, heard the shout, glanced at Kyurem in flame-white form, snorted coldly, and landed on Xia Fan's right, raising his head proudly. Nti saw this and quickly ran to stand behind Ho-Oh. Kyurem was very angry about Ho-Oh's indifference, and when he was about to attack angrily, he heard a sound from the second-dimensional hole. "Kyurem, it wasn't our territory before, but you never know in the future." A bird Pokemon that was no smaller in momentum and size than Ho-Oh flew out and landed on Xia Fan's left side. It raised its head and posed together with Ho-Oh. "Lugia!" Kyurem's pupils shrank, and he was shocked that Lugia came out right after Ho-Oh. Then, it looked at Xia Fan with more and more shock because Ho-Oh and Lugia were standing quietly on his left and right, and Xia Fan's status was beyond words. Boom! 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 Wow! 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 Suddenly, sounds came from the third and fourth dimensional holes at the same time, a vibration sound and a current sound. At the same time, a scorching temperature penetrated through the third dimensional hole, and a stream of sea water gushed out of the fourth dimensional hole. Flame-white Kyurem's expression was changing, and his eyes were fixed on the third and fourth dimensional holes. After a while, a Pokemon covered in red scales jumped out of the dimensional hole. Bang! Its huge body fell to the ground, just like an earthquake, and the entire giant chasm shook. The appearance of that Pokemon caused Kyurem to instantly roar with rage. It's not that it had any grudge against it, but as soon as this guy appeared, it destroyed most of the nest it had built. Countless ice flower spikes that were like works of art either collapsed or were melted by its scorching body temperature. Roar! Groudon heard the roar of Kyurem the Flame, and although he didn't understand why, he immediately roared back because he was the only one who was superior to him. Then he walked to Ho-Oh with a domineering step and stood next to him. It had only been standing there for 2 seconds when its scorching body temperature made Ho-Oh, Xia Fan, Lugia, and other Pokemon who dared not speak out feel a little uncomfortable. They all suggested that Xia Fan send a private message to Groudon and ask it to stand further away. Just like that, 5 seconds later, Groudon stood pitifully in the outermost corner, becoming the loneliest guardian, without even a subordinate following him. After Groudon stood in the corner, Kyogre came out from the fourth dimension hole, flapping its huge wings like fish fins. This one also made a lot of noise. When it came out, it brought out a lot of sea water, which instantly washed over Giant Chasm, making flame-white Kyurem so angry that he gritted his teeth. If he hadn't suddenly realized that the other side already had 4 guys who were not inferior to him, he really would have rushed up and fought desperately. After Kyogre came out, Xia Fan called its old enemy Kyogre over to keep Groudon company so that he wouldn't be too lonely standing in the corner. The 2 guys stood in the corner and chatted together. As for Kyogre, not long after he came out, sounds were heard from the 5th dimensional hole. It was the roar of a dragon. 2 seconds later, a green Pokemon that looked like a flying dragon flew out of the dimensional hole. And in the next second after coming out, Rayquaza paused and suddenly performed Mega Evolution. Emerald-like Lucas bloomed all over his body, and golden silk-like material grew on his forehead. It looked down upon the surroundings like an emperor, and its aura instantly overshadowed all the Guardian-level Pokemon present. Even Kyurem in his flame-white form couldn't compare to Rayquaza's momentum at this moment. So I could only look at Xia Fan with rage, wondering why so many perverts were brought here. After Rayquaza came out, the 6th dimensional hole also began to move. 2 seconds later, a Regigigas no smaller than Groudon walked out of the dimensional hole. Every step it took was like an earthquake, with countless ice cubes falling from the sky. Regirock, Queen. The rock pillar Regirock and the ice pillar Regice sensed its appearance and immediately flew over. Regirock was holding a piece of meteorite from Kyurem's lair, while Regice was holding a piece of ice that was as transparent as crystal but extremely cold. "Put it down!" Flame-white Kyurem roared and rushed towards Regice, and his dual wing-beat wings instantly swung out 2 intersecting hot flames. It had already given up on the meteorite in Regirock's hand, but could not give up on the ice in Regi's hand. That was its favorite toy that it had nurtured with its original power for a long time. Rains. However, just as Kyurem's fusion flare was about to hit Regice, Regigigas moved and slammed the ground with his huge palm. The entire square suddenly shook, and the ground under Regi's feet floated up. The fusion flare attack failed and hit the floating stone pillar under Regi's feet. Rains. Regigigas walked slowly to Regice and took it to his side, then stood next to Xia Fan with it and Regirock. "Very good. Both of you are good at protecting your own shortcomings." After failing in his attack, Kyurem was so angry that he almost bit his teeth off. "What the hell are you bastards doing? This is my home. Just because I taught a Pokémon in our region a lesson, you guys are going to destroy my home and steal my furniture, right?" Deeply angry, Kyurem looked at the culprit, Xia Fan. "Human, you have guts. If you have guts, summon all the region guardians. It would be best if you could summon the creator god Arceus as well." Just as it finished its angry words, noises came from the 7th, 8th, and 9th dimensional caves. 3 legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region burst out one after another. They are Palkia, the god of space, Dialga, the god of time, and Giratina, the master of the reverse world. When the 3 of them appeared together, the space around them suddenly became turbulent. Kyurem, who had just said that Xia Fan might as well summon Arceus as well, was stunned. It knew these 3 guys were the ones who had the closest relationship with Arceus. Since they were summoned here, could that human really be able to summon Arceus as well? The look in Kyurem's eyes when he looked at Xia Fan changed from rage to real fear at this moment. In the next second, when it heard Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia calling Xia Fan their master, the fear in its heart instantly reached an extremely high level. "Master, why did you suddenly summon all of us here?" Giratina asked Xia Fan in confusion. "Of course it's for this." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at the sweaty Kyurem jokingly. "For it." Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia followed Xia Fan's gaze and discovered Kyurem's presence. With a turn of their eyes, they immediately understood what Xia Fan wanted to do. Obviously, it wants them to help it conquer Kyurem. Among them, Palkia, who was also a flatterer, reacted the fastest and flew decisively to the front of flame-white Kyurem. With his arms folded across his chest, he said condescendingly, "Kyurem, there are only 2 choices before you now. One is to become my master's Pokémon, and the other is to be beaten up by the 9 of us and then become my master's Pokémon." Its words made Xia Fan raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect Palkia to help him say what he wanted to say. Very good, not bad, and has good vision. Kyurem, on the other hand, lowered his head and clenched his teeth as he listened to Palkia's words. After a few seconds, he raised his head and looked around at the guardian gods of other regions. It knows that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and it is now facing 18 hands. Once these 9 region guardian level Pokémon surround and beat it, unless the creator god Arceus helps it, it will definitely die today without knowing how it died. Does Lord Arceus know that you have accepted a human as your master? Before making the final decision, Kyurem asked the biggest question in his mind at the moment. "I know, and he agrees very much with our choice. He thinks we are very insightful because our master is different from ordinary people. He is a person who will change the Pokémon world in the future," Palkia said without thinking. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this. For a moment, He even saw his own shadow in Palkia. The eyes of the surrounding legendary Pokémon also began to become strange, especially the guardian gods such as Lugia, whose eyes began to wander around Xia Fan and Palkia. This kind of shameless nonsense sounds too much like what Xia Fan would say. However, the one with the most interesting expression belongs to Comrade Jengar. He didn't expect that there would be a flatterer with the same attribute as him among the guardian gods. Now he has a competitor when he flatters others. It's really heart-wrenching. Don't look at me. I didn't teach it. It said this on its own initiative. You should learn from Palkia's awareness. Xia Fan saw that everyone was looking at him at the same time, so he answered decisively in the shared spiritual world, and at the same time looked at Palkia with a satisfied look. This comrade is good. He has a high level of awareness, and what he says is very objective and accurate. The future structure of the Pokémon world will indeed be changed by it. On the other side, Giratina asked Palkia, Palkia, what are you talking about? When did Lord Arceus know that we recognize Xia Fan as our master? What do you know? Anyway, no matter what I say, Kyurem has to listen. If he has the ability, he will ask Lord Arceus himself. If he doesn't have the ability, he will just listen and believe. And look at his expression now. Isn't he inclined to believe it? Palkia replied to Giratina in the shared mental world while paying attention to Kyurem's expression. After hearing its answer, Kyurem's mouth slightly opened, obviously believing it instead of questioning it. Seeing its expression, Palkia decided to add fuel to the fire. After all, it was not illegal to talk nonsense, and no one stood up to deny it. I tell you, Kyurem, you must not disbelieve me. The reason why we submit to this new master is because of his potential. I tell you, in the future, the master will not only be the master of the world, but also the master of the universe. He will take over the position of Lord Arceus and become the new god of creation. He will possess all the sources of life. What did you say? Palkia's eyes widened, and he changed directly from the flame white form back to the basic form. If a human being becomes the god of creation, what will Lord Arceus do? You ask me, who should I ask? I only knew it from Lord Arceus himself. Lord Arceus didn't tell me the reason at the time. Palkia continued to talk nonsense seriously. If you don't believe it, you can ask them and see what they say. Kyurem heard this and looked at Giratina, Dialga, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, and Lugia. At this moment, their expressions were all weird, as if they wanted to laugh but couldn't. They hadn't expected Palkia to be so ridiculous that he even made up something as impossible as Xia Fan taking over as the god of creation. Even Xia Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips and his heart after hearing this, and said, "Awesome," to Palkia in the shared spiritual world. Giratina, is what Palkia said true or false? Kyurem asked Giratina first. Really? Giratina clenched her mouth and nodded against her conscience. Dialga, is this true? Really? Dialga nodded with his mouth closed. Rayquaza, Lord Arceus, is he really going to... Before he could finish his question, Rayquaza interrupted him. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Believe it or not. After several affirmative answers, Kyurem had to believe it. Even those hiding at the back, Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and Keldeo, couldn't help but believe it. Come on, throw the ball, I won't resist. Believing it, Kyurem flew directly to Xia Fan with an expression that said, hurry up and throw the ball to give me some peace. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan smiled and nodded towards the hero Palkia. This is the master's good partner. I really like it. Without saying anything, I just help my master to do all the talking. Very good, very good. After a while, Xia Fan threw a poke ball towards Kyurem. There was a flash of red light, and Kyurem was taken in. Dragon-type and Ice-type legendary Pokémon, Kyurem. Gender, none. Ability, Pressure, puts rival into a tense contest condition with a 10% chance of skill activation failure. Carrying items, DNA splicers can allow Kyurem to change form. Dragon-type and Ice-type legendary Pokémon, Kyurem, using DNA splicers to merge with the power of Reshiram. Ability, Turbo Flame, can ignore rival's ability and use moves against rival. Dragon-type and Ice-type legendary Pokémon, Dark Kyurem, using DNA splicers to merge with the power of Zekrom. Ability, Mega Voltage, can ignore rival's ability and use moves against rival. Icy Wind, blows icy cold air towards rival to attack. It will reduce rival's movement speed. Imprison, if rival has the same moves as you, then only rival cannot use the same moves. Dragon Breath, blows a strong breath towards rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition with a 30% chance. Scary Face, stares at rival with a scary face, scaring him, thus greatly reducing rival speed. Glaciate, use the power of Origin to instantly freeze everything you want to freeze. Blizzard, blow a strong blizzard towards rival to attack, sometimes causing rival to fall into a frozen contest condition, 10% chance. Fusion Flare, releases a huge flame to attack rival. When affected by a huge lightning, the power will be doubled. That is, this move will be doubled when affected by Fusion Bolt. Pokémon in the frozen contest condition can use this move to break the frozen contest condition. This move can only be used by Reshiram and Kyurem in the Flame White form. Ice Burn. This skill requires the user to accumulate energy for a period of time. After the energy is accumulated, a strong cold air that can freeze everything will be exhaled. The target will be instantly frozen. There is a 30% chance that the target will fall into the burning condition under the frozen condition. If the Pokémon in the burning form breaks free from the ice, the power of the subsequent skills will be halved. Note that no other operations can be performed during the energy accumulation stage, and it cannot be interrupted, otherwise this skill will be interrupted. This skill can only be used in the Flame White form of Kyurem. Fusion Bolt, releases a huge lightning bolt to attack rival. When affected by a huge flame, the power will be doubled. That is, this move will be doubled when affected by Fusion Flare. This move can only be used by Zekrom and Kyurem in dark form. Frozen Volt. This skill requires the user to charge up for a period of time. After charging up, it will release a high-pressure electro ball covered with ice. The target will have a 30% chance of falling into a paralysis contest condition. The speed of the Pokémon in the paralysis contest condition will be reduced by half, and there is a 1 in 4 chance that it will be unable to move due to paralysis. Note that no other operations can be performed during the charging stage, and it cannot be interrupted, otherwise this skill will be interrupted. This skill can only be used in Kyurem's dark form. Shadow Claw. Slash rival, a sharp claw made of shadow, can easily hit vital points. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Safeguard, protected by magical power for a period of time, so that you will not be affected by status condition. Kyurem has many skills, among which exclusive skills are the most that Xia Fan has seen so far, with a total of 5, namely Glaciate, Fusion Flare, Ice Burn, Fusion Bolt, and Frozen Volt. Among these 5 exclusive skills, only Glaciate is an exclusive skill in its basic form, and the other 4 are obtained from the Flame White and Dark forms. Which one should I choose? Xia Fan bit her lip lightly, looking at the densely packed skill panel in front of her, feeling a little embarrassed for a moment. These exclusive skills are very good, especially Ice Burn and Frozen Volt. Although the duration of stockpile is a bit disgusting, the power and other effects that follow are eye-catching. Wait, when thinking about the skills, Xia Fan suddenly had an idea and thought of the skill Nasty Plot. Since he can't make a choice, why not use this skill to improve his IQ to help him make a choice? With that high IQ, he can definitely make the best choice. Xia Fan did it right away and used the skill Nasty Plot on himself, and his mind instantly became clear. It took him less than a second to make his choice. Kyurem's base form's exclusive skill, Glaciate. Although this skill may be a bit inferior compared to the other 4, it is a key skill that can be used for Ice Burn and Frozen Volt. Because Ice Burn is the skill product of Kyurem using Glaciate and Fusion Flare, and Frozen Volt is naturally the product of Kyurem using Glaciate and Fusion Bolt. The energy accumulation stage is essentially Kyurem fusing his skills. Now, he just needs to learn Glaciate, and then get Fusion Flare and Fusion Bolt from Res Hiram Zekrom, and then learn the fusion method from Kyurem. Then Iceburn and Frozen Volt will be easily obtained. Damn it, I'm a genius. As soon as I used the skill Nasty Plot, I immediately thought of a perfect solution. System, I choose Kyurem's Glaciate. Xia Fan answered the system expressionlessly. 2 seconds later, the skill option Glaciate appeared in Xia Fan's mind. At the same time, a source of ice appeared in his body, allowing him to use ice-related skills at will. It pointed casually at Groudon in the distance. An extremely cold wind blew, and Groudon, who was caught off guard, was instantly frozen, forming a huge block of ice. It was frozen for nearly 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Groudon's hot body temperature melted the ice on the surface of his body. Master, what are you doing? Groudon looked at Xia Fan aggrievedly, not understanding how he had offended him. Why did he freeze it for no reason when it was already standing so far away? Nothing, I just wanted to do an experiment alone. Don't think too much about it. Xia Fan smiled. There was no other way. Every time he acquired a new skill, he wanted to experiment, and the best experimental subject present was Groudon. If even it could be frozen for 10 seconds, then this Glaciate is really good. Kyurem, come out and get to know everyone again. A red light flashed, and Kyurem was released by Xia Fan. Ho-Oh was responsible for the introduction. Xia Fan asked him to introduce Kyurem to the spiritual shared world and how he teleported these guardian gods here. A few minutes later, after hearing this, Kyurem's eyes changed again when he looked at Xia Fan. He believed that Xia Fan really had the potential to take over the position of the god of creation, because what he can do is something that even these region guardians cannot do. Okay, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Everyone go back to your respective posts and regions. Seeing that Kyurem was sincerely convinced, Xia Fan snapped his fingers, and 12-dimensional holes appeared behind him one after another. Let Ho-Oh, Inti, and the others pass through these dimensional holes and return to their respective regions. As he became more powerful, he could not only teleport in one direction, but also teleport back. After Ho-Oh, Giratina, and other guardian gods who were teleported left one by one, Xia Fan turned his gaze back to Kyurem and said while rubbing his hands, Kyurem, I have a question that I need your help with. Have you already integrated Zekrom and Res Hiram into your body? Release them now. Kyurem looked at Xia Fan in confusion. Master, I didn't fuse them. They are not in my body. Then how do you use their powers? Isn't it a fusion of talents? Xia Fan's rubbing hands immediately stopped. That's not right. Doesn't it mean that Kyurem can only transform after fusing Zekrom and Res Hiram? I can use their powers because I have DNA splicers. Kyurem shook his tail and showed Xia Fan an awl embedded in his tail. The DNA splicers already have a portion of their power. I just need to merge that power with me, and I will be able to transform. As he spoke, the spike at the end of Kyurem's tail flashed with a blazing flame, and then Kyurem's entire body was ablaze with flames, and within the flames, it changed from its basic form to a flame-white form. The flame-white form lasted for a few seconds, and then it returned to the normal form. The cone at the tail flashed with an electric current, and then electric currents flashed all over Kyurem's body. Under the electric current, it changed from the basic form to the dark form. Xia Fan looked at the demonstration, smacked his lips, and turned his attention to Kyurem's system introduction. Only then did I discover that there was an introduction to an item called DNA splicers on it. Carrying items, DNA splicers can allow Kyurem to change form. As long as it has that, it can transform. Then do you know where the real bodies of Zekrom and Res Hiram are? Xia Fan asked with a sigh. It was so happy for nothing. It thought that after it conquered Kyurem, it could immediately conquer Zekrom and Res Hiram. Kyurem shook his head and said, I don't know. I haven't seen them for a long time. I once thought about taking them into my body, so I went out to look for them. However, after searching for 100 years, I only found DNA splicers. There was no news about them at all, so I had to give up. Okay then. Xia Fan believed it and stopped forcing it. With Ash around, he believed he would meet her sooner or later. Okay, now everyone is happy. Keldeo has been recognized by Kyurem and has become a sacred swordsman. Kyurem has also become our partner. It's time to go out and meet up with Ash and the others. All that needed to be done had been done, and Xia Fan began to prepare for the return journey, taking Keldeo, Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and the others with him, and bidding farewell to Kyurem, who was standing outside the giant chasm. Kyurem looked at the figures gradually disappearing in the mist and sighed secretly. These troublesome guys were finally gone. Then he turned around to look at his ruined nest and couldn't help but sigh again. What did it do wrong? It was just trying to teach the younger generation of Sacred Sword a lesson, but then it ran into a group of bandits who smashed and robbed them and took away the meteorite in its nest and the ice nurtured by the power of the origin. What a sin. Mr. Xia Fan. On the other side, as soon as he walked out of the fog outside Giant Chasm, Xia Fan heard Iris's call, turned his head and saw her, Ash and Sillin rushing towards him, panting. Haven't you had time to go in and rescue the sacred swords yet? I thought we were the only ones lost. It seems you're lost too. Iris panted. After meeting Ash Sillin before, they were lost on the road. Huh? Keldeo, your horn. Ash suddenly discovered that Keldeo's broken horn had grown back. Really? Keldeo, how come your broken horn has grown back? Sillin also noticed it and said in surprise. Keldeo didn't say anything, but looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan smiled and said, You guessed wrong. It's not that we didn't have time to rescue the sacred swordsman, but we just came out of Kyurem's lair after rescuing the sacred swordsman. Let me introduce to you, these three are the three legendary sacred swordsmen. It's Cobalion, it's Terrakion, it's Virizion. Xia Fan pointed at the three sacred swordsmen one by one and introduced them to Ash and the others, telling them that Keldeo not only rescued the three sacred swordsmen, but also successfully gained the recognition of Kyurem and truly became a member of the sacred swordsmen and would no longer be hunted down. Really? Then, Keldeo, you are amazing. You have successfully achieved your goal. Ash immediately praised after hearing this. That's great. Congratulations. Iris and Sillin also praised and congratulated. Thank you, Keldeo said gratefully. Although Xia Fan helped it a lot, Ash and the others also helped it. It will always remember this kindness. Since you are all friends of Keldeo, I invite you to witness it and us sign the sacred sword oath. Cobalion took a step forward and invited Ash and the others. It had just asked Xia Fan through the spiritual shared world, and Xia Fan agreed. Really? Thank you so much. Ash and the other two looked at each other and nodded excitedly. Then they followed Keldeo, Cobalion, and the others to the top of a high mountain. At that time, soaring in the sky was already dawn, and the warm sunshine bathed everyone. Keldeo's whole body flashed with golden light, and the horns on his head were also wrapped in golden light. He entered the awakening form and touched the sacred sword with the three sacred sword warriors. One is worse than two. Two people are not as good as three. Three people are not as good as four. When the strength of companions is combined, real power will be generated. Under the gaze of several people, the sacred swords shouted their contract commands. Keldeo, from that moment on, officially became a member of the sacred swords. Pokémon Villa? What's that? After witnessing Keldeo becoming a sacred swordsman, Xia Fan and Ash said goodbye to Keldeo and returned to Luoxiang City, preparing to rest at the Pokémon Center. However, not long after returning, Ash received a pager from Professor Oak, and the two had a video call. That's a training manor built specifically for Pokémon. It's not yet fully completed, but since someone I know is here, I was thinking, since you've finished the tournament, Ash, would you like to go take a look on your way back and learn a little bit? The location is in Newt City. Tell me your name when you get there. On the other side of the video, Professor Oak said with a smile. Thank you so much, Ash said gratefully, and was very interested in the Pokémon manor that Professor Oak mentioned. Then let's pack up and head to Newt City, Iris said with a smile. That's right, Sillin agreed. Xia Fan, who was standing by, looked at their excitement and immediately realized that the next stop was Newt City. Master, I have arrived in the Unova region. After leaving Luoxiang City and on the way to Newt City, The spiritual shared world in Xia Fan's mind suddenly heard the voice of a Pokémon that had not been seen for a long time. It is one of the three sacred beasts, the legendary water-type Pokémon Suicune. Suicune. Its voice made Xia Fan both surprised and delighted. It was surprised because it didn't expect Suicune to contact it on its own initiative, and it was also delightful because it naturally meant that there was news about Mutwo. Since Suicune suddenly came to Chengdu from Kanto, the only possibility is because of Mutwo. Suicune, how have you been lately? I hope you haven't been wronged. Why did you suddenly come to Unova? Although he guessed that Suicune came to Unova because of Mutwo, as the master, Xia Fan still had to politely ask Suicune how he was eating and drinking before asking the key questions. This made Comrade Suicune, who had been offline for a long time, feel comforted and know that his master still had some humanity, had not forgotten him, and had always been concerned about his safety as an undercover agent. I'm doing well and haven't been wronged. We haven't seen each other since Mutwo left last time. Zapdos and I have temporarily become the kings of the Kanto region, helping it to lead those weak clone Pokémon. Suicune was very satisfied with Xia Fan's concern, and he could hear the joy in his tone of answer. Since you are helping it command those cloned Pokémon, why did you suddenly come to Unova? Feeling that Suicune was in a good mood, Xia Fan immediately asked the question he wanted to know the answer to the most. Mutwo asked me to come. Besides me, Zapdos also came. And I brought all the Pokémon in Chengdu that were protected by Mutwo to the Unova region. Mutwo asked you to come and bring all those sheltered Pokémon to Unova? Why? Because Unova is bigger than Kanto and the environment is better than Kanto. Mutwo arranged for us to all be in Unova region in grain after staying there for a while. Therefore, I will go to meet Mutwo with Zapdos, led by a Pidgeot and Ninetales. Suicune said this and synchronized what he saw to Xia Fan through the mental shared world. Soon a dense forest world emerged in Xia Fan's mind. See everything from Suicune's perspective. At this time, Suicune and Zapdos led the flying Pokémon and the ground Pokémon respectively. One followed Pidgeot and the other followed Ninetales to the meeting place with Mutwo. Mr. Xia Fan, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Xia Fan was interrupted. It was Ash who was walking in front. Seeing that Xia Fan suddenly stopped where he was and didn't move, they walked back and pushed him. Oh, nothing. I just suddenly thought of something and was distracted for a moment. Xia Fan came back to his senses, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. What's the matter that has you so engrossed? Iris asked puzzledly. It's nothing serious. I just feel like I haven't had a big meal in a while. I wonder what kind of big meal there will be in Newt City. Isn't Newt City the most developed and central place in the Unova region? There should be a lot of good things there. Xia Fan said with a smile. That's true. As the central city of the Unova region, there must be a lot of delicious food and fun things there. Ash came to his senses. Let's go faster. Didn't Professor Oak say that the Pokémon Villa is at the innermost part of the city and it takes several hours to get there by car? Then we can have a big meal outside before going in. After saying this, Ash pulled Xia Fan and quickened his pace. Xia Fan could only smile and take the time to check out Suicune's visual sharing. We walked like this for about an hour. From Suicune's perspective, it and Zapdos finally met Mutwo in an uninhabited mountain range. After the meeting, Mutwo was very friendly to Suicune and Zapdos. After communicating with them gently, it allowed Suicune and Zapdos to follow it to travel around the beautiful land of Unova region. And Xia Fan, through Suicune's perspective, is currently unable to find out where they are deep within Unova. I can only use Suicune's perspective and drool at Mutwo. There's nothing you can do about it. Brother Ming just has this domineering aura. Regardless of whether it is the strongest Pokémon, it is definitely the Pokémon that all Pokémon trainers most want to capture. If not for anything else, then for its unyielding character. Once you tame it, you will feel a strong sense of honor. I watched Mutwo from Suicune's perspective for more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Mutwo left Suicune and Zapdos, saying that he wanted to challenge the limits of his Y form. He let them wander around here by themselves and would come back to find them later. However, Just as Mutuo left, Suicune and Zapdos passed by a high mountain and saw several Pokémon they had never seen before. Zapdos, what kind of Pokémon are those? Have you seen them? Suicune and Zapdos stopped at the top of a tall mountain, looking at some strange-looking Pokémon on the opposite peak. They're purple all over and look a bit like a high-tech robot. I don't recognize it. It should be a Pokémon that only exists in the Unova region. Zapdos tilted its head back in response. As a proud legendary Pokémon, it liked to tilt its head back after arriving in the Unova region. Suicune shook his head. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Zapdos' attitude, he was too lazy to say anything more. Suicune, take a closer look. At this moment, Xia Fan's voice sounded in Suicune's mind. Master, do you recognize them? Suicune responded in confusion when it heard Xia Fan's voice. At the same time, it jumped towards the high mountain opposite and finally successfully landed steadily in the snow on the opposite mountain. It's really Gene's sect. Shortly after falling into the ground, Xia Fan was surprised in Suicune's mind through Suicune's close-up perspective. Gene's sect? What kind of Pokémon is that? Suicune wondered. If I remember correctly, they seem to be man-made Pokémon, resurrected from fossils by an evil organization called Plasma Group, and then transformed. Hey, if I remember correctly, there should be a red Gene sect. Why are there only these purple ones now? Weird. Artificial Pokémon. Suicune didn't listen to what Xia Fan said later, and focused on the 6 words, artificial Pokémon. The first thing it thought of was Mutuo. That is also a Pokémon created by humans. It is a powerful Pokémon created using an eyelash of Senior Mew. It is so powerful that even Lord Ho-Oh cannot suppress it. Just as Suicune was watching the Gene Sects not far away, the Gene Sects on the opposite side also discovered it. He immediately looked at it warily and pointed a huge cannon on his back at it, while the muzzle of one of the Gene Sects had already begun to gather energy. I have no hostility towards you. Please don't attack. Feeling the hostility, Suicune looked up and saw the muzzle of the gun, and hurriedly said. It couldn't sense the strength of the guys on the opposite side, but since they were man-made, just by referring to Mutuo's strength, it could be concluded that this was a group that could not be provoked. What do you want to do? How dare you be hostile to us? Don't you know who we are? But at this moment, Zapdos intervened and stood arrogantly beside Suicune, with lightning bursting around it, as if it was furious, as if it would directly launch a thunder shock at the opponent if he didn't give a good explanation. Its appearance made the Gene Sects on the opposite side look at each other in bewilderment. Then the other Gene Sects that had no intention of attacking began to gather energy at the muzzles of their guns, but did not shoot them out in a hurry, as if they were also hesitating. Zapdos, what are you doing? Can't you just talk properly? Suicune glared at Zapdos angrily. This is not Kanto now. This is Unova. It's normal that they don't recognize us. Ever since Mutuo left the Kanto region and let them take power, Zapdos, who has no one to control him, has started a power trip, and it has become more and more power-tripped over time. As long as any Pokémon shows disrespect to it, the legendary Pokémon, it will attack the other party. It didn't expect that even after coming to the Unova region, this guy would still be like this. Is he really used to being domineering? What are you afraid of? They are just a few little creatures from the Unova region. Since we are now in the Unova region, the fastest way to let them understand our legend is to let them see our power. I also want to know what the difference is between the Pokémon unique to the Unova region and Kanto. Zapdos flapped its wings and responded sarcastically, completely ignoring the 4 Gene Sects facing it. Hide behind me, little Suicune. Leave them to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zapdos suddenly rushed forward. The thunder shock that exploded all over the body was instantly maxed out, and the dazzling spark made people want to close their eyes for a moment. Suicune wanted to rush over to stop it, but was stopped by Xia Fan. Suicune, don't be impatient. Zapdos wants to die, so let him do it. If he gets beaten up, he will naturally ask you for help. If he doesn't get beaten up, if Mutuo asks about it later, you can push him out and say he didn't listen to you and insisted on fighting others, and you couldn't stop him. Because of Xia Fan's words, Suicune paused, and then it missed the best opportunity to join the battle. It could only watch as the Gene Sects on the opposite side shot several light bullets of different colors from the muzzles above their heads. Those light bullets came with 4 additional effects: fire, water, lightning, and freezing, and hit Zapdos, who was using the skill discharge directly. Boom! It instantly hit the other side of the mountain from one end, creating a big hole in the opposite mountain. Suicune swallowed and was thankful that his master called him in time. Otherwise, he might have been dragged down as well. Assholes, you are looking for death here. Zapdos flapped his wings, and Rage flew out of the pit. Rage shouted as Bolt Strike fell from soaring in the sky. Zapdos, this is not Kanto. Stop attacking. Lord Mutwo will punish you severely if he finds out. Do you understand that? Feeling that Zapdos was really furious, Suicune couldn't help but remind it to stop attacking. As soon as he finished speaking, Zapdos shouted angrily, "As long as you don't tell me, how can Lord Mutwo know?" After drinking it, it rushed towards the 4 purple gene sets again regardless. The enraged Zapdos fully exerted his divine power and thundered at the gene sets one after another. The 4 gene sets fled frantically, and one of them was slow to dodge and fell to the ground under a Bolt Strike. In order to save it, the remaining 3 also began to suffer Bolt Strike one after another. Just when the largest Bolt Strike was about to wipe out the 4 gene sets, Suicune couldn't stand Zapdos' nonsense anymore, rushed over, and dispersed the thunder with an Aurora Beam. "Stop it, Zapdos. They are not your rival. Why bully them?" Suicune stood in front of the 4 gene sets. A barrier emerged, wrapping them together. "Suicune, get out of my way. Don't force me to fight for these bastards. You're a water type, and you will be in trouble when facing me, an electric type, you know." Zapdos shouted angrily, and thunder shock flashed around him. "That's not necessarily true," Suicune said coldly, and began to gather energy in his mouth to deal with Zapdos' attack. But at this moment, it suddenly heard a pleading voice behind it. "I want to go home." Suicune turned his head and saw the gene sect that was hit by thunder first, looking at it with pleading eyes. Boom! While Suicune was distracted, Zapdos launched an attack, using a thunder to break Suicune's protect, and then using discharge to attack the 4 fallen gene sets from all directions. Suicune's pupil shrank, but it was too late for it to resist. Sizzle! But at this time, something strange happened again. A red gene sect suddenly appeared. It blocked all the incoming thunder shocks with one zap cannon and finally hit Suicune. Suicune, thinking it was a friendly army, was caught off guard and was directly knocked dozens of feet away and finally fell into a snow pit. "Suicune, are you okay?" The world in front of him suddenly fell into darkness, and Xia Fan hurriedly asked in the spiritual shared world, "It's okay, my whole body is just paralyzed." Suicune still had enough breath to respond, and because the zap cannon on his body would definitely paralyze the enemy, it took Suicune 4 or 5 seconds to jump out of the snow pit. When it looked up at soaring in the sky, it saw the red gene sect was fighting with Zapdos. Not only was it not at a disadvantage, it even looked like it was about to defeat the Zapdos. Its strength was completely on a different level from the 4 purple gene sets. Suicune saw this and snorted coldly. "This guy Zapdos deserves to be treated like this. You bully the weak in a place where you are unfamiliar with. Now the boss is here. Let's see what you can do." Boom! 10 or so seconds later, the gene sect began to burst out with amazing power. A golden energy beam shot out from the cannon, causing Zapdos to vomit blood. The battle gradually fell into a disadvantage, and he had to ask for help. "Suicune, come and help me," Zapdos shouted down. However, Suicune suddenly fell to the ground with a plop, then used his legs to slowly drag himself back into the snow pit. "I look like I was sorry. I'm still lying in the snow pit and can't save you." Zapdos was so angry that he wanted to rush over and get struck by lightning, but the red gene sect attacked desperately, making it impossible for it to escape and attack other Pokémon. The battle between Zapdos and the Crimson Gene Sect lasted for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, their battle caused huge avalanches to erupt simultaneously from 2 adjacent mountains. Zapdos and the Red Gene Sect are safe from the danger of avalanche because they are fighting at high altitude. But the 4 purple gene sects and Suicune were right in the center of where the avalanche fell. The Red Gene sect wanted to rescue its companion, but Zapdos took the opportunity to attack it, entangled it tightly, and attacked it. On the other side, feeling the vibration of the snow surface, Suicune, who was happy to watch the show, quickly jumped out of the snow pit. He raised his head and was startled by the mighty avalanche. He quickly prepared to escape. If he was dragged down by the huge avalanche, he would be injured or killed. "Save us." But just as he was about to run for his life, a pleading voice suddenly rang in his mind. Suicune turned his head and saw that it was the Gene sect that had just said, "I want to go home," asking for help. It began to hesitate. If it wanted to save these Gene sects, it might really get trapped in avalanche. "Wait for me." But he only hesitated for a moment. After that moment, the justice in Suicune's heart overcame his own safety. He resolutely ran towards the 4 Gene sects and began to condense a beam of light in his mouth, preparing to temporarily freeze the avalanche that was rushing over first. Sizzle. But at this moment, an electric current flashed through Suicune's limbs, and its legs suddenly went weak while it was running, and it fell to the ground. Although the paralysis caused by the Zap Cannon had been mostly relieved over time, this last bit broke out again at this most critical moment. Completion. Suicune panicked. Facing the unstoppable avalanche, not only could the 4 Gene sects not be saved, but even it itself would be completely lost. The 4 Gene sects panicked when they saw Suicune lying down. They looked at the white snow waves coming towards them and finally closed their eyes. Don't resist. However, in the midst of life and death crisis, a voice sounded in the minds of Suicune and the 4 Gene sects. Suicune was very familiar with this voice. Just as he was about to look up, his body floated up involuntarily. Then, it felt as if it had entered a silent world, and everything in front of it flashed by quickly. When it came to its senses, the environment in front of it had changed from below the avalanche to the halfway point of another high mountain. Mutuo-sama. Suicune looked up and saw it was Mutuo. At this moment, Mutuo is in Y form, whose speed is comparable to teleportation. Obviously, it was Mutuo who used the Y form to save them in a life and death crisis. "Suicune, are you okay?" A blue light flashed in the air, and Mutuo changed from Y form to normal form. "It's okay. Thank you for saving me. Since you are my subordinate, it is my duty to save you," Mutuo said lightly while floating in the air, then glanced at the 4 purple Gene sects, and finally fixed his eyes on a Gene sect who was hiding behind his companions with a cowering look. "The distress signal I felt just now was sent by you, right?" The Gene sect didn't rush to reply, but looked at Suicune, then at Mutuo, and finally walked out from behind his companions. "I really want to go home." It looked into Mutuo's eyes and shared its memories. Then he looked at Suicune and also shared part of his memory. In its memory, they came from a universe and lived on this planet when this planet was still in ancient times, but as time passed, they eventually became ancient fossils. When they woke up, they found themselves in a huge laboratory, being held captive by a group of people who called themselves Plasma Group, who said they wanted to make them the strongest Pokémon in history. There, they suffer tremendous torture every day, allowing humans to modify their bodies at will. But not long ago, they could no longer endure such torture and started a riot. Under the leadership of the boss, they destroyed the entire Plasma Group's laboratory and escaped from it. After reading that part of the memory, Suicune muttered, "It's basically the same as what the master said." Gene sect, the Pokémon awakened from the fossil. In midair, Mutuo read that part of the memory and fell into the memory of his past. Like me, it was created by humans. "Why are you here?" Mutuo looked at them with a softening look in his eyes. "My home is here," the Gene sect said timidly, and began to share the hometown and its memory with Mutuo and Suicune. It was a very beautiful place. The mountains were planted with fragrant flowers. They originally lived there with the other people of the tribe. But now, that beautiful hometown is covered with snow and desolate, and no longer a single fragrant flower can be seen. Mutuo sighed after reading it and said to Suicune, "What happened just now? Why did you fall into the paralysis contest condition?" Did you fight with Gene Sect? I didn't, it was Zapdos. Suicune said hurriedly. It felt that Mute Woe's tone carried a hint of anger. It was obvious that it had found its kind in Gene Sect and wanted to help them. If it spoke for Zapdos at this time, it would be a big fool. Zapdos? Then why are you paralyzed? Did Zapdos hit you? Mutewo frowned. No, Lord Mutewo, please listen to me in detail. Suicune shook his head quickly, and then told him everything he had just experienced word for word without any exaggeration. Because it knew that no matter how much it exaggerated in front of the parties involved, it would be telling lies. It was better to be truthful. Anyway, it did not do anything to harm Gene Sect. On the contrary, it almost sacrificed itself to save them. Mutewo, if you don't believe me, you can ask them for confirmation. After recounting his experience, Suicune pointed at the 4 Gene Sects and said, I didn't hurt you, did I? Mutewo looked over. The Gene Sects did not speak, but share their memories again. After Mutewo finished reading it, his expression immediately darkened and became frighteningly gloomy. But I still said, thank you for your hard work, to Suicune. After hearing this, Suicune immediately realized that Zapdos was going to be doomed today. Fortunately, it was smart enough not to choose help Zapdos, otherwise it would have been doomed too. Leave him alone. Just then, a shout was heard from a distance. A Scarlet Gene Sect quickly landed in front of the 4 Gene Sect from midair, with a golden light bullet condensed in the cannon above its head. Stop it. I'm not here to hurt you, Mutewo said quickly. The Crimson Gene Sect did not obey, and the golden light bullet continued to condense. However, at the moment when it was about to be shot out, the Purple Gene Sect that had always been willing to communicate came to the Crimson Gene Sect, stopped it, and shouted Geno Geno. After a few seconds, the Crimson Gene Sect dispersed the condensed light bullets. Who are you? Although the light bullets were dispersed, the Red Gene Sect still looked at Mutewo cautiously, with the muzzle of the cannon on its head aimed at Mutewo. I'm Mutewo, Mutewo said softly. You guys came here to go home, right? Hearing this, the Red Gene Sect took a step forward and asked urgently, why is this happening? Why is this place different from the home we remember? That's because a long time has passed. The era and the world you lived in have changed. It's impossible for you to return to your original home. Mutewo fell from midair and stretched out his hand to Gene Sect. Come, live with me. I am a Pokémon created by humans just like you, and I hate humans just like you. Don't come over here. But the Red Gene Sect did not accept Mutewo's kindness. He shouted and gathered energy in the muzzle above his head again. Mutewo saw this and could only retreat. You'd better listen to me. The world is no longer the same as it was before. If you fly around everywhere, you may fall into the hands of humans again. Follow me, and I can help you rebuild your home quickly. Lord Mutewo, here I come. At this moment, a bird cry was heard from the sky in the distance, and Zapdos, with thunder shock flashing all over his body, swooped down to Mutewo. At this moment, it looked very embarrassed, and it was obvious that it had been beaten up not long ago. Lord Mutewo, you have to help me. These guys got lost here a while ago. Suicune and I went up to ask them with good intentions, but they attacked us instead. Look, I was attacked by Suicune. In order to show goodwill to them, I took their zap cannon, but they still distrusted and attacked me. Lord Mutewo, you have to help us. As soon as he landed next to Mutewo, Zapdos began to cry and at the same time telepathically notified Suicune, asking Suicune to help cover for him on the condition that he owed him a favor. But Suicune ignored it and looked at Zapdos like he was an idiot. Mutewo already knows everything, and if it helps cover, it would be as bad as Zapdos. On the other side, the Red Gene Sect became furious when he saw that Mutewo was in cahoots with the dead bird that had just fought against his own people. We don't take instructions from anyone. With a loud shout, the light bullet above the Crimson Gene Sect's head shot towards Mutewo. Mutewo saw this and quickly used confusion to drag Zapdos away. Let's go. After the light bullet was fired, the Scarlet Gene Sect and the other 4 Purple Gene Sects changed their forms from humanoid to a flying saucer-like object, like a stream of light, and flew away from their original position in the blink of an eye. Lord Mutewo, they dared to attack you. Let's chase them. We can't just let them get away like this. Zapdos saw this and was trying to get Mutwo to make the decision for him. Roll! But Mutwo shouted angrily when he heard it, and then pointed with one hand, and Zapdos instantly smashed towards the ground from midair, creating a big hole. Mutwo-sama, why? Zapdos coughed up a mouthful of blood and said to Mutwo aggrievedly, Why? I'll tell you why now. Mutwo was furious. After a roar of anger, his eyes flashed with a blue light. He used mind sharing to instill all the memories he had just obtained from Genesect into Zapdos. After the infusion, Mutwo used confusion to lift Zapdos out of the pit again and said with suppressed anger, Tell me, should I be angry? Zapdos stopped talking, his whole body trembling, and he began to understand why Suicune looked at him like an idiot. Seeing Zapdos' cowardly look, Mutwo became even angrier and began to regret why he had forcibly subdued such a guy who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Zapdos, let me tell you, since it was you who attacked them wantonly, causing Genesect to misunderstand us, it is up to you to clear up the misunderstanding, otherwise I will make you suffer. Mutwo said angrily. I understand, Lord Mutwo. Zapdos nodded with a sad face. On the other side, Suicune watched quietly without saying a word. After just watching for a while, Xia Fan's voice suddenly rang in its mind. Suicune, it's your turn to step forward and say a few words. 10 seconds later, Suicune came to Mutwo's side and said softly, Lord Mutwo, now that things have come to this, there is no point in you being angry at Zapdos. As soon as those words were spoken, Suicune felt the murderous intent from Mutwo and the gratitude from Zapdos. In the midst of these two emotions, Suicune continued calmly. Lord Mutwo, I know you are very kind, and you see a shadow of yourself in Genesect. You don't want them to continue wandering like this, but things have come to this point. Forcing it will only cause greater misunderstandings. What exactly do you want to say? Mutwo frowned. Mutwo, I want to do this. Let me repair the relationship between you and Genesect, and Zapdos will help me. No matter what I say, it must listen to it, even if it means death. This way, it will be easier for me to repair the relationship between the two sides and let them join us. Suicune said, If Zapdos is allowed to go alone, it will only deepen the conflict. Suicune, you. Zapdos immediately became anxious when he heard that he had to listen to his death. Letting you die is just an excuse. Don't worry, I won't really let you die, Suicune said with a smile. But Mutwo waved his hands and glared at Zapdos. You dare to act so recklessly in a strange place like Unova. How could you be the king in Kanto region when no one was in charge of you? Zapdos, from now on you will no longer command flying Pokémon. All will be commanded by Suicune. From now on, you will obey Suicune's arrangements, even if it means death. If you don't obey, you will no longer be able to command flying Pokémon in the future. At this point, Mutwo looked at Suicune again. Suicune, if Zapdos disobeys you in any way from now on, you tell me and I will punish him severely. Suicune nodded slightly. Then Lord Mutwo, I will take Zapdos with me to help you mend the relationship. Is it so urgent? Mutwo was surprised. Hurry up. If Genesect runs away, it will be difficult for us to chase him. That makes sense. Go ahead. Just like that, Suicune took Zapdos and separated from Mutwo. What Mutwo didn't know was that after this separation, Zapdos no longer belonged to it. As expected of the central city of the Huzone region, the food in Newt City is really delicious. On the country road, Ash held his belly and said happily to everyone. At this time, the group of 4 had already entered Newt City and were heading toward the Pokemon Villa. And half an hour ago, they enjoyed a big meal in Newt City. Indeed, the Vanillite ice cream is especially delicious. Iris smiled and said, Let's go have another meal before we leave. Yes. Ash and Sylin agreed, and then looked at Xia Fan, because it was Xia Fan who paid for their meal, and he would be angry with whoever grabbed the bill. Sure, no problem. Facing everyone's expectations, Xia Fan agreed with a smile. Since the Pokemon Villa is located in the central park of Newt City, they now seem to be walking into a country road with trees on both sides of the road. Everyone look at that. 10 minutes later, Iris saw a strange mountain looming in the distance through the trees in the woods, and the mountainside was surrounded by the circular Orberg. That must be the Pokémon Villa. Let's go, Pikachu, Ash said excitedly, and then led Pikachu to run forward. Xia Fan and Sil Iris looked at each other, then finally followed with a smile. 5 minutes later, the four of them passed through the woods and saw a wooden bridge where stood a handsome young man with saffron-colored hair. As soon as the handsome man saw the four people coming out of the woods, he immediately stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome to Pokémon Villa. My name is Eric. I'm a staff member here. I received a call from Professor Oak, and I am waiting for you. Today, I will lead you." "Thank you. My name is Ash, and this is my partner Pikachu." Ash quickly responded. "I'm Iris, and it's my favorite Axu. I'm Silin, the Pokémon sommelier. Please give me your guidance. My name is Xia Fan, and my partner is also Pikachu. Thank you for your hard work today, Mr. Eric." Xia Fan and Sil Iris also introduced themselves. "It's not hard. You are the last batch of customers before the official opening, so you can give us some valuable suggestions," Eric said with a smile, turned around, and led the four people across the wooden bridge and into the Pokémon Villa. "By the way, I didn't expect that I could see Pokémon before the official opening. I'm really lucky," Silin said happily on the way. "What, Chansey? Where's Chansey? I don't see her." But Ash misheard and looked away. "Not that Chansey." Iris was speechless and was about to blame Ash's brain, but the next second, a Chansey really walked out from the woods on the right bank of the wooden bridge and greeted everyone as a growl. "Chansey!" Iris and Ash Silin were immediately captured by its growl. Xia Fan and Eric looked at each other with a smile. A few minutes later, everyone crossed the wooden bridge and passed through the entrance gate of the Pokémon Villa and finally arrived at the Pokémon Villa. Eric pointed to the beautiful environment inside and introduced everything here to the four people. In this Pokémon Villa, there are many different stage scenes, and the most suitable environment has been prepared for various Pokémon. The four of them listened and looked around the scene in the villa, exclaiming in amazement one after another, especially when they saw a rare Pokémon in an endless stream here. These Pokémon were living happily here. Looking at the Pokémon playing happily, Ash couldn't help but ask Eric, "Mr. Eric, can our Pokémon play here too?" "Sure. Thank you very much." "No, it doesn't matter." "Then come out, everyone, and have fun." A red light flashed, and with Eric's approval, Ash and Iris Silin immediately released their Pokémon to play in the villa. "Xia Fan, aren't you going to release your Pokémon?" Seeing that Xia Fan was unmoved, Eric asked in confusion. "It's not appropriate to release my Pokémon. It might cause a commotion." "Commotion?" Eric frowned slightly, not understanding what Xia Fan meant by commotion, but he still said, "Don't worry, there is no one else except us and the Pokémon living here, so don't worry about the commotion." "Yes, Mr. Xia Fan, don't worry. It's not officially open for business anyway." Ash and the other two who were playing with their Pokémon turned around and smiled. "Okay then." Xia Fan shrugged and threw out 3 Pokeballs. 3 red lights flashed by. They were the ancestor of Gengar, Cresselia, and Deoxys. As soon as the 3 God-level Pokémon appeared, except for Ash, Iris, Silin, and the other Pokémon that were already familiar to them, the native Pokémon playing around were immediately stunned and trembled under their pressure. "What is going on?" Eric was shocked. He never expected that Xia Fan's Pokémon could make all the Pokémon in the villa tremble. "Also, what Pokémon are they? I don't recognize them." Eric found that he didn't recognize the other 2 except Gengar. "It's called Gengar, but it's a different color. You should know it, Eric." Xia Fan pointed at Gengar and said with a smile. Eric nodded. He was mainly puzzled about the last 2. Were this glowing Pokémon and that strange-looking Pokémon? "I've never seen them before." Iris answered with a smile and saw in Eric how ignorant she was at the beginning. "Mr. Eric, this glowing Pokémon is called Cresselia, and it is the legendary Pokémon Dream God from the Sinnoh region." Legendary Pokémon? Eric was shocked and looked at Xia Fan in shock. "You can actually capture a legendary Pokémon. That's amazing." "It's okay." Xia Fan smiled and shrugged. He couldn't say that Cresselia was the worst in terms of both strength and fame among the legendary Pokémon he had captured. What about this Pokémon? It can't be a legendary Pokémon as well. Eric pointed at Deoxys again. It's not a legendary Pokémon. Eric breathed a sigh of relief. But then Iris looked at him teasingly and said again, but it's no different from a legendary Pokémon. It's called Deoxys, and it's a Pokémon from space. It once had a great battle with Rayquaza, the legendary guardian of the Hoenn region. You can search it online. It's in La Rue City. Fight Rayquaza. Eric stared at Deoxys with wide eyes, swallowing nervously. He had indeed never met the Sinnoh region's dream god before, but he was well aware of the name of the Hoenn region's guardian god Rayquaza. He had never expected that the alien-like Pokémon in front of him could actually fight against Rayquaza. Iris continued, as for this Gengar, I believe you definitely don't take it seriously. Let me tell you, its strength should not be underestimated. Although it is not a legendary Pokémon, nor is it from outer space, it has defeated several legendary Pokémon in a row. Even the Pokémon of Mr. Alder, the champion of our Unova region, was ravaged by it. He. Gengar floated over to Iris. Gengar floated over to Iris and patted her shoulder. The ancestor really likes people like this who know how to flatter it. After listening to Iris' introduction, Eric was speechless and began to understand why Xia Fan said that it caused a commotion. Its heart was indeed shaken by the shock, and those weaker Pokémon were also shaken by the pressure. Gengar, Cresselia, Deoxys, restrain your auras, Xia Fan said to his 3 Pokémon. The 3 Pokémon looked at each other, then restrained their aura, as Xia Fan had said. The native Pokémon immediately breathed a sigh of relief and could continue to move, but they still looked at Gengar with fear in their eyes. You guys can have fun around the villa by yourselves, Xia Fan said again. The 3 Pokémon looked at each other again and then went their separate ways. Deoxys went north, while Gengar followed Cresselia closely with a licking face. Mr. Xia has finally become a human being, so he must seize the opportunity and have a good date with Cresselia. After they left, the Pokémon living here were completely relieved and continued to play. Mr. Xia Fan, won't you let them play with all of us? Ash asked doubtfully. No, the 3 of them prefer to be alone, Xia Fan said with a smile. Comrade, Ash still doesn't know how to judge the situation. If his 3 Pokémon follow everyone, the native Pokémon here will definitely not be able to play. Everyone, keep following me. There are more fun and interesting things ahead. It's more suitable for everyone to play with Pokémon. Eric came back to his senses from the shock just now and led everyone to move forward. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at a plane. There are many rides for Pokémon play, and there are even more Pokémon. Pokémon like Sableye, Beautifly, Golem, Feraligatr, Levany, Gardevoir, which are either rare or powerful and have evolved to the ultimate level, can be seen here. In the outer areas surrounding the Pokémon Villa, plants from all over the world are planted, and various flowers bloom in turn throughout the year. After leading the Pokémon to play, Eric brought the 4 to a place with many flower beds. It's so nice to be surrounded by the fragrance of flowers, Sillin said intoxicatedly. Eric smiled and nodded, then pointed forward and said, there is a maze ahead. Maze! Ash was immediately inspired when he heard the word maze. I want to play with it. After saying that, he rushed towards the maze with Pikachu and Sableye, whom he had just met. I can't stand him. He's such a child, Iris complained. By the way, I still have work to do, so I'll leave first. When you're done playing, find me at the Pokémon Center. At this time, Eric suddenly remembered his work and said goodbye to the 3 people. Okay, Mr. Eric. The 3 of them agreed with a smile, and then prepared to walk towards the maze. Just a moment after entering the maze, Xia Fan's mind suddenly emerged with the perception of the divine beast. A strange beast appeared from within his perception range, but it only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared. Mr. Xia Fan, what's wrong with you? Iris asked in confusion when she saw Xia Fan suddenly stopped leaving. Nothing. Xia Fan shook her head, then took a few steps, holding her stomach, and said, Hiss Uracillin, my stomach suddenly hurts a little. I need to go to the toilet. Ah, that's a problem. Do you know where the toilet is? Iris and Scylla looked at each other, both a little worried. I don't know, but I should be able to find it if I look for it. This should have been considered when the villa was designed. You don't have to worry about me. Just continue to have fun. I'll come find you after I finish using the toilet. Xia Fan said with a wry smile, said goodbye to the two of them with Mew, and left the maze. Which divine beast was that just now? As soon as he walked out of the maze, Xia Fan took his hand away from his stomach. As soon as the muttering sound died down, the voice of Suicune rang in Xia Fan's mind. Master, I brought Zapdos and followed the gene sect to a city called Newt City. What? You came to Newt City? Xia Fan was surprised. Yes, but we are too big and we dare not chase too closely in this city, so we lost us. I'm sorry, Master. Suicune said again. It's okay, it's okay. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth and began to understand what the most likely Pokémon was that his divine beast sensed just now. I'm also in Newt City, in a place called Pokémon Manor. Since you're already here, bring Zapdos here. Good master. Suicune, since we've lost you, let's go back. On a hill outside the city of Newt, Zapdos and Suicune stood side by side. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Lord Mutuo if you go back like this? Suicune squinted his eyes. If we don't go back this way, do you really hope that in the future, besides Lord Mutuo, there will be other Pokémon standing above us? Zapdos sneered. Don't forget, they were created by humans just like Lord Mutuo. If Lord Mutuo takes them in, he will definitely treat them as his own children, and the two of us will only be dispensable in the future. What does that have to do with me? I haven't offended them. Suicune said lightly. Yes, I have offended them. If I don't live well in the future, will you live well? Zapdos said coldly. Don't forget, Lord Mutuo is man-made. You and I will never get its true recognition. It subjugated us just to make us help it do things. If there is someone better, it will definitely kick us away. Suicune fell silent after hearing this. Seeing this, Zapdos thought he had convinced it and continued. If you want to avoid this, the only way is to make sure those gene sects never submit to Lord Mutuo. So what's your only solution? Suicune raised his eyebrows, his eyes teasing. Kill them one by one. As long as they're all dead, they can no longer submit to Lord Mutuo and step on our heads. And after we have dealt with them, we just need to tell Lord Mutuo that we didn't find them. The world is big, and as long as the two of us don't fight among ourselves, Lord Mutuo won't be able to judge whether our words are true or false. Zapdos said coldly. Kill them one by one? Zapdos, have you forgotten how you were beaten up by that red gene sect? Suicune sneered. You're talking nonsense. I'm on par with it, okay? If we fight again, I'm sure I can. Zapdos didn't say the word defeated, but just mumbled to change the subject, since the red gene sect is hard to deal with. Let's find a way for one of us to lure it away, while the other kills the 4 weak purple gene sects. After the 4 gene sects are dead, the two of us will work together to kill the remaining red gene sect. It can't beat us alone. What do you think? Isn't my plan very good? Zapdos raised his head and said proudly. Very good. Suicune raised an eyebrow, then praised with a smile. When Zapdos heard this, he immediately looked at Suicune with a much more pleasing look than before. He originally thought that Suicune would retort, but he didn't expect that he would agree so easily. According to your method, we have to find those gene sects first. Suicune turned his gaze towards the high-rise buildings of Newt City in the distance. How about this? The two of us will search separately in this human city. Whoever finds it first will notify the other. But remember, don't attract the attention of humans. After all, this is where humans live, and there must be someone among them who knows us. Of course I know that. I'm not stupid. Why would I barge into a human settlement for no reason? Zapdos flapped its wings. Lightning flashed between them, and with the sound of electricity, it flew high into the sky. I will search from the sky, and you from the ground. Whoever finds it first will use the power of heaven and earth to inform the other party. With that, Zapdos flew into the clouds high in the sky. Suicune looked at its back and smiled. Then he took 3 or 2 steps and ran into the forest behind him, running towards Newt City. 20 minutes later, Suicune, running at full speed, arrived at the Pokémon Villa under the guidance of Xia Fan. Xia Fan, Deoxys, Mew, Jengar, and Cresselia were quietly waiting for it under a tree. "Welcome back, Suicune." When Suicune arrived, Xia Fan was the first to step forward and give it a big hug. Suicune also nodded excitedly to Xia Fan. After being undercover for so many years, Suicune is finally going to return to the organization and once again become the incarnation of the North Wind, loved by many Pokémon. Don't cry, don't cry. I know you've been wronged. Master, I am confident that I could defeat Mutwo and help you escape from its clutches. Xia Fan noticed a tear in Suicune's eyes and hurried to comfort him. This is a hero, a great hero, and we must not let others down. Xia Fan looked behind him and said loudly and solemnly, "Deoxys, Jengar, Cresselia, let me tell you, this is the Pokémon I often mention as being undercover beside Mutwo. It is also one of the 3 legendary sacred beasts along with Nei, Suicune, known as the incarnation of the North Wind. It was undercover before the 3 of you became my partners. You may not know it, but I tell you, it is a great hero in my heart, and its status is comparable to Ho-Oh, Lugia, Rayquaza, etc. You must respect it in the future. Master, you are overstating the matter." Xia Fan's words made Suicune extremely happy, and most of his grievances instantly disappeared, but he still hurriedly denied it. People's hearts are basically the same as Pokémon. Xia Fan, who knew this very well, saw Suicune deny it and immediately realized that he, as the master, had not flattered enough and was not enough to completely resolve its grievances, so he hurriedly continued. But, it's not an exaggeration at all. Those who joined later should regard you as their predecessors. You are their role model and the object of their study. Deoxys, Jengar, Cresselia, come over quickly and bow to our Suicune. Master, this is not good. Suicune stood there motionless, but hurriedly told Xia Fan not to do this. 2 dramatic actors. As Mew, who had been with Xia Fan the longest, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart when he saw this scene. Fortunately, Suicune still had some sense and didn't say anything about learning from Lord Mew and forcing him to bow with words. Humph, they are all acting geniuses. As the old ancestor who volunteered to be the second Xia Fan, he sneered in his heart. To be an undercover agent, one must be a great actor, otherwise he would die without knowing how he died. Mew was right not to come over and bow. These 3 guys didn't respond after he called them for a long time. It was really outrageous. Xia Fan shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Come over and bow." Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Deoxys shouted in an alien language that no one could understand, floated in front of Suicune, and bowed 90 degrees. Suicune, its name is Deoxys, and it just used its alien language to honor you. Although Xia Fan didn't understand what Deoxys was saying, it didn't stop him from saying something flattering. It has a very good relationship with Nei, and often hears your name from Nei, and it still admires you. Suicune smiled and nodded to Deoxys after hearing that. Deoxys looked at Xia Fan strangely. The alien language just now didn't mean anything. It was just a casual call. How come it became an honorific in Xia Fan's mouth now? Moreover, it didn't often hear the name Suicune from Nei. It only heard Nei say that Suicune was a very weak guy, the weakest among the 3 sacred beasts. Jengar, Cresselia, come over and bow. Xia Fan urged again. This time Cresselia stepped forward. Welcome back, the incarnation of the North Wind. Cresselia used confusion to summon starlight, which fell on Suicune, making Suicune feel very comfortable and refreshed. Thank you, Suicune said gratefully, looking at Xia Fan. What is it? Suicune, this is the legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, the dream god, Cresselia. Xia Fan said with a smile. Cresselia, the dream goddess. Suicune muttered, then nodded to the other side. Nice to meet you. Cresselia was about to point back, but comrade old ancestor suddenly surged forward. It sensed the presence of a rival in love in Suicune, and as Cresselia's protector, this was something the ancestor could not allow. Nice to meet you, the incarnation of the North Wind. I am a mad god Jengar. Jengar greeted in a very familiar manner. Mad god. Suicune frowned slightly, looked up and down at the white Jengar in front of him, then looked at Xia Fan in confusion, obviously finding it hard to believe that a Jengar could be called a god. Its name is Jengar. It's a different colored Jengar. It's very powerful. It's called the Mad God because it broke through the upper limit of the race and reached the god-level strength. And when it was in the Sinnoh region, it defeated several legendary Pokémon in a row, so the humans in the Sinnoh region gave it this nickname. Xia Fan did not discredit Jengar and told Suicune the truth. Just after the introduction, Xia Fan kicked Jengar in the butt, telling it to bow quickly and not to try to get away with it. Helplessly, Comrade Laozu could only bow. While bowing, Xia Fan added that Inti and Jengar had fought before and Inti narrowly won. After hearing this, Suicune couldn't help but exclaimed, "That's quite impressive." Comrade Laozu wanted to refute immediately after hearing this. "What do you mean by a little bit powerful?" "It is very powerful. If Inti fights with the Ancestor again, the Ancestor will definitely beat Inti to death." Just as it was about to explode, Xia Fan predicted its behavior and yelled at it in the shared spiritual world to get out, warning it that Suicune's home court today was its, and if it tried to steal the limelight, it would surely end up in a long-distance relationship between the Ancestor and Cresselia, where they would never see each other again. Helplessly, the old man could only give Suicune a flattering smile and then stand in front of Cresselia. Except for Mew, the three Pokémon around Xia Fan all bowed to Suicune, satisfying Suicune's vanity and also clearing away the grievances in its heart. Seeing that Suicune was in a very good mood, Xia Fan smiled and said, "Suicune, since you've come to my side, you can call Zapdos first." "Okay, Master. Zapdos and I have agreed to use the power of heaven and earth as a signal." Suicune nodded, jumped to the top of the tree in 2 steps, took a deep breath, and roared its soaring in the sky. The roar carried the power of heaven and earth. Soon, dark clouds rolled in and raindrops swarmed down on the Pokémon Villa. What is puzzling is that the rain only fell within a radius of 100 meters, while the sun was still shining brightly beyond 100 meters. 10 seconds later, rumbling thunder sounded and countless lightning flashed through the dark clouds and soaring in the sky. "Master, Zapdos is coming." Suicune jumped down from the treetop and returned to Xia Fan. Xia Fan nodded, took Deoxys and the others into hiding, and warned them to restrain their breath. 5 seconds later, a loud thunder sounded and soaring in the sky, and a yellow lightning bolt struck right next to the tree where Suicune was standing just now. "Suicune, here I come." The yellow lightning is Zapdos, and in order not to attract attention, it falls as fast as the lightning normal from soaring in the sky. At this moment, it stood on the top of the tree, looking around with disdain, its power trip extremely strong. "Come on down, I'm down there." Suicune's voice came from below. Zapdos glanced down, then fluttered to the ground. "Where's Genesect? Didn't they say they found them and were calling each other?" Zapdos frowned when he didn't see Genesect on the treetop just now. "Are you stupid? If I see them, do I have to notify you right here and there?" Suicune said sarcastically. "Shouldn't the best way be for me to run away and then call you over?" Zapdos paused, thought about it carefully, and felt that what Suicune said was right. If he just called it over, it would be exposed. "Then where are they? Come on, take me to see them." Zapdos laughed, trying to cover up his embarrassment with laughter. Suicune looked at it with a sneer, turned around, and led Zapdos towards a hill not far away. A minute later, they arrived outside a small cave. "They're in there, right?" Zapdos was about to rush in excitedly, but the next second it stopped, stepped back, and looked at Suicune cautiously. "It's not appropriate for us to just rush in. Someone has to be outside. Suicune, how about this? Wait outside. I'll lure out that red Genesect. You wait until we're gone, then go in and destroy those 4 Genesects." "Okay." Suicune nodded with a frown on his face, disliking Zapdos for talking too much nonsense. But he couldn't say much. "Go in quickly. The longer you wait, the more accidents you will encounter." "Good." Zapdos was about to rush in, but stopped a second later and looked back. Shouldn't you hide first? Suicune suppressed the urge to kick and quickly hid behind a rock not far away. You can go in now. Okay, Brother Suicune, just wait for my good news. Don't leave those 4 gene sects alive, Zapdos said as he turned into a yellow lightning bolt and rushed into the cave. Master, Zapdos has gone in. Come here quickly. Suicune saw it and quickly contacted Xia Fan. The next second, Xia Fan appeared in front of Suicune with Deoxys. He stood with his hands behind his back and walked towards the cave entrance with a smile on his face. It's going to start closing the door and beating the dog. No, close the door and shoot birds. Suicune, where's Gene's sect? I can't see it. There's nothing in it. As soon as I reached the entrance of the cave, I heard the roar of Zapdos and its lightning cow. Suicune did not respond. 2 seconds later, Zapdos angrily left the cave to question Suicune. But naturally, they bumped into Xia Fan and the others. Comrade Zapdos, where are you going? Xia Fan said with a smile on his face. Zapdos didn't rush to reply, but looked at Xia Fan and the Pokémon around it with caution. The aura of those Pokémon seemed no worse than its, especially the Pokémon that was glowing all over. It felt the power of God. It also found that Suicune stood beside Xia Fan like a pet, allowing Xia Fan to gently stroke its back. Suicune, what is it? Zapdos asked cautiously. Xia Fan was not there when it was captured by Mutwo, so it has never seen Xia Fan. My master. Suicune held his head high and said with dignity. Perhaps it was because it had been undercover for too long and its identity had been buried for too long. Suicune had never imagined that one day it would introduce to others in such a proud tone that it actually had an owner. Master? This human is your master? Suicune, do you know what you're talking about? Zapdos was a little shocked. He didn't expect Suicune to say such a thing. Don't you know that Lord Mutwo hates 2 things the most? One is humans, and the other is Mew. And now you dare to become a human's partner. Do you want to die? Mew, are you talking about me? As soon as it finished speaking, a voice sounded in my mind. Then a white light flashed from Xia Fan's shoulder, and Pikachu turned into a Mew and meowed twice. Zapdos was shocked. It may not recognize Gengar, Cresselia, and Deoxys, but it cannot fail to recognize Mew, because Lord Mutwo was born from its eyelashes. It had heard it countless times around Mutwo, and had also seen it around Master Lugia. It is said that it has the genetic genes of all Pokémon, so it can turn invisible and transform at will, including Master Ho-Oh and Master Lugia. From this we can imagine its origin and horrific background. Even the former Lord Lugia, in a sense, may be a little bit inferior in status when facing Mew. Looking at the Mew circling the head of the human opposite, Zapdos began to swallow his saliva. It felt like it was doomed. That was a Mew Pokémon that could fight Mutwo on equal terms. How could it possibly defeat it? But the next second, it thought that Mutwo was no longer the same as before and had mastered new powerful powers. If it fought with Mew again, it might not be evenly matched. Summoning up his courage, Zapdos said coldly, "Sir, you are very good. You have been contaminated with the 2 things that Lord Mutwo hates the most at once. However, I believe that you are just temporarily blinded and stand on the wrong side. I am willing to give you a chance to repent. Come, return to my side, and let's work together to escape from here and ask Lord Mutwo for help." Suicune naturally snorted when he heard this. I didn't expect that Zapdos still couldn't see the situation clearly at this time. Master, Zapdos has a rather bad temper. When he was under Mutwo, he often relied on the fact that he was a legendary Pokémon to bully the weaker Pokémon. He is also a coward. If you're going to throw the ball, why not let us teach him a lesson first? Suicune said to Xia Fan. Okay. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Since Suicune had made such a suggestion, it would be disrespectful if he did not accept it. So he signaled with his eyes to Mew, Gengar, Cresselia, and Deoxys to follow Suicune and fight in a group. Okay. Gengar was the most excited and ready to go. He loved being ordered to beat up legendary Pokémon, especially when it comes to a legendary Pokémon that is about to become one of them. The harder you hit it, the more the other party will remember you in the future. After a while, Zapdos's miserable growl could be heard from the cave. Xia Fan frowned and sighed. Why bother? You could just kneel down and beg for mercy, and then you won't get beaten. After exiting the cave, Xia Fan discovered that several Cottonee and Dwebble were beginning to approach because of Zapdos' screams. He decisively raised one hand to the sky, and the next second, 2 bolts of lightning fell from the sky and struck in front of the Cottonee and Dwebble, scaring away the 2 curious little guys. After more than 10 seconds, the noise inside died down a lot. Xia Fan returned to the cave, and Zapdos fell to the ground miserably. But surprisingly, this guy still refuses to surrender. Lord Hoot Hoot Mutwo will destroy all those who beat it up and all the Pokémon, and make them pay the price for their actions today. Xia Fan walked slowly in front of Zapdos, squatted down, and gently stroked its wings that were flashing with thunder shock. Those thunder shocks hit Xia Fan, but it was like water and did not cause any harm to Xia Fan. It seems that you still don't recognize the reality and don't recognize who is the strong side and who is the weak side. As he finished speaking, 2-dimensional holes appeared behind him. After a while, Ho-Oh and Lugia flew out together. Master Ho-Oh. Suicune saw Ho-Oh and immediately stepped forward and said excitedly, Well done, Suicune. I've always known what you did. Ho-Oh nodded toward Suicune. Lord Lugia. Zapdos couldn't believe that Lugia and Ho-Oh would appear here, and he was stunned immediately, as if he was afraid of seeing his former master. You still remember to call me Lord Lugia. You're very kind, Zapdos. Lugia looked at Zapdos with cold eyes. The pressure from the patron saint was instantly revealed, and Zapdos was suppressed so much that he didn't dare to raise his head and trembled. Lugia turned to look at Xia Fan. Master, let me take it away. I will make it pay for what it has done during this period of time, and choose a new successor to the throne from the Zapdos clan. No, Lord Lugia, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Without waiting for Xia Fan to reply, Zapdos answered in horror, obviously frightened by Lugia's words about choosing a new successor to the throne. Looking at Zapdos, who was completely different from before, Xia Fan raised his lips and said, There's no need to choose a new one. You just need to teach it a lesson and let it know what behavior it should have as a legendary Pokémon. Understood, Master. Lugia did not refute Xia Fan's suggestion, but turned around and scolded Zapdos. Why don't you thank the Master? Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Zapdos apologized to Xia Fan in panic, but it paused halfway through the apology and suddenly realized that Lugia called Xia Fan the word Master. When it saw Lugia just now, it was in shock and panic, which caused it to react only now. It looked up at Xia Fan, who was also looking at it with a Pokeball in his hand. Zapdos, I'll give you a chance to become my Pokémon. From now on, you must listen to me and do things according to my instructions. Xia Fan said with a smile. I will definitely take your words as the highest order. Zapdos wanted to hesitate, but when he saw the look of Lord Lugia behind Xia Fan, as if he wanted to eat him, he was so scared that he immediately agreed and kowtowed to Xia Fan to show his loyalty. Very good, then come in. A red light flashed, and Zapdos was put into the Pokeball in Xia Fan's hand. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Zapdos. Please select one of the skills as your skill. The long-lost system prompt sound rang in my mind. Electric type flying type, legendary Pokemon Zapdos. Gender, none. Ability, pressure, puts rival into a tense contest condition, 10% chance of skill activation failure. Hidden ability, static electricity. The Pokemon with this ability has static electricity on its body. When a Pokemon with this ability is attacked at close range, there is a 30% chance that rival will enter a paralysis condition. This ability is also effective for ground-type Pokemon. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Discharge. Attacks all Pokemon around you with dazzling thunder shock, with a 30% chance of paralyzing them. Agility. Relax your body and make it light, so that you can be agile and greatly increase your speed. Detect. Detect rival's attack, and perfectly avoid rival's attack when rival attacks next time. Zap Cannon. Fires a cannon-like electric current to attack. puts rival into a 100% paralysis contest condition. Thunderbolt sends a powerful thunder shock to rival, attacking it, sometimes causing it to fall into a paralyzed contest condition. Double Team create clones by moving quickly to disrupt rival and increase the dodge rate. Thunder attacks rival with thunder, sometimes causing it to fall into a paralyzed contest condition. Extrasensory emits invisible magical power to attack, sometimes causing rival to be afraid. Giga Impact use all your strength to attack rival. You'll be unable to move for a short period of time. Wild Charge cover the entire body with electricity and crash into rival to attack. You will also receive a small amount of damage. Most of Zapdos' skills are electric-related. After Xia Fan took a quick look, he confirmed the one he wanted. System, I choose Zap Cannon for Zapdos. Xia Fan said to the system in his mind. After a while, it acquired the skill Zap Cannon, a skill that will cause rival to fall into the paralysis contest condition with a 100% chance of being hit. After selecting the skill, Xia Fan released Zapdos and said to Ho-Oh and Lugia, "Okay, all of you go back. I'm going to let Zapdos and Suicune stay with me for a while. When everything is over, I'll let you come and pick them up." "Good master." Ho-Oh and Lugia nodded slightly, then turned around and walked into the two-dimensional holes and left. As soon as they left, Zapdos breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Jengar. "Jengar, come here and introduce my teachings to it." Hey, okay." Jengar laughed shrilly and pulled Zapdos aside to talk. Xia Fan took Suicune out of the cave and dispersed the rain that was soaring in the sky. 10 minutes later, Zapdos followed Jengar out of the cave. It has learned from Jengar many of Xia Fan's abilities, in which legendary Pokémon have become Xia Fan's partners. If we ask it now who is the strong side and who is the weak side, it will definitely choose Xia Fan. Because there is absolutely no comparison, Xia Fan's strength has completely exceeded its imagination. No matter how strong Lord Mutwo is, he can never be stronger than 10 Region Guardians. "Master, Suicune and I will help you lure Mutwo here," Zapdos said respectfully to Xia Fan. It just learned from Jengar that Xia Fan wanted to subdue Mutwo. Xia Fan smiled and nodded, but just halfway through, an explosion was heard in the distance. Then Xia Fan's divine beast perception sensed the fluctuations of an unfamiliar divine beast. "We'll talk about Mutwo later," Xia Fan said lightly, and then a teleport disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Xia Fan was already beside a lake in the Pokémon Villa. On the other side of the lake, 100 meters away from him, Ash Iris-Cillin picked up the bruised Pikachu with a look of shock on his face. Then he angrily scolded several Pokémon in midair. At this time, there were 3 Genesects standing in the air, 1 red and 2 purple. One of the purple Genesects was gathering energy under the command of the red Genesect, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Ash and the others. But the purple Genesect seemed to be hesitating and was unable to release its skills. "It's Genesect." Suicune and the others came to Xia Fan one after another. "Don't move." Xia Fan hurriedly stopped Zapdos, who was about to rush over. "Deoxys, be prepared to rescue Ash and the others. If that Genesect launches an attack, you must rescue Ash and the others." Xia Fan turned and said to Deoxys. Deoxys nodded and switched from normal form to speed form. "Master, aren't we going to show up?" Suicune asked doubtfully while standing beside Xia Fan. "Don't show up for now. I need that Genesect to become one of us." Xia Fan stared at the red Genesect, his mouth curled up. If it shows up, it will be difficult to subdue it. Suicune heard this and immediately understood what Xia Fan meant and took a step back. On the other side of the lake, the red Genesect's shout was heard. "Hurry up and do it." The shout seemed to be in order, and the purple Genesect immediately lost control of itself. The light bullet condensed from the cannon above his head suddenly shot out. Ashcell and Iris's face changed drastically. Without any Pokémon help around them, they could only wait to die. Buzz. But the next second, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the 3 people. Deoxys stood in front of the 3 people like a stream of light, and used Safeguard to block Genesec's light bullet. Boom! Although the light bullet was successfully blocked, it hit the Safeguard and produced a huge explosion. The smoke is burning. The Red Gene Sect didn't want to cause any more trouble, so since the attack failed, he asked his men to follow him and leave. Follow him. Looking at the three Gene Sects switching to the form of flying saucers, Xia Fan hurriedly said, "This is the moment it has been waiting for." As for Ash and his crew, he believed that with Deoxys protecting them, nothing serious would happen, unless Mutwo suddenly showed up when he was chasing Gene Sect and was determined to beat up Ash and his crew. But that's impossible to even think about. 10 seconds later, Xia Fan brought Suicune and the other three Gene Sects to a high mountain outside the Pokémon Villa. There was a cave halfway up the mountain, and two Gene Sects were waiting there. When he saw the Crimson Gene Sect coming back, he immediately shouted, "Gene Sect," excitedly. The Crimson Gene Sect immediately responded with Genesec's response. After a while, the two Gene Sects began to point their fingers at the Gene Sect that attacked Ash and the others, as if accusing them. They hid in the distance with Suicune. Xia Fan saw this and took out the Pokeball from his waist. "Don't make any noise here. I'm going to subdue that Gene Sect first," Xia Fan said to Suicune and the others, and then used the skill Shadow Force obtained from Giratina to enter a different dimension. In the different dimension, he walked towards the Gene Sect step by step. Half a minute later, Xia Fan came to the side of the Red Gene Sect. At this time, the Red Gene Sect was scolding the Purple Gene Sect and had no reaction to Xia Fan behind him. It was not until 2 seconds later that it heard space fluctuations behind it and suddenly realized that there was a human behind it. It turned around and was about to use a skill, Slash. But I thought it was too late. A red light flashed. The Red Gene Sect was put into the Pokeball. Bug-type and Steel-type Phantom Pokémon. Gene Sect. In my mind, the system prompt sounded and the system panel appeared in front of me. Gender, none. Ability, download. When fighting, the Pokémon with this ability will increase its attack or special attack based on rival's defense and special defense. If rival's defense is weak, its attack will be increased. If rival's special defense is weak, its special attack will be increased. Carrying items, full attribute cassette. When using Technoblast, it can be accompanied by 4 additional damage effects: Splash, Freeze, Paralysis, and Burn. Skills are as follows. Fell Stinger. If you defeat rival with this move, your subsequent attacks will be greatly increased. Technoblast. Fires a light bullet at rival. The attribute will change depending on the cassette you carry. Agility. Relax your body and make it light so that you can be agile and greatly increase your speed. Lock on. Keep your aim on rival, and your next attack will hit him. Flame Charge. Cover the whole body with flames and attack rival. Accumulate stockpile and double your speed. Magnet Bomb. Fires an Orber Bomb that attracts rival. This attack cannot be dodged and will hit, but can be prevented by skills such as Protect. Metal Sound. Makes rival hear an annoying sound like rubbing metal. Greatly reduces rival's special defense. Try Attack. Attack rival with 3 types of light. There's a 20% chance that rival will be paralyzed, burned, or frozen. Pokémon in the burn contest condition will have their power halved when using non-fixed damage physical moves, and will be damaged every once in a while. Pokémon in the frozen contest condition can only successfully use moves that can remove its own frozen contest condition, and will fail to use other skills when they are unable to move. Pokémon in the paralysis contest condition will have their speed reduced by half, and there is a 1/4 chance that they will be paralyzed and unable to move every time they use a move. Self-destruct triggers an explosion. After use, you will fall into a death contest condition along with other Pokémon around you. Even if rival or teammates use defensive skills such as Protect, as long as they are within the self-destruct range, they will fall into a death contest condition. Bug Buzz. Uses vibration to emit sound waves to attack. Sometimes it will reduce rivals' special defense. Zap Cannon. Fires a cannon-like electric current to attack. Puts rival into a 100% paralysis contest condition. Among the 5 Gene Sects, Only this red one has reached God-level power. Xia Fan scanned its skills and found that its exclusive skill, Technoblast, was completely useless to him. It was not a robot and could not load or unload cassettes, so it would be useless to choose it. Fortunately, after scanning from top to bottom for a few seconds, Xia Fan found a weakened version of Genesek's exclusive skill, Try Attack, a skill that can paralyze, burn, and freeze the enemy in contest condition. Although it is only 20%, it is also very good. He doesn't believe that he will be unlucky every time when it comes to winning prizes. System, I want to choose Genesek's triple. Xia Fan was interrupted when he was halfway through selecting his skill. The 4 purple Geneseks went crazy when they saw their boss was caught and attacked Xia Fan. Each head is embodying the unique skill of their race, Technoblast. Xia Fan frowned slightly and used the skill Shadow Force obtained from Giratina again to enter another parallel dimension. Then he watched helplessly as the 4 beams of light passed through its abdomen and hit the lake outside the Pokémon Villa. The lake instantly had 4 attributes intertwined, and it was suddenly as turbulent as waves. Then flames burned on the water surface, then electric currents flashed, and then it froze. Dozens of unlucky water Pokémon suffered a disaster for no apparent reason. Gano, 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 Gano. The 4 Geneseks looked at each other in bewilderment, as if they had seen a ghost, unable to believe how Xia Fan had disappeared from their sight. They looked around, searching frantically. It was not until a few seconds later that Xia Fan took the initiative to walk out of the alien space, and they found Xia Fan again. Xia Fan came out with 3 beams of light condensed from his fingertips, shooting at 3 of the 4 Geneseks. They were caught off guard and were hit directly. The only Genesek that was not attacked directly fired a magnet bomb. This is a skill equivalent to Lock-on Rival, with a 100% hit rate. However, when the skill is about to hit, Xia Fan disappears again. He only reappears from the alternate dimension after the magnet bomb explodes at the location where he disappeared. At this time, 2 of the other 3 Geneseks that Xia Fan used to experiment with the new skill Try Attack fell into paralysis and burning contest conditions, while the other one was lucky and only suffered minor injuries. Okay, I have no grudge against you. I just want to give you a home. Seeing that the skill experiment was effective, Xia Fan hurriedly stopped the Genesect who still wanted to attack it. Although these 4 purple Geneseks are not god level and have little use value, the red Genesect regards them as family members. If he continues to play tricks on them, he would be asking for trouble. Release, Big Brother. The Genesect that was in the paralysis contest condition spoke coldly to Xia Fan. Don't worry, I will release it right away, so that you can be reunited and find a new home for you. But before that, let me heal your wounds first. Xia Fan snapped his fingers. After a while, Mew and Cresselia flew out from a hidden corner in the distance. Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you. They are here to heal you. Xia Fan said hurriedly when he saw the 2 Geneseks were about to attack out of nervousness. The 2 Geneseks looked at each other, seemingly in thought. But while they were thinking, Cresselia had already flown above their heads, with bits of Lucas emanating from her body. The 4 Geneseks that Lucas sprinkled these dots on immediately felt warm. Their status condition quickly dissipated, and the Geneseks in the paralysis contest condition were no longer paralyzed and could move freely. The Geneseks that were in the burn contest condition were no longer burned, and their contest condition quickly recovered to the optimal contest condition. Come out. When the 4 Geneseks recovered to their optimal contest condition, Xia Fan released the red Genesect. As soon as it came out, it glared at Xia Fan, and the cannon on its head began to condense light bullets. It is obviously to stop the master. Seeing this, Xia Fan took out the Pokeball without saying a word. A red light flashed, and the Genesect that wanted to kill the master was taken in again, and the Technoblast that had just condensed above his head also dissipated directly. Gano. The 4 purple Geneseks were anxious, not understanding why Xia Fan had put them back after agreeing to release them just now. Don't worry, your eldest brother is angry right now, so it's not suitable for friendly communication. Let me calm him down and then let him out completely. Xia Fan turned his head and smiled. Don't you want a home? Don't worry. When your eldest brother calms down, I will find you a home that will make you feel like home, a home where no one could disturb you. Gano. The four purple jean sects were moved and looked at each other. Home is what they want most now. Can we really go home? The weakest of the four jean sects nervously used telepathy. If you mean returning to your ancient home, that's not impossible. Xia Fan smiled and raised his eyebrows. He is the only human being in the world who can make the five of them return to ancient times. No one else can do it except him, because he can ask Dialga, the god of time, to send them to ancient times when the Jean sects were still alive. Really, the four Jean sects looked at Xia Fan excitedly. But the excitement didn't last for a few seconds, and Xia Fan's next words made them feel depressed again. However, I can only let you go back to ancient times for a while. I can't let you stay there for a long time. Xia Fan added awkwardly. Fortunately, in order to ensure the authenticity of his pretense, he specially asked Dialga. As a result, its answer was that Jean sect could only stay for a period of time and could not stay there forever. If they were allowed to stay in the ancient times, Dialga would be exhausted to death, because traveling through time and space and maintaining time and space travel would consume its time essence. Unless the Jean sects can possess the abilities of the Shalebi. He can also comprehend the origin of time and allow himself to travel through time. Otherwise, he can only stay under Dialga's help for a while. Gano. The four Jean sects felt a little lost. They had already felt that the world before them was not the world they had imagined. Especially after hearing the reply from a person named Mutwo, they realized that things and people had changed and their former home was no longer available. However, they did not believe it and could only look for it again and again. But don't be too disappointed. It's nice to be able to stay at home for a few days. Besides, I'm not saying that you only have one chance. As long as you behave well and satisfy me, I can let you go back to ancient times more often. Xia Fan comforted with a smile on his face, like an old fox. Gano. Really, when they heard Xia Fan say that they could go home more often as long as he was satisfied, their mood began to improve. Of course, Xia Fan, keep my word. I am the most honest person in the world and have never lied to any human or Pokémon. Xia Fan patted his chest with a serious look on his face, as if it was really true. Oh, however, it naturally caused some sneers from the onlookers. But Jean sect didn't pay attention. They simply chose to believe what Xia Fan said. Doesn't his conscience hurt when he says those words? Zapdos stood beside Jengar and whispered. When Jengar explained the doctrine to it before, he also introduced to it what Xia Fan's mouth was a deceitful ghost, and what Legends Pokémon were deceived by it when they first came in. It was speechless after hearing it. It didn't expect that Lord Lugia and Lord Ho-Oh would actually surrender to such a human. Now that it witnessed Xia Fan's deception with its own eyes, it was even more convinced. Does he have a conscience? Jengar replied with a sneer. If this damn skin-skinning Xia had any conscience and kept his word, the ancestor should have many children and grandchildren with Cresselia now, instead of being a single dog and bootlicking here. Xia Fan frowned slightly, vaguely hearing the scolding, and then looked at Jengar, Zapdos coldly. Is there something wrong with what I said? Xia Fan asked coldly through the spiritual shared world. The two guys stood up straight in an instant, then turned their heads away, pretending they hadn't said anything and heard nothing. So don't be anxious. Let me calm your eldest brother down first. After he calms down, I will let you go back to the ancient times for a while. Taking his eyes off Jengar Zapdos, Xia Fan looked at the four Jean sect cuties with a smile on his face. A second later, a red light flashed, and the Crimson Jean sect was released. Gano. The red Jean sect that was released again was still full of anger, but did not concentrate on the Techno Blast attack. Instead, it used a metal claw on Xia Fan, trying to kill Xia Fan with one claw. A red light flashed, and the claws were about to reach Xia Fan's nose, and the red Jean sect was retracted again. When your eldest brother stops attacking me, we can communicate without worries. Xia Fan said to the four Jean sects with a smile. After saying this, he released the Scarlet Gene Sect for the third time. Human you. This time, the Scarlet Gene Sect roared at Xia Fan directly through telepathy, and at the same time, a sharp poisonous sting shot out from between its fingers towards Xia Fan's face. Swish! Xia Fan disappeared in an instant, and the poisonous sting pierced through the air and finally shot into the big tree behind, piercing through the tree. Before the Crimson Gene Sect could be shocked, Xia Fan appeared again. A red light flashed, and the Crimson Gene Sect was taken in again. Xia Fan then began to recite numbers, and at the same time used confusion to make a stool for himself, and then sat on it. When a number reached 1 minute, it released the Scarlet Gene Sect for the fourth time. This time, the Red Gene Sect did not attack Xia Fan. Instead, it turned and roared at the 4 Purple Gene Sects, wanting to yell at them for what they were daydreaming about and why they should kill this human and save themselves. But Xia Fan took back the words as soon as he said one word. A minute later, Xia Fan released it for the 5th time. Or was it only given a chance to say one word before it was taken back? After repeating this nearly 30 times, the Red Genesect's energy completely disappeared. Because it's angry but doesn't know how to vent it. Human, what do you want to do? The Red Gene Sect lay on the ground and asked in a groaning tone. It didn't know what to do because of Xia Fan. I don't want to do anything. I just want to give you a home, but you always refuse to listen to me, so I can only do this. Xia Fan flashed his big eyes, looking like he was a simple and good person. Home. The Red Gene Sect raised his head and looked at Xia Fan in shock. Yes, home. As long as you become my partner in the future, I will give you a home and let you go back to ancient times to meet your friends again. Xia Fan said with a smile. Home, in ancient times. A trace of confusion flashed across the red eyes of Gene Sect. It also felt more and more that things and people had changed. Now it was no longer the same as it used to be. However, in front of the younger generation, it could only pretend to be able to find its old home. Human, don't lie to me. The red eyes of Gene Sect suddenly turned cold. Thinking back to when they had just woken up, those humans had used sweet words to deceive them time and time again. I never lie. Xia Fan smiled and shrugged, then stretched out his right hand and pointed to soaring in the sky. Clatter! The crisp sound of snapping fingers caused a burst of spatial fluctuations on Xia Fan's left side. 2 seconds later, a dimensional hole emerged, and a huge Pokémon over 5 meters tall and dark blue walked out of it. When the 5 Gene Sects saw Dialga, their first feeling was fear. The powerful aura made them inexplicably nervous. Don't be afraid. After Xia Fan noticed it, he immediately comforted them. It's called Dialga, the god who controls time. It could take you back to the past. When the Red Gene Sect heard that it was the god who helped them get back, the tension in his eyes immediately dissipated and was replaced by anticipation. Dialga, send them back to their ancient home. Xia Fan turned and said to Dialga. Dialga nodded, and then asked the Gene Sects, where is your home? The Red Gene Sect took a step forward and shared the home deep in his memory with Dialga. Got it. After receiving the memories, Dialga immediately understood where he should send them and to which time and space. Don't resist. I'll take you there right away. Gano. The 5 Gene Sects all nodded. By the way, let me remind you again. I can only let you stay there for 2 days. After 2 days, I will teleport you back. So, if you have anything you want to say or do with your old friends, take this opportunity to make up for your regrets. Gano. No, you can only stay for 2 days. Gano. No means no. The 5 Gene Sects were anxious and wanted to buy a few more days, but Dialga was not willing to talk nonsense with someone whose strength and status were much lower than his own. If Xia Fan hadn't requested it, it wouldn't have given even a minute. Can't there be more? A Purple Gene Sect directed its request towards Xia Fan, apparently thinking that Xia Fan's words were more useful than theirs. The other 4 eyes saw this and looked at Xia Fan pitifully, including the Red Gene Sect. Facing the Dialga, which was much larger than them, it lost all its previous arrogance and toughness. Seeing them like this, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, realizing that he had completely grasped their weak spot. Leave it to me. Xia Fan smiled and patted the red Genesect's head, then turned to Dialga. Can't we let them stay in the ancient times for a little longer? Dialga, please be kind. They are really pitiful. They suddenly woke up from this era, but their homes have changed. This kind of loneliness is unacceptable to anyone. As the god of time, you have to. 3 days. Let them stay in the ancient times for 3 days. Dialga couldn't stand Xia Fan's tang monk-like exhortation, so he interrupted and added another day. However, Xia Fan's next rebuttal almost made it spit out blood. 3 days won't do. 3 days is too short. If you want to stay, stay for a year. Gano, 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 Gano. The 5 gene sects immediately looked at Xia Fan excitedly, as if they had seen their reborn parents. Even the red gene sect looked at Xia Fan with the same look, and the depression from being fooled before was immediately swept away. It took 2 days to go back to a year, such a huge gap, and such a master. He is simply the reincarnation of Bodhisattva. So good. But it's too early for Gene Sect to celebrate, because it was Dialga who actually sent them back. Dialga looked at Xia, who was even more gluttonous than Tao Tai, and suddenly wanted to stomp this B asterisk 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 D to death. Damn it! How can you even say that? From going back for 2 days to eating for a year, are you still a human being? How can you bargain like that? Is it that I don't want to condense the origin of time? Or do you think I am strong and can't die? Dialga was so angry that he bent his neck and put it in front of Xia Fan. Come on, master, just kill me with your knife. Take my time source and become the new god of time. Then send them back to the past as long as you want, even if they stay there until they die of old age. Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly. No, why is Dialga so angry? It said 1 year was just a lie to win over Genesect's heart, but it didn't expect Dialga to take it seriously. Hey, don't be so impatient. If it doesn't work in a year, then forget it. Let's talk it over. Xia Fan hurriedly comforted Dialga. How about this? Tell me the maximum you can accept. Hearing this, Dialga retracted his head unhappily and then said coldly, For days, at most 4 days. Is it really only 4 days at most? Xia Fan asked tentatively. That's right. What if you and Palkia have another argument in the future and I stand by you unconditionally? Well, cough, 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 at most 5 days, no more. Absolutely not more than 5 days. What if you have a dispute with Giratina? I will stand by you unconditionally. Ahem. Then it will be at most 6 days. I swear, my time essence has really reached its limit. If it increases by 1 more day, I will die here on the spot. Then if you and the creator god Arceus... Stop, master. Are you mistaken about my position? Am I cooperating with Lord Arceus in an argument? Or is your position useful when Lord Arceus and I are arguing? Ahem, that seems to be true. Seeing that the last trick failed, Xia Fan decisively shut up and walked up to a few gene sects with a look of regret. I'm sorry, I can only buy you 6 days. Several gene sects looked at each other. It would be a lie to say they were not disappointed, especially since Xia Fan had said before that they could go back for a year, but now they could only go back for 6 days. However, it was much better than the first 2 days. Gano, the red gene sect bowed to Xia Fan in gratitude. It now recognizes Xia Fan as its master, since he helped them to extend the time from 2 days to 6 days. Although there was a little bit of Krishna in the middle, Xia Fan's behavior and his sincere concern for them made it feel that this human was different from those sanctimonious researchers in the laboratory before. Xia Huyo has successfully fooled another member of the group. Jengar, who witnessed everything not far away, muttered softly, Since we agreed on 6 days, Dialga, you should send them over now. Xia Fan said to Dialga with a smile. He was very satisfied that he had successfully captured the heart of the Red Gene sect. Dialga nodded, and then an invisible force of time emanated from its body. Its eyes stared at the 5 gene sects, and soon, the 5 gene sects disappeared from everyone's sight. They have successfully traveled back in time, Dialga said. Xia Fan nodded, then patted Dialga's leg. Thank you for your hard work, Dialga. As long as you remember what I just said, if Palkia, Giratina, and I have a dispute in the future, you will stand on my side unconditionally. Dialga said, Don't worry, Xia Fan, will do what I say. Xia Fan said with certainty. But it was his confident expression that made Dialga feel inexplicably panicked, thinking that the man at his feet was unreliable. Master, are we going to wait here for 6 days? Cresselia floated forward. It doesn't take 6 days. I can send them back in a while. Without waiting for Xia Fan to reply, Dialga said they took 6 days to return in ancient times. We don't necessarily have to wait here for 6 days. Cresselia said no more after hearing this. However, Jengar then walked up to Xia Fan with a nasty look on his face. Master, I'm bored anyway. Do you want me to introduce your teachings to them through the shared world of the abode? Seeing Jengar trying to take advantage of the opportunity to recruit new followers, Xia Fan directly retorted, Are you stupid? They finally come home. Can't they be allowed to spend a few days with their families wholeheartedly? If you interrupt them, they will be scared. After the retort, Xia Fan looked at Dialga and said, Dialga, when they come back, you can explain the doctrine to them. And if I remember correctly, you don't have any formal subordinates. Dialga shook his head. Normal was in his own dimension and rarely came to the real world. Normal had no need for subordinates. If you need a few obedient subordinates now, you can accept them. I think they will be very happy as long as you send them home from time to time in the future. Xia Fan said with a smile. He believed that since the Gene Sex had returned to their ancient home, they would definitely want to go back often in the future. So he simply pushed it to Dialga now. Dialga frowned slightly when he heard this, wondering if it was worth it to accept them. 1 minute later, as long as they agreed to come home once every 3 years, I will accept them, Dialga said. Okay. Xia Fan nodded and agreed. He didn't ask the Gene Sex to go home once a year. After all, he also had to consider Dialga. It takes several years for it to sleep, and it can't always sleep well, so it has to go out of its way to help Gene Sex open a time-space channel. Its status and position are there. 10 minutes later, 5 Gene Sex were sent back by Dialga. His eyes were full of frustration. Xia Fan looked at Dialga in confusion, because Dialga could see the experiences of the 5 Gene Sex in ancient times. Dialga then shared what he saw with Xia Fan. It turned out that after the 5 Gene Sex returned to the past, they were not treated well by their relatives and friends as they had expected. Instead, they were discriminated against. Because their bodies had been modified by humans and looked completely different from the original Gene Sex, most Gene Sex rejected them, so they did not have a good time during those 6 days. After reading it, Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth and patted the red Gene Sect. Don't be discouraged and don't be sad. I will teach you a method that will prevent you from being discriminated against by your tribe. Gano. The 5 Gene Sex all looked at Xia Fan, seeking a solution. The method is actually very simple. Just tell them frankly that you are from the future. The future world is very different from the ancient times. The original Gene Sex have died out, and you are the new Gene Sex. Your current appearance is to adapt to the future world. You went back to the past because you missed everyone and wanted to spend the last period of time with everyone. If they don't believe it, then show them your new power and tell them that you are now gods. Under the power of gods, they must accept it. If there are still people who don't accept it, you can beat them up and then slowly influence them. Gano. The 5 Gene Sex looked at each other. This method is really simple and crude. They have never thought about it. If you still don't know what to do, then contact me next time you go back to ancient times. I will teach you step by step and tell you how to make them believe in you and accept you. Xia Fan said again. The red Gene Sect asked in confusion. We have returned to ancient times. How are you going to contact us? Or will you go with us next time? That's a good question. Xia Fan raised his right hand and snapped his fingers towards soaring in the sky. Dialga, it's time for you to tell them the benefits of being my Pokémon. The red Gene Sect raised his head in confusion. Dialga is not like Jengar, who uses so much nonsense to win people over. Nor is he as nice as Ndi, who says a lot of things about becoming Xia Fan's partner and telling them that they need to be wary of so-and-so in the future. As for what he should say, he directly shares his memory with the red Gene Sect, allowing the Red Gene sect to instantly understand what space teleportation and spiritual world sharing are. At the same time, he also asks if they are willing to follow him. If you hang out with it, you can go home once every 3 years. If you don't hang out with it, that's no problem either. You can still go home once every 3 years. The question is very simple and clear. We will follow you and become your subordinates. The Red Gene sect was not a fool. Although Dialga's question was very solation, it chose to follow Dialga, the big man who could travel through time and space. Dialga nodded, quite satisfied with the choice of the Crimson Gene sect. Then he explained to the Red Gene sect the points to pay attention to when becoming his subordinate. That is, except for Xia Fan, everything should be based on its orders, and the rest are up to them. Xia Fan was listening, and when Dialga had finished explaining everything, he let Dialga go back first because he still needed to borrow Gene Sect to subdue Mutwo. Now all we need is to find a good place for Mutwo and I to fight. After Dialga left, Xia Fan looked at Zapdos and the Gene Sects, muttering to himself. He still remembers the Destiny mission prompted by the system when he wanted to forcibly subdue Mutwo. Since Mutwo is very resistant to humans, if you want to subdue it, you can only defeat it with your own strength and then subdue it. Otherwise, if you choose to subdue it by force, there is a 99% probability that Mutwo will self-destruct. In short, Mutwo cannot be physically smashed to death. It can only be physically saved, allowing it to experience true defeat at the hands of humans. Zapdos, Suicune, you can go back to Mutwo now and tell it that Gene Sect needs to have a detailed talk with it before deciding whether to follow it. The address for the conversation is... Xia Fan took out his mobile phone and began to search the no man's land around Newt City. After searching for a minute, Xia Fan finally chose a snowy field in the north of Unova. The location for the conversation is in the snowfield 100 miles east of Icirus City. Okay, Master. Suicune nodded and was about to leave with Zapdos, but was immediately stopped by Xia Fan. Wait, before you tell Mutwo, you'd better tell Mutwo how difficult your journey has been, which made Gene Sect willing to give you a chance to talk to Mutwo. Xia Fan explained seriously. When you act, you have to act the whole thing. If you want to bluff people, you have to have reasons and evidence. Don't just tell them the result directly. If you bluff people like that, once they become suspicious, it'll be difficult for you to make up for it. Xia has been in the underworld for many years. The reason why he never fails when bluffing people is that he is thick-skinned. When he tells lies, his face remains calm, and there is no sign of exaggeration. What's more, his bluffs are well-founded. Master, how can I show that our journey has not been easy? Suicune asked seriously. This is very simple. Xia Fan smirked, then pointed his right hand to the side at Zapdos, who was waiting for Xia Fan to reply. A beam of light shot out from his fingertips and entered Zapdos' body. Master, what are you doing? Zapdos asked in panic, as it suddenly found itself unable to move. The skill that Xia Fan shot into its body just now was disabled. Zapdos, please be patient. As an actor, you have to act very well. Don't worry, I will be very gentle and try my best to make you feel less pain. Xia Fan walked towards Zapdos with an apologetic look on his face, but his fingertips had already begun to condense the skill Tri-Attack obtained from Gene Sect. 3 light beams with paralysis, burning, and freezing effects. A second later, a sharp bird growl sounded from the high mountains, and countless Pidgeys, Drillburs, Sawaddles, and Katones began to flee frantically under the bird growl. No, growl is just too harsh, just like killing a chicken, and it happens one after another, continuously. After more than 10 seconds, the miserable growl finally stopped. Okay, Xia Fan clapped his hands and stood next to Zapdos. At his feet, Zapdos collapsed on the ground, with not a single part of his body intact. It was so miserable that it was unbearable to look at. Even Jengar couldn't help but gasp. Xia Baopi was really cruel. Zapdos, if Mutwo really goes to the snowfield this time, you will be the one who deserves the credit. You know that? Xia Fan held Zapdos' wings with a smile on his face and lifted it up. I know. Zapdos was speechless. Suicune, when you see Mutwo now, As long as it doesn't ask about the process, you can basically just tell it the result of the meeting in the snowfield. Xia Fan looked at Suicune. He believed that as long as Mutwo saw Zapdos' miserable appearance, his brain would automatically imagine how Zapdos had been beaten in order to gain the forgiveness of the Gene Sex. Even if he wanted to ask about the process, he couldn't bring himself to ask. I see. Suicune pursed his lips, hesitated for 3 seconds before nodding to show that he understood, and then looked at Zapdos with a hint of sympathy. But this can be considered retribution. It was because of its arrogance in the past, occupying the priesthood and bullying the weak. Now it could be considered atonement. Even the 4 Gene Sex who had been severely beaten by Zapdos felt some sympathy when they saw Zapdos' miserable condition. Zapdos, can you still fly? Suicune asked. It should be okay. Zapdos flapped his wings for more than 10 seconds and finally staggered into the air, but he didn't fly more than a few dozen meters before he fell directly from the sky onto a tree. Suicune, just follow it and don't help too much. The more miserable Zapdos is, the more Mutwo will believe it. Xia Fan said lightly when he saw Suicune trying to help. Suicune, who wanted to help, stopped immediately after hearing this, gave Zapdos a helpless expression, and then stood aside to watch. Well, it's time for me to return to Ash and the others. After checking on their conditions, I'll head north to Icera City. Taking his eyes away from Zapdos and Suicune, Xia Fan stretched his neck, took out the Pokeball, and put Gengar and Cresselia inside. Gene Sect, you guys just stay here and wait for me. Before leaving, Xia Fan told the Scarlet Gene Sect that since he could only carry 6 Pokémon with him, it was not convenient for him to bring all of them with him, so he let them wait here. Gano, the Red Gene Sect nodded, then led his little brother into the cave. Come on, Xiao Huan, stop looking. Xia Fan looked at Mew with a smile. At this time, Mew was standing on a tree, looking at the miserable appearance of Zapdos from afar, bending over and laughing. Hearing Xia Fan shout, Mew let out a meow, and then a white light flashed, and he turned back into Pikachu and stood back next to Xia Fan. 2 minutes later, Xia Fan arrived at the Pokémon Villa. He ran into Ash and his friends who were about to send Pikachu to the Pokémon Center, and pretended that he just realized that they had been attacked by Gene Sex not long ago. Then, in front of Ash and the others, he praised Deoxys for his bravery in saving Ash and the others at the critical moment. After confirming that they were really fine, Xia Fan put Deoxys back into the Pokeball, and then in an empty corner, used the skills substitute to let it accompany Ash to the Pokémon Center, while he left with the Gene Sex and headed north to the snowy plains of Icera City. It was 3 hours later when we arrived at Icera City in the north. Xia Fan learned from Suicune that was still on its way back with Zapdos, and had just flown halfway back. Hearing this, Xia Fan had no choice but to take Mew to look for delicious food in Icera City. For example, beef hot pot. After enjoying the food there for a few hours, Xia Fan received a reply from Suicune, which said that Mutwo had already set off to Icera City alone. And just as Xia Fan expected, after seeing Zapdos' miserable appearance, it chose to believe it without saying anything. After receiving Suicune's reply, Xia Fan touched his stomach, took Mew to the restaurant, paid the bill, and left, heading for the snowfield 100 miles east of Icera City. He had already asked the Gene Sex to wait there in advance. Mutwo has a Y form and is incredibly fast, so he believes that with Mutwo's impatience, it shouldn't take long for them to get there. The fact was just as Xia Fan thought. Just as he met the Gene Sex in the deserted snowfield, Mutwo quickly rushed here in Y form from a place several miles away from Norman. Human, why is it you? Why are you here? As soon as they arrived at the agreed location, Mutwo had just returned from the Y form to the basic form when they saw Xia Fan, the human who looked very familiar to them. Because I asked you to come. Xia Fan shrugged and answered very frankly, with a scoundrel smile on his face. You asked me to come? I clearly. Mutwo stopped talking halfway, because he suddenly realized that the Gene Sex were standing respectfully behind Xia Fan, including the Red Gene Sect, who was also a tough guy in his impression. Is it because of them? Xia Fan took a step to the right to make room for Gene Sect to display. Or, is it because of them? Xia Fan snapped his fingers, and a dimensional hole emerged from the left. After a few seconds, Suicune and Zapdos walked out one after another. Suicune, Zapdos, how did you get out of there? The moment Mutuo saw Suicune and Zapdos walking out of the dimensional hole, he was shocked, and his worldview collapsed. He never expected that his two loyal subordinates would be summoned by Xia Fan, especially since Zapdos had been beaten up by Genesect for it. Suicune and Zapdos lowered their heads, not daring to reply for a moment, and could only stand silently behind Xia Fan. Xia Fan stepped forward and answered for them. The reason is very simple. In fact, they're my Pokémon. Things have come to this point. There's no need to hide some things any longer. You should be honest about what needs to be confessed, because he is Xia Fan, and he must defeat Mutuo today. They're your Pokémon? That's impossible. They're all Pokémon I captured with the Mutuo Ball. Mutuo's voice began to contain anger, and confusion waves began to appear around him. But the fact is, your Mutuo Ball is not as high level as my Pokeball, which means that Suicune was not captured by you from the beginning. Instead, I took advantage of the situation and placed it in your place as an undercover agent. Xia Fan shrugged, looking helpless. My Pokeball is just more awesome than yours. What? Mutuo looked at Suicune with eyes as sharp as knives. Suicune couldn't help but tremble under this gaze. Seeing this, Xia Fan spoke again. Mutuo, let me tell you, in fact, not only Suicune and Zapdos, but Genesect is also my Pokémon. What? Mutuo roared once more, glaring in midair. So, the reason I'm here now is because of your trap, Mutuo said, suppressing his anger. Well, actually, it can't be considered a trap. Feeling the rage in Mutuo's tone, Xia Fan inexplicably began to lack confidence. This is a white lie. I want to use this method to make up for the regret of our last separation. Regret? What regret? Mutuo frowned. Do you remember what you said to me when we parted last time? You said I was just a low-level creature that assisted the Pokemon's power. When I can fight you with my own strength, then we can talk about your qualifications to obey me. Xia Fan spread his hands and said with a smile. So, as a lowly creature, do you think you can fight me on your own without the power of Pokemon? Mutuo said disdainfully, looking at Xia Fan like a clown. Yes, that's what I think. Xia Fan didn't care about the disdain in Mutuo's eyes. So for this battle between you and me, I summoned all my Pokemon to let them witness the battle between you and me. Come out, everyone. Let this Lord Mutuo get to know you. Clatter. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan spread out his hands and made a crisp snapping sound. The sound of snapping fingers was accompanied by the cry of a phoenix. Ho-Oh suddenly appeared from the east of the snowfield, emitting colorful light. Following behind him were Raikou and Entei. Its name is Ho-Oh, the guardian of Chengdu and Kanto region. You should still remember it from the last battle. Xia Fan introduced with a smile. Mutuo didn't say anything, but his cold eyes said it all. In the last battle, it suffered a bit at the hands of Ho-Oh. After Ho-Oh showed up with Raikou and Entei, they landed far away on the snowy field a few hundred meters away. A few seconds later, a sound like a dragon's roar or a bird's cry came from the direction where the setting sun was. Lugia, along with Articuno and Moltres, flew towards Xia Fan. That's Lugia. She, like Ho-Oh, is the patron saint of Chengdu and the Kanto region. Xia Fan introduced again. Mutuo still didn't say anything. He just floated quietly in the air and watched, remaining calm to the extreme. After Lugia and Ho-Oh landed on the snowfield a few hundred meters away, two dimensional holes appeared not far from them. Kyogre and Groudon walked out. There was no one behind him, not a single follower. After the two of them walked out, a deafening dragon roar came from the clouds. Rayquaza emerges from the clouds in a glittering golden glow, flying above Kyogre and Groudon's heads. They're the three gods of Hoenn, all-powerful guardians of the Hoenn region. The first two to appear are Kyogre and Groudon, and the last one to appear is Rayquaza. Listening to Xia Fan's introduction, Mutuo still didn't say anything, but began to clench his fists. After the Feng Yuan, three gods appeared. The ground began to shake violently. Then Regigigas appeared from under the snow with pillars of ice, steel, and rock. That's Regigigas, the god of the earth, who can drag the regions by himself. After Regigigas appeared, 3 more dimensional holes appeared on the snowfield one after another. First, Palkia emerges from above Regigigas' head. Then Dialga rushed out right behind him. Finally, Giratina rushed out. Following behind were Mesprit, Azelf, Uxie, Heatran, Darkrai, Cresselia, and Jamie. That's Palkia, Dialga, and Giratina. They're the god of space, the god of time, and the lord of the reverse world, respectively. After the 3 Sin-No gods appeared, Mutwo's expression could no longer remain calm and began to turn into embarrassment. At this time, Dialga, the god of time, sent telepathic messages to the gene sex behind Xia Fan. Master Dialga is calling us over, the Scarlet Gene Sect said to Xia Fan. Xia Fan nodded to indicate his permission. The Gene Sex then flew behind Dialga under Mutwo's gaze. As for Dialga, when they came behind her, she immediately became like a victorious old hen and snorted at the puzzled Palkia and Giratina. It's like saying, see, I have real subordinates, not Mesprit, Azelf, and other hypocritical guys. Not long after the Gene Sex left, another dimensional hole emerged. A Pokémon that was over 3 meters tall, gray-blue in color, and looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex jumped out. When the Pokémon came out, it looked around, let out a dragon roar, and its whole body was on fire. The next second, its form changed, its size increased greatly, and it turned into a Pokémon with flames all over its body. The sense of oppression also increased. It was followed by Tornadus, Landorus, Thundurus, Keldeo, Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion. That's Kyurem, and the 2 legendary Pokémon from the Unova region, Reshiram and Zekrom. Together, they are known as the 3 legendary dragons of Tao. Meow. Just as Xia Fan finished introducing Kyurem, Mew on his shoulder suddenly made sound. Mutwo looked intently, and the Pokémon he hated the most suddenly disappeared from Xia Fan's shoulder. When he felt its breath, Mutwo was already 1,000 meters away, and behind him stood Gengar, Celebi, Latios, Latias, and Deoxys, which were considered neutral Pokémon in each region. Mew and Ho-Oh Lugia surrounded Xia Fan and Mutwo. As for Mew, I don't think I need to introduce him further. After Mutwo's eyes moved away from Mew, Xia Fan spread his hands and laughed loudly. How about this, Mutwo? This is the most luxurious spectator group in the world that I have prepared for the battle between you and me. Mutwo heard this and said coldly, "Oomph. Are you sure you won't let them attack me? I have experienced enough of your despicableness. Don't worry, I'm different from those guys. I never do despicable things, so they will just be spectators in the fight between us until we finish it." Xia Fan said with a smile, "If I win this fight, I hope you can fulfill what you said and submit to me." Mutwo frowned. "What if you lose?" "If I lose, I will leave immediately and never bother you again. As long as you exist, I will never show up," Xia Fan said with a smile. After saying that, Xia Fan signaled with his eyes that Zapdos and Suicune behind him should go to Ho-Oh and Lugia. The 2 guys felt relieved and quickly fled from this dangerous place. After the 2 of them walked away, Xia Fan used confusion to make himself fly in the air parallel to Mutwo. Mutwo's pupil shrank. He didn't expect Xia Fan to be able to use Psychic. At the same time, he began to understand why Xia Fan, a human, would be so confident in fighting it. "Come on, let's have a fight that neither you nor I will regret." Xia Fan spread his hands, signaling Mutwo to attack first. In response to Xia Fan's confidence, Mutwo narrowed his eyes and swung his right hand directly towards the opposite side. Swish! In midair, a huge sharp blade suddenly appeared out of thin air. It condensed in midair and slowly grew larger, forming a heart-shaped curve. 2 seconds later, Mutwo pushed forward suddenly, and the sharp blade of the heart suddenly appeared between Xia Fan's eyebrows like a flash of normal, catching people off guard, as if it could break Xia Fan's head in the next second. However, what happened the next second was not what Mutwo had expected. Just as the sharp blade was about to break Xia Fan's brow, the corners of his mouth raised, and then he disappeared from Mutuo's sight out of thin air. The sharp blade of the heart pierced into nothingness. Teleport. Mutuo's heart trembled, and then he looked around repeatedly. But there was no sign of Xia Fan anywhere, front, back, left, right, above, or below, as if Xia Fan had really disappeared. How is this possible? Mutuo was full of disbelief. It couldn't accept that a human disappeared right under its nose. I'm here. When Mutuo was shocked, space fluctuations suddenly arose behind him, accompanied by a teasing voice. Bang! Mutuo hurriedly turned around, and the guy who had just disappeared out of thin air suddenly appeared behind it, looking at it with indifference, with a light bullet condensed between his fingers that seemed to be able to break through time and space. Boom! Before Mutuo could react, Xia Fan's fingertips suddenly shot out a huge beam of light, instantly shooting Mutuo from mid-air into the ground, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. In the first round of battle between Xia Fan and Mutuo, Xia Fan won. Xia Fan was very satisfied with the result. However, he did not underestimate the enemy. Although Mutuo is a combination of countless powerful skills, don't forget that Mutuo is also a fighting maniac, a fighting genius, and a guy with terrifying willpower. It is impossible for him to be defeated by just a time and space roar. Bang! Just as Xia Fan was thinking this, he was suddenly hit by a heavy punch from behind. Before he could turn around, he had already hit the ground. Puff! He was hit so hard that his head was dizzy. After falling to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! After spitting out the blood in his mouth, Xia Fan shook his head to recover his smelling salts, then looked up at soaring in the sky. At this time, Mutuo was standing in midair and was in Y form, just like the Mega Scion, with blue energy bursting around his body. Obviously, the heavy punch just now was delivered by Mutuo using the Y form speed like teleport normal to Xia Fan. Amazing! Your Mega Evolution is worthy of yours. This Y form is even faster than the last time I saw it. If I hadn't reacted just now, I might have died now. Xia Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The broken spine on his back made a crackling sound under the recover and healed itself quickly. The punch from Mutuo just now not only made him vomit blood, but most importantly, it also broke several pieces of his spine. If he hadn't reacted quickly and bent down slightly, his cervical vertebrae and his head would have been broken. Mutuo didn't care about Xia Fan's teasing. When he saw that Xia Fan could still use recover, his pupils shrank. He decisively stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward while Xia Fan's injuries were still healing and he couldn't move. Buzz! Xia Fan suddenly felt an irresistible, powerful confusion, which rushed towards him like a wave, suffocating him and making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He could only rush towards Mutuo like a lamb to be slaughtered. But the next second, Mutuo, who was grabbed in midair using confusion, frowned slightly, because Xia Fan disappeared from his sight again without any foreplay. Its extremely powerful confusion was originally like a hand holding an apple and feeding it into the giant's mouth. However, when the apple was in midair, it suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and its giant hands were useless. How is this possible? Mutuo found it a little hard to accept. In its Y form, its confusion and speed were extremely powerful. If a person disappeared out of thin air, it would be impossible for it to not notice at all. It looked around, and just like before, front and back, left and right, up and down within a radius of 1,000 meters, it could not sense the slightest breath of Xia Fan. It was not until 5 seconds later that Xia Fan appeared again 10 meters behind it and spoke, and then it noticed. Mutuo, let me tell you a sad reality. In this battle, as long as you don't defeat me instantly, I will never lose. Xia Fan reappeared with an upright posture and not a single scar on his body. Mutuo's eyes were cold, and the next second after Xia Fan finished speaking, he shot towards Xia Fan again at an incredible speed, and at the same time, an aura sphere that could not be avoided was condensed in his hand. In just a moment, it was approaching Xia Fan, and the aura sphere was about to hit him in the face. But Xia Fan disappeared out of thin air again, leaving Mutwo empty-handed. Hateful. This made Mutwo very angry. The Y form is extremely damaging to the body, and it is impossible for it to use it forever. Xia Fan's disappearances every time made it feel helpless. What a shameless person. Jengar couldn't help but mutter to the onlookers far away. Even the ancestor couldn't see Mutwo's speed clearly. At first, he thought Xia Fan was in big trouble, but he didn't expect him to be so shameless. As soon as Mutwo got close, he immediately hid in the other dimension. This damn Mutwo couldn't even fight. See? This is Shadow Force. Xia Fan learned it from me. Isn't it amazing? Dialga and Palkia's skills can't be compared to it. Giratina was the only one among the onlookers who was very proud. She raised her head and boasted to Celestic Darkrai and Cresselia of the lake behind her. Oomph. Dialga and Palkia snorted coldly, but did not refute. In their eyes, this skill was indeed very cheating, and they had no way to deal with it. Unless it was Lord Arceus, the god of creation, they could not think of anyone who could crack this cheating trick. This time, Xia Fan disappeared for 5 seconds again. When he reappeared 5 seconds later, he had turned into the Mew that Mutwo hated. His eyes were fixed on Mutwo. That is the skill lock-on. Just now in the other dimension, in order to deal with Mutwo's terrifying speed, he thought of this skill, but he himself did not know this skill, so he could only use it with the help of Mew's body. Whoosh! The moment Xia Fan appeared, Mutwo attacked again without saying a word. He rushed to Xia Fan like thunder. So fast. Although Xia Fan finally caught Mutwo's movements thanks to the skill lock-on, he was still shocked. Facing Mutwo's Aura Sphere, he quickly stretched out his right hand and used the skill Crush Grip he learned from Regigigas and Crush Grip the Aura Sphere in midair with one slap. Bang! Aura Sphere's Crush Grip creates a huge explosion.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.